for something like that to happen. So he to continue.
But you bring up a good point, but I would counter with this. So, first of all, the media landscape has not only changed this with people moving more online. So a lot of those orchestrated media shit, people aren't going to watch it. But even if you look at the people, and of course the Democrats are pissed, and to be fair, that was a power grab. But when the Ellisons bought, what was it, CBS News, it's NBC, I forget. But of course, this huge conglomerate, and then they, of course, now they purchase TikTok, all of this other shit. Okay, so now you can't count on those people.
Why can't you count on them? Because they won't let you talk shit about Jews on TikTok all day?
No, we're talking shit about Republicans. We're talking about the news.
One question. I'm a foreign guy. I don't know much about that. But when we get...
Wait, hold on, man. So what were you... I was trying to follow you.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is that, like, even the ownership of the media has largely changed. And then you have the really big example. That was X. When Elon Musk bought X, or Twitter, and changed it to X, that changed everything. No longer this depth grip on information. Now, a lot of you can say...
You're not a moderator, so I just thought I'd talk a little bit. Sorry for interrupting you, Dr. BP.
Okay, don't do what I'm talking. Goddamn, dude. But when it comes to holy shit.
Twitter, X, that was the last point you made. There's a grip on information.
Yeah, you were talking about how you date Elon and the right.
Yes, and so, okay, so...
Got you again, Dr. BB.
Up to the election. And that was some crazy shit with the Hunter laptop stuff. It was like you couldn't even share it in private DMs and just weird stuff. And then all of a sudden, here we have X. Then even when it comes to, even Zuckerberg was saying, like, yeah, dude, I mean, we were getting a fuck ton of pressure to just, like, cooperate, as far as the Democrats go, in terms of censorship and all of that stuff. And I think that was a really rough era that nobody really wants to repeat. And, of course, a lot of the Democrats way overreached with their propagandistic bullshit. And I would warn the right, too, though, that, like, all of this Iran shit. I mean, you guys, I know a lot of you MAGA people are going to be like, oh, well, they make justifications for it. That's fine. But overall, this is incredibly unpopular in our country.
I'm more than my answer if anyone listens to Pepe.
He's pulling this shit. Okay, inflation's gone back up. Gas prices have gone back up. For what? And I'm going to tell you what I think is going to happen, and I don't know what's going to happen. He's not going to overthrow the IRGC. It's not going to happen.
No, I don't think they're working for them.
I lost my dad. I can't lose my sister. I don't care if I lose myself. You were wrong about him. He's not a monster. He wants to be better. I can help. In all the darkness, I can find the light.
That's the one guy. You're gonna need to find more voters. That's the guy. You're gonna find more voters taking one photo with the same guy all the time.
Shadows whisper truth, as the baseline drums. The will is fire, unchained, untamed. No path is written, no soul is blamed. Thou hast the right, but to do thy will. Feel the force, let the silence fill your will. On place, it's alive, deliver from the lust of the thrill.
Pull out the phone, Congressman. Get on up, shoot the day.
All right. Six, don't time her.
Like you folks on the company. And what else do you see?
No, fuck it. You're her and I can get travel off.
Right. Then just kill yourself. And everyone here.
Shoot you, Congressman, if you don't do what I say.
I should take someone else.
Getting a little comfortable now. I'll go. This was just like, you ever signed Charlie? You should have the envelope. I should have the gun. Go enjoy it.
All right.
I'm gonna use him.
I wear pop on my ears because
no shadows chase, no voices call. The air is the way to bear. The sweetness whispers everywhere. Sweetness of silence fills my
Kill him. Fucking kill him. What's you talking about? What's the Batman show? I'm so sorry, Batman. Yeah, Coachella, huh? You need to find more voters. This is true. You're gonna need more. You'll never be mayor, Buzzer.
No fire burn like passion wild. No losing through like hatred piled. This body only through hunger's the beast.
Bacteria water silver cup.
Pain walks close, a shadowed friend. Each step we take, it will attend. But joy lies quiet, just out of view. A higher peak, a sky so blue. Feel it break every day.
Find more voters. I was posting photos of the same guy trying to find some new voters. Yeah, you're so good. He's got to be mayor, Buzzer.
I'll come here and come back on the cold hard ground. Which is why we make the road. It's happened with an excellent reputation on the Rotary Road, not 2 miles away from every service. We march to make the fast strike in the name of His grace. I assure you, my nephew will not grudge me a night of comfort. As soon as you're proud, we will rendezvous with your army at first sight. Or if their wine is good, perhaps a more first lesson. prisoners. Higher than your day. They know we're abroad, they'll be hunting. We must move under the trees and by cover of dark starting tonight. And no fucking ends. Wait! Ah! Wait. Our company has come back yonder. From the cold, hard ground.
Dragon.
Which is why we're making the move. It's happened with an excellent reputation on the road to road. Not 2 miles away, memory serves.
I can take a picture of any book. You have to find your
Let us live. Let us breathe. Free as air. No hate, no chains, no despair. Among the shadows, we shine so bright. We carry peace into the night. I believe let us heal, free from strife. No wounds clean, no weight on life. Among the weary, we'll stand tall. A gentle voice will land all. I believe in life again. No fight, no pain, no
The hood's fucked. The hood's cooked. You can't get some orders. Oh, no, we're gonna win. Fucking 1,600 petition signers? Where were they? Where were they, Darren? Oh, Congressman Noli. It's good. You can't get 10 supporters to attend the town hall. Noli gonna win. 1,600 petition signers? Who were they, Darren? Congressman Noli. The hood is cooked. The hood gonna lose. The hood gonna lose. He's a rainbow murderer.
Give me the sign of the open eye.
That's so smart.
The serpent shakes. Be upon your do as thou wilt, as a God can. The eagle strikes with its jagged claw.
Can't get that support. 1,600 petitions. Who were they, Darren?
A storm of silence, a broken law. To death, reborn on the
Nice.
horn of the by the mystical union of fairy and fawn, a dance in the shadows from dusk until dawn. Unspoken the whispers that drift through the trees. Unbroken the vow carried soft on the breeze. Oh, fiery Valkyrie, I invoke. Through the flames and the embers, the spell is bespoke. New arrows and slinging, their springs tender glow. A force wild and brilliant, a power I know.
The master serpent.
A secret communion of hearts left unsown. The listless, resistless, tumultuous tone. Through veils of the morning, her armor does gleam. The warrior spirit ignites every dream. No godhead could charm her, no throne could command
need more voters. Dozens of schemes, scams, frauds to steal taxpayer dollars and launder the Johnson's gang of cronies and racists. Good job, liberate Chicago. Daddy Dickman.
Dance in the shadows from dusk until dawn. Unspoken the whispers that drift through the trees. Unbroken the vow carried soft on the breeze. I'll find every through the flames and the embers, scars and scars. Arrows I'm slinging, springs tender glow. False white brilliance, power I know. Secret communion of hearts left unsung. The listless resist its tumultuous dusk gleam. The warrior spirit ignites every dream. And charmer, no throne could command.
You're just getting a little pigs to look like so cute. I love triples. Do you guys like them or no? Some people hate them.
I like truffles. Truffles are good.
Truffles are very abstract. It depends on what you put them into. I know people put it into
Yeah, I was gonna
everything.
say, what do you do? No, it's bad. I mean, I've had truffles on sushi, which is
Oh,
yeah.
truffles,
Like some like ridiculous
Truffles are really good on Italian food. They're shit.
flavor. Depending on what you eat it with. I don't know. I think truffles kind of taste good with miso, like the miso flavor a little bit.
I love miso.
Oh my god, I love miso. There's this like recipe that was I love to make pasta sauce, and there was this recipe that was like, I don't know the right word, like viral a couple years ago, and it was anchovy pasta sauce, and so it was like tomato paste, onions, and then they put anchovies in it. And I don't hate anchovies, but a lot of people do, and so I started making it where I would substitute miso paste for the anchovies, and oh my god, I love miso paste so much. It's like the best thing to cook with.
Hello?
Jules is right. Jules is right about this.
What?
How he's eating his meat sounds kind of gay. I don't know, man. You saying that sounds gay.
That's actually really funny.
I want like some serious beef. You know.
Pretty good.
You know, sometimes I look at two ends of a spectrum I detest. It is the fake nutritionists that make bad arguments to meat, and the fucking vegans. And to them I say two things. I say,
On the meat end of the spectrum, there's some people who, even though they're supposedly carnivores, cherry pick a lot. And on the vegan end of side, I have to say the ideology with which they respond to this stuff is insane, because for someone who's apparently a vegan, you do be having a lot of beef with people, bro. Like, insane.
I will say, whenever you're trying to figure out the truth, the worst thing you can do is go to a fucking centrist guy. Here's what I do. I find the most extreme side of both, right? I find the most extreme side of anything I'm looking up. And I look and I read both of them. And then I fucking compare where are like the differences, why is this the case, bullshit, right? And then I figure out what I think is the truth, based on reading the fucking extremes. I don't read some dickhead who's like, oh, well, both sides have good points, and, meat is good, and a balanced diet of, seed oils, and fucking, I don't know, soy, and whatever other fucking bullshit. But this applies to anything.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a really good way to be, is to just understand.
Here's a rule of thumb.
Like you said, the extremists are thinking.
Here's a rule of thumb. A centrist stands for nothing.
Have any of you guys ever been like plant-based or anything like that, even for a period of time? Not even for like a fast or anything?
Have we been what?
Plant-based.
And like plant-based or like done a fast,
No.
like just been
I've done a fast, but I haven't done the plant-based bullshit.
a water fast or like a.
Water fast.
How long did you go?
I think this was 10 days.
Yeah. Okay.
Wow. And what did you get out of it?
I lost a ton of weight.
Was that the only reason you did it, or was it for like anything else?
No, it was to lose weight.
Interesting.
I think you don't really have many benefits in fasting after 3 days. You get pretty much all the benefits in 3 days. After that, it's not really useful.
I had like a situation like this for myself, for like about average 2-3 days, quite frequently. Because what my parents would do to punish me was just withhold food, so all I'd have access to is water. So I've already done that many times in my life. I can tell you, fasting's a little overhyped. I'm not gonna lie to you. It sucks ass, man. Personal experience.
I think it's like you kind of get like a high from it. I think
As somebody who's gone through that multiple times, absolute bullshit.
I mean, it's just kind of like because the body's like a little bit freaking out, and so it's not like a good thing. But I think
I wake up in the morning and I feel like I'm gonna die in 10 minutes. That's not what I'm looking forward to, honestly. Like,
yeah,
it's overhyped.
I think you eat very well though.
Yeah, I eat very well now. Here's the difference, right?
Well, for people who eat badly, it's like a break from like chemicals and processed food, and so then they like feel better because of that. But for somebody that eats well, it's like you're just depriving yourself of nutrients, and I think though that most people don't eat well, so they feel just like a break from like their body, like having to like combat inflammation and that sort of thing.
I guess. I think, like in many cases, fasting is kind of overhyped. I'm like.
In yoga, like the like philosophy and ideals behind it, there's the idea that every month for one day you're not supposed to like plan it, but your body will kind of tell you that there's one day that you're not supposed to eat, and like it gives your digestive system and your nervous system kind of a reset. And it's supposed to just be like you don't feel hungry, like you wake up and you just don't eat, and you just have one day a month where you just take a break. But it's just, I don't know, it's not supposed to be like a planned thing, but
Yeah, fuck plant-based
I've
diets.
learned to never listen to women about anything health-related.
I mean, it's not women saying it. It's male yogis who decided it, but it's not. I don't know. I don't necessarily.
Every time I hear some woman say she's on her healing journey, it's always like the worst shit ever.
think that's probably pretty accurate because I think people kind of torture themselves to feel like they're getting better. But
the examples where people torture themselves to feel better is the one where they go, hey, let's do the heroin chic. You know? It's like, that's retarded. Who the fuck wants this? I've met a single fucking guy who goes, yes, I absolutely want this person who's completely malnourished and on the verge of death. No guy wants this shit. Like, by the end of that process, you look like a fucking dude.
Did you see the surgery? Did you see the surgery where women are removing their collarbones?
yeah, what the fuck is going on about that? Why would people know? Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, I can actually do that. Although I have to put the shoulder forward a little bit. Then I'd have the palms thing and put a little fish in it.
And I can totally do it.
That reminds me of Surf's Up. There's like one scene in Surf's Up where the guy's like, what's up with your hair, dude? Looks like you can fit a whole fish in there.
Okay, like I just heard it. Did you see that?
The collarbone shit, I genuinely do not understand where this is coming from. Weird. Like, somebody has to explain that to me. Because I don't know.
Yeah, you get a bunch of women that are like, oh, men will fuck anything that walks. And then in the same breath, they'll tell you that men impose unrealistic standards on women. Fish thing.
Like one, maybe.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I see.
He's gonna have to like kind of lean forward, basically like she's doing also. It's ridiculous, man.
I don't know. I think this is some stupid shit.
It is some stupid shit. It is like traditional Chinese medicine. There's a good saying about this, and it is that if Chinese medicine would work, then it would just be called medicine.
I don't know. Sometimes that's why. Sometimes the Chinese.
Sometimes I will say it works, but a lot of the shit that you see is always bullshit. It's like, okay, here's a video of some fucking guy taking a bunch of urine, curing that shit outside for fucking 3 months, taking that shit out and then washing out the fucking salts for the next 3 months after that. This is not medicine. That's yes, you would. Yeah. First guy gets the access to the dimension portal, at least as I mentioned, it says.
Have you guys done cupping or acupuncture?
No.
You know, it's like there's no way to know if it's like a placebo or not.
So basically, it's bullshit.
Well, it's like anything where it's like you can technically, study it and see that it has the intended result, but how do you know if it actually works? You can't really know that because there's no science behind it in the sense of there's no actual way to prove if there's a it's like correlation does not equal causation. It's one of those things.
Right. 99% of the time that phrase is used by someone, they're a faggot.
What, correlation, causation?
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, I think we've already established that I'm a command at this point.
Yes. I hate when people say that phrase because whenever someone says that phrase, I can almost guarantee they're retarded.
Well, I mean, I think it's a little bit less retarded than pretending that things are actually causing each other.
Well, I mean,
No,
the level is
not more.
Well, yes, it's true that sometimes correlation doesn't equal causation, but it's like sometimes they'll it's for the most obvious shit ever. Like it's on the level of being killed does not necessarily correlate to being dead. It's that fucking retarded. Whenever someone says this shit, it's always the most retarded thing I've ever heard.
It works because someone's heading put away because they did it. I don't know. I understand where you're coming from, but I think it's context. It's important with everything. I mean,
We know that sometimes science is mega gay. that sometimes science is mega gay because, like, you have these fucking science-based lifters that kind of make fun of how other people fucking train all their life. And then you get that these fucking people are like 10 times smaller than the guy that just fucking does whatever the fuck he wants and goes based off grown knowledge. And he's like the fucking number one fucking bodybuilder or some shit. It's always like these really good. Like you get some dickheads always science-based. And it's like they have the most bullshit advice ever because the entire field of fucking science has been run by facts, especially in terms of medicine or anything medical.
I mean, in psychology, it's like
It's psychology. Psychology comes to bullshit.
yeah. I mean, it's
The only field of psychology that is actually legitimate is the field of psychology where they manipulate you to spending more money. Everything else is bullshit.
Yeah.
Everything else in psychology is bullshit. The only part of psychology that is actually legitimate is when they get you to spend money.
Yes, what you told Trevor about her past is basically Second Street. All right, everybody, let's we're gonna get go to Discord. Thank you for coming again next week. Make sure to join the Discord server. Link is up. Subscribe to the advanced notice thing so you can basically get one of these spaces every single day on Discord. Yeah, see you all there.
talking about? What are you doing in Scottsdale? You I don't really give that much information away. I already given you way too much, to be fair.
You didn't say anything. I said everything. Hey, he's an Arizona boy, so don't fuck up.
So are you Persian?
Yes, I am 100% Persian.
So are you behind?
Fuck no.
Fuck no. If you know how like
They're like Mormons. I grew up with Mormons. I'm not Mormon or Baha'i.
so like okay, so you know like with a lot of the let's talk about Middle Eastern people here. You know how it's not Middle East. You have I'd say the dominant ones are attended. You have like Chaldeans, Assyrians. You have Persians.
Where do you know that they're dominant?
No, I'm just saying numbers. That there's
Numbers. There's a lot of Arabs in Arizona, yes. And there's a lot of, because this is a refugee place. Arizona is like
yeah. So
location.
yeah, it's all like
And then they all fuck me over, baby. My restaurant was in DC Ranch. You know DC Ranch?
Well, there are Africans seeking asylum from Uganda because they can't be gay over there, so.
I'm not talking about other people.
Hold on. We're not talking about the niggas. We're talking about Iran. We're talking about.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Africa. Some of those Africans.
No. We're talking about Iran.
They're only coming over here because they can't be gay over there.
No, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. So don't talk bullshit when you don't know. Please relax.
Uneducated people like you thinking about that the country.
You just make yourself look stupid, sweetie. And we're talking about.
In the religion, it's not just about being gay or anything. Baha'i are being killed by all the Muslims, so they don't believe in Baha'i religion existed. So they were.
Yeah, they can't be gay over there either.
No, we can't.
That's fine.
They'll fucking kill them.
Okay, guys, we don't need to do that. We were having a different conversation, and we do not need to go to the I don't know, pity Olympics, which group has it worse.
Into my loneliness comes the sound of a flute in dim groves that haunt the uttermost hills. Even from the brave river, they reach to the edge of the wind. When I behold land, the storms are eternal above, and their perfume smokes upward into the nostrils of the stars. But what have I to do with these? To me only the distant flute, the abiding vision of man. On all sides, to the eye, to the ear, the perfume of man pervading, the taste of him utterly filling my mouth, so that the tongue breaks forth into a weird and monstrous speech. The embrace of the inmost self of him, myself thrown down the precipice of being. The splash down again. If the actual starship itself, so that's pretty cool. It's a bit of annihilation. Into my loneliness comes the sound of a flute in dim groves that haunt the uttermost hills. Even from the brave river they reach to the edge of the wilderness. And I behold the snows are eternal above, and their perfume smokes upward into the nostrils of the stars. of hidden tents on every center of pain and pleasure. The six interior sides of flame with the inmost self of him. Myself flung down the precipice of being, even to the abyss, annihilate.
So you're taking dry aged beef and you're wrapping it in beef tallow and then you're gonna dry age it again.
My God, how I love
Covered,
thee.
it doesn't get oxidized. So the beef tallow also gives it flavor.
And the type
We're gonna dip it
of
in
a
the freezer,
beast I hunt thee
and
through
then
the
we're gonna dip it in the tallow fat.
Thou art standing, as it were, upon a pinnacle, at the edge of some fortified city. I am a white bird, and perch upon thee.
150 days fried
Thou art my lover, I see thee, as a nymph with her white limbs stretched by the spring. She lies upon the moss. There is none other but she. Art thou not Pan? I am his speak not, oh my God. Let the work be accomplished in silence. Let my cry of pain be crystallized into a little white fawn to run away into the forest. Thou art sent off, oh my God, from the violet blossoms that crown thee to the hoofs of the horse. Thou art hard on the tempered steel. There is no diamond beside thee. Did I not yield this body and soul? I woo thee with a dagger drawn across my throat. Let the spout of blood quench thy bloodthirst.
Splash down again. Splash.
My God, how I love thee. With the vehement appetite of a beast, I hunt thee through the universe. Thou art standing, as it were, upon a pinnacle, at the edge of some fortified city. I am a white bird, and perch upon thee. Thou art my lover, I see thee, as a nymph with her white limbs stretched by the spring. She lies upon the moss, there is none other but she. Art thou not Pan? I am his, speak not, oh my God. Let the work be accomplished in silence. Let my cry of pain be crystallized into a little white fawn to run away into the forest. Thou art a centaur, oh my God, from the violet blossoms that crown thee to the hoofs of the horse. Thou art harder than tempered steel. There is no diamond beside thee. Did I not yield this body and soul? I woo thee with a dagger drawn across my throat. Let the spout of blood quench thy blood.
Two.
Below are two prongs, they spear the wicked. I will spear thee, O thou little grey God, unless thou beware from the grey to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold.
This dog boy is important. He's got guns. These dog boys are pumping. He's got guns.
Oh my God. I am breathing the socks and the hole. Kiss me thy kisses, oh my God. The lightning came and licked up little flock of sheep. There is a tongue in the flame. I see the trident walking over the sea. With its hand before its head, beyond two wrongs, they spear the wicked. I will spear thee, O thou little grey God, unless thou beware from the grey to the gold, that which is beyond the gold of the sea. My God, but I love thee. Why hast thou whispered so ambiguously? Waste no afraid, I'll go forth the word. Oh, killer of lightning, from the lightning a phoenix hath it for its head. Below are two prongs, they spear the wicked. I will spear thee, O thou little grey God, unless thou beware from the grey to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold of offer. My God,
Friday was the final day of break for Chicago's
why hast thou whispered so ambiguously? Wast thou afraid, O goat-hoofed one, O horned one, O pillar of lightning? From the lightning fall pearls, from the pearls black specks and nothing. Like a star, but I'm not. I float in the air. My God, my God. Oh, thou great, but it's so
I didn't want to get into trouble.
cut off the his eyelids. Nature shelters. She hideth me, closing mine eyelids with fear. She hideth me from my destruction. Oh, everything I come to say, I'm calling Isis, my mother, nor Osiris, myself. But the incestuous Horus given over to Typhon. So may I be. No need to lament.
Oh, you have found a project.
And fall is evil.
You're gonna have to grease over another person with some you can't do. There's a kid back there. I'm sure the kid's like a little jacket. And I don't think. Oh, no, something gonna be things, but I don't know if you're familiar with the concept. But I'm sure you find the voice. And to be quite enough, listen up. Any bribes, kickbacks, and mafia payoffs are huge business. They are not part of the legitimate business world. Do I make myself clear? Sorry, just trying to help. Now, notwithstanding the villain.
Think that
The
death
next question,
is
what
the
else?
best.
Well,
You are
how about fantasy, babe? Oh, you have found a bunch of stuff.
Especially is there a vehement parallel light from infinity, finally diffracted in the haze of this mind. A phoenix stalking for its head, below are two prongs. They spear the wicked. I will spear thee, O thou little grey god, unless thou beware from the grey to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold of all. My God,
Everybody's so sensitive.
Based on one on our ether. Oh my God, oh thou great hooded son of glory, cut off these eyelids, nature shall die out. She hideth me, closing my eyelids with fear. She hideth me from my destruction. Oh, thou open eye, oh, ever-weeping one. Not Isis, my mother, nor Osiris, myself, but the incestuous Horus given over to Typhon. So may I be their foe. And thought is evil. Fall into death, oh my soul. Think that death is the land into which you are falling. Oh, hallelujah. Oh my God. Especially is there a vehement parallel light from infinity, vilely diffracted in the haze of this mind. Find your seat, feet on the ground, spotlight rising like a calm toy. Let your hand rest, heavy jaws, tongue soft, gaze easy but
just thoughts pacing, racing. You don't have to fix it. Just let them pass by. Breathing through the nose, slowly sitting down. Hold the beat, feel the rhythm draw. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty, empty, empty till the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the now count with me. I could lose the hood. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let go, shoulders down. Brandon's mission now. My mission is to liberate Chicago from frauds, liars, thieves, and racists like Brandon. Oh, have one coming. Softly breathe again. Till the fire out, pour the ash, let it exhale. Burn what you can, hold. Breathe in through the nose, slow like you sip in time. Hold the beat for 4, feel the rhythm drop wide. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty till the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the breath, ride the breath. Losing 6 records. Gentle deep, one long exhale. Feel the ground keep you when you're ready. Open your eyes, but know this calm is yours on demand. The video of you grabbing the female sex workers head and forcing your tongue down.
same joke we've all heard before. We groan, we smile, we ask for more. I got a really good giggle from the instead of my cradle. Obviously, prayers, sesame prayers, all our stories and their preachers. I got a really good giggle. Hey, it's something to the table. Every little crumb, every little vibe makes the whole world feel alright. Tears in my eyes, how did a circle hold so many lives? Take one more bite, pass one more plate.
It's the Mother's Baby? It's the Nanny's Baby? Oh, shit.
Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10 up, 9. Oh, no, 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 no. Let it go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Yeah. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9. Oh no, 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 no. Let it go. Oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby. Oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby. Oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby.
It's a combination of things. That's why I believe in it.
Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10
Who wrote
seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10,
it?
9. Hold, 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 hold. Oh, let it go.
It's Brandon's mission now. My mission is to liberate Chicago from frauds, liars, thieves, and racists like Brandon. Jimmy Pritchard is a fraud. They're all frauds.
Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Oh, let it go, 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 go.
Hopefully it doesn't cut the camping tax. Stop the taxes and fraud. Liars and fraud. Oh. My teabag, baby.
Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, oh. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, 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 strike the master chord, draw a flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, take a master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Oh my little Santa His brass bearer stands before an altar on which are his burning bell, the rebel and two of the kings alive. In the sign of the answer, he reaches west across the altar and cries, "Hail, Holy Ghost in thy mark into the caverns of the dark." He gives a sign of silence and takes the bell and fire in his hands. He's to the altar singing, magician, his breast bare, stands before an altar on which shine his burning bell, venerable, two of the cakes of light. In the sign of the emperor, he reaches west across the altar and cries, Hail, rock that goest in thy bar into the caverns of the dark. He gives a sign of silence and takes the bell and fire in his hands. East of the altar, see me stand with light and music in my hand. He strikes 11 times upon the bell, 333, and places the fire in the thoroughbred. I strike the bell, I light the flame, I utter the mysterious name, Abracadabra. He strikes 11 times upon the bell. Now I begin to pray, thou child, holy thy name and undefiled. Thy reign is come, thy will is done. Here is the bread, here is the blood, bring me through midnight to the sun. Save me from evil and from good. And thy one crown of all the 10. Even now and here be mine. He puts the first cake on the fire of the thoroughbred. I burn the incense cake, proclaim these adorations of thy name. He makes the rising lit religious and strikes again 11 times upon the bell. The burden he then makes upon his breast the proper sign. He holds his bleeding breast of blood, cast with the sacramental sign. He puts the second cake to womb. I stanch the blood, the wafer soaks it up, and the high priest invokes. He eats the second cake. This bread I eat, the soul I swear. As I inflame myself with prayer, there is no grace, there is no guilt. This is the Lord. The sound of a flute in dim groves that haunt the uttermost hills. Even from the brave river, they reach to the edge of the wilderness. And I behold Pan. The snows are eternal above, and their perfume smokes upward into the nostrils of the stars. But what have I to do with these? To me only the distant flute, the abiding vision of man. On all sides, to the eye, to the ear, the perfume of man pervading. The taste of him utterly filling my mouth, so that the tongue breaks forth into a weird and monstrous speech. The embrace of him intense on every center of pain and pleasure. Six interior sense of flame, the inmost self of him, myself flung down the precipice of being.
Thanks for going. So confused.
Annihilation, an end to loneliness, as to into my loneliness comes the sound of a flute in dim groves that haunt the uttermost hills. Even from the brave river they reach to the edge of the wilderness, and I behold them. The snows are eternal above, and their perfume smokes upward into the nostrils of the stars. But what have I to do with these? To me only the distant flute, the abiding vision of man on all sides, and to the eye, to the ear, the perfume and pervading, the taste of him utterly filling my mouth, so that the tongue breaks forth to a weird and monstrous speech. The embrace of him intense on every center of pain and pleasure. The six interior sense of flame with the inmost self of him. Myself flung down the precipice of being, even to the abyss. Annihilation, an end to loneliness, as to my God, how I love thee. With a vehement appetite of a beast, I hunt thee through the universe. Thou art standing, as it were, upon a pinnacle at the edge of some fortified city. I am a white bird, and perch upon thee. Thou art my lover, I see thee as a nymph with her white limbs stretched by the spring. She lies upon the moss, there is none other but she. the horse. Thou art harder than tempered steel. There is no diamond beside thee. Did I not yield this body and soul? I woo thee with a dagger drawn across my throat, and the spout of blood quench thy bloodthirst, oh my My God, how I love thee. With the vehement appetite of a beast, I hunt thee through the universe. Thou art standing, as it were, upon a pinnacle, at the edge of some fortified city. I am a white bird, and perch upon thee. Thou art my lover, I see thee as a nymph with her white limbs stretched by the spring. She lies upon the moss, there is none other but she. Art thou not pale? Let my cry of pain be crystallized into a little white fawn, to run away and, oh my God, from the violet blossoms that crown thee to the hoofs of the horse. Thou art high. I will thee with the dagger drawn across my throat. Let the spout of blood quench thy bloodthirst, oh my God. The spout of blood quench thy bloodthirst, oh my God. thoughts and the whole.
Kiss me thy kisses, oh God. The lightning came and licked up
Little fly
of shame.
there is a talk in the flame.
I see the trident walking over the sea.
Phoenix has its for its head.
The arms to arms they speed away.
I will spear thee.
Oh, thou little gray God,
Unless thou be
from the grave to the which is beyond the
cold of sea. But I love thee.
Why hast thou whispered so ambiguously? Oh, pillar of lightning, from the lightning a phoenix hath it for its head. Below her two prongs, they spear the wicked. I will spear thee, O thou little gray God, unless thou beware from the gray to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold of offer. My God, but I love thee.
Why hast thou whispered so ambiguous things? Wast thou afraid, O goat-hoofed one, O horned one, O pillar of lightning? From the lightning fall pearls, from the pearls black specks of nothing.
Like they stole
But
one,
I'm not.
I float in the
Oh my God, my God.
oh, thou great hooded Son of glory.
Cut off these eyelids.
Nature shall die out. She hideth me, closing mine eyelids with fear.
She hideth me from my destruction.
Oh, thou open eye, oh, ever weeping one. Not Isis, my mother, nor Osiris, myself.
But the incestuous Horus given over to Typhon.
So may I be.
Their thought
And thought is it is enough.
to which you are falling. Oh, how I love thee. Oh, my God.
Especially is there a vehement parallel light from infinity, vilely diffracted in the haze of this mind.
must be worthy, oh thou little gray God, unless thou beware from the gray to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold of all fear. My God, but I love thee. Why hast thou whispered so ambiguously? Waste thou afraid? O goat of one, O Lord one, O pillar of lightning. From the lightning fall pearls, from the pearls black specks of night. I based all on one on our floating ether. Oh my God, oh thou great hooded Son of glory, cut off these eyelids. Nature shall die out, she hideth me, closing mine eyelids with fear. She hideth me from my destruction. Oh, thou open eye, oh, ever weeping one. Not Isis, my mother, nor Osiris, myself, but the incestuous Horus given over to Typhon. So may I be their thought is evil. Fall not into death, oh my soul. Think that death is the bed into which you are falling. Oh, hallelujah. Oh my God. Especially is there a vehement parallel light from infinity, violently diffracted in the haze of this mind. Feet on the ground, spine rising like a calm, tall wave. Let your hands rest heavy, jaws come soft. Gaze easy behind closed eyes. Don't have to fix it, just let him pass by. Breathing through the nose, slow, like you're saving time. Hold that beat, feel the rhythm, jaw. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty, empty, empty till the body feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the breath, ride the breath. Now count with me. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold. 2, 3, 4. Hold. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let it go. Shoulders mountain down. Heart out and turn in your chest. Steady, simple, guiding you back to center. Breathing through the nose, slow, simple time. Hold the beat, feel the rhythm, draw wide. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty, empty, empty till the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the if fear comes on, bow to it, friend. Name it softly and breathe again. Feel the fire for the ash, let it exhale. Burn Gentle deep, one long exhale. Feel the ground keep you when you are ready. Open your eyes, but know this calm is yours on demand. Sunday morning, doorbell ringing, Bobby in a house coat humming, grinning, the paperback crinkling, steam on her glasses, new, eat something you'll grow it fast. I got a everything bagel from the inside of my cradle. Obviously, praise, sesame grace, all those stories and pictures. I got a really good everything bagel. Hey, feels like I'm sitting at the table. Every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. Clowns are crowded, past the tablecloth, cousin on accordion, laughing too soft. Uncle tells the same joke we've all heard before. We groan, we smile, we ask for more. I got a really good looking bagel from the inside of my cradle. Obviously, prayers, sesame grace, all our stories and every taste. I got a really good looking bagel. Hey, it's like I'm sitting at the table. Every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. Salt on my fingers, tears in my eyes. How did a circle hold so many lives? Take one more bite, pass one more plate. Relief for everything it still tastes great. Oh, yeah. I got a really good everything bagel from the inside of my cradle. Obviously, prayers, sesame grace, all of our stories and every day. I got a really good everything bagel. Hey, it's like I'm sitting at the table. Every little crumb, every little bite keeps every good bite. Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Oh, let it go, 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 go. Oh, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master code, draw the flaming soul. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Oh, let it go, 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 go. Oh, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Let it go, 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 my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Like the master, chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Ho, 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 ho. Ho, 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 ho. Let it go. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Ho, ho, ho. Ho, ho, ho. Let it go, go, go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Santa chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, take a massive chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10. Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day. Let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. Let it go, 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 go. The magician, his brass bearer, stands before an altar on which are his burning bell, the rebel, and two of the kings of light. In the sign of the altar, he reaches west across the altar and cries, "Hail, Holy Ghost in thy bark, into the caverns of the dark." He gives a sign of silence and takes the bell and fire in his hands. He's to the altar, singing, with light and music in my hand. He strikes 11 times upon the bell. 3:55. Places the fire in the world. I strike the bell, I light the flame, I answer the mysterious name. He strikes 11 times upon the bell. Now I begin to pray, thou child, holy thy name and unnamed Father, rain has come, thy will is done. Here is the bread, here is the blood. Bring me through midnight to the sun. Save me from evil and from good. Let my one crown of all the 10. Even now, hear me, mine and men. He puts the first cake on the fire of the thunderbolt. Underneath his feet proclaim these adorations of thy name. He makes a massive religious and strikes 11 times upon the bell. Bearing eager makes upon his breast a purple sign. Behold his bleeding breast of mine. Yes, with the sacramental sign. He puts the second cake to the womb. I snatch the blood, the wafer slow. And up and now high priest invoke. He eats the second cake, the spread I eat, the soul I swear. As I inflame myself with prayer. There is no grace, there is no guilt. This is the Lord who worked the wilt. He strikes 11 times upon your bell. And cries, I'm entered in with woe. With mine I'll go forth and with thanksgiving to my pleasure on the earth. On the legions of the living. The magician, his breast bare, stands before an altar on which are his burning bells. And two of the kings of light. In the sign of the emperor, he reaches west across the altar and cries, "Hail, rod that goes in thy bark, into the caverns of the dark." He gives a sign of silence and takes the bell and fire in his hands. He's to the altar, sing me stand with light and music in my hand. He strikes 11 times on the bell, 3 times 3. magician, his breast bare, stands before an altar on which shine his burning bell, variable, two of the cakes of light, in the sign of the emperor he reaches western cry. Here are that goes in thy bar, into the caverns of the dark. He gives a sign of silence and takes the bell and fire in his hands. East of the altar, see me stand with light and music in my hand. He strikes 11 times upon the bell, 333, and places the fire in the thurible. I strike the bell, I light the flame, I utter the mysterious name, Abracadabra. He strikes 11 times upon the bell. Now I begin to pray, thou child, holy thy name and undefiled. Thy reign is come, thy will is done. Here is the bread, here is the blood, bring me through midnight to the sun. Save me from evil and from good, and thy one crown of all the 10. Even now and here be mine. He puts the first cake on the fire of the thurible. I burn the incense cake, proclaim these adorations of thy name. He makes them as in religious and strikes again 11 times upon the bell. With the burden he then makes upon his breast the proper sign. Behold his bleeding breast of mine, cast with the sacramental sign. He puts the second cake to I stanch the blood, the wafer soaks it up, and the high priest invokes. He eats the second cake. This bread I eat, this oath I swear, as I inflame myself with prayer. There is no grace, there is no guilt. This is the law. Do what thou wilt. He strikes 11 times upon the bell and cries, Abracadabra, entered in with woe, with mirth. I now go forth and with thanksgiving to do my pleasure on the earth among the legions of the living. He goeth, he goeth forth. One into the nostrils of the stars, but more than what you do with these, to me only the distant flute, the abiding vision of God. Filling my mouth so that the tongue breaks forth into a weird and monstrous speech. Curious of even to the abyss, annihilation, an end to loneliness, has to into my loneliness comes the sound of a flute in dim groves that haunt the uttermost hills. Even from the brave river they reach to the edge of the wilderness, and I behold her. The snows are eternal above. smokes upward into the nostrils of the stars. But what have I to do with these? To me only the distant flute, the abiding vision of man on all sides, and to the ivory ear. The perfume unpervading, the taste of him utterly filling my mouth, so that the tongue breaks forth into weird, monstrous speech. The embrace of him tense on every center of pain and pleasure. The six interior sands aflame with the inmost self of him. Myself flung down the precipice of being. Even to the abyss, annihilation, and end to loneliness, as to all. My God, how I love thee, with a vehement appetite of a beast, I hunt thee through the universe. Thou art standing, as it were, upon a pinnacle at the edge of some fortified city. I am a white bird, and perch upon thee. Thou art my lover, I see thee, as in with her white limbs stretched by the spring, she lies upon the moss. There is none other but she. Art thou not Pan? I am his, speak not, oh my God. Let the work be accomplished in silence. Let my cry of pain be crystallized into a little white fawn to run away into the forest. Thou art a centaur, oh my God, from the violet blossoms that crown thee to the hoofs of the horse. Thou art harder than tempered steel. There is no diamond beside thee. Did I not yield this body and soul? I woo thee with a dagger drawn across my throat, and the spout of blood quench thy bloodthirst, oh my God. My God, how I love thee. With a vehement appetite of a beast, I hunt thee through the universe. Thou art standing, as it were, upon a pinnacle at the edge of some fortified city. I am a white bird, and perch upon thee. Thou art my lover, I see thee, as a nymph with her white limbs stretched by the spring. She lies upon the moss, there is none other but she. Art thou not Pan? I am his, speak not, oh my God. Let the work be accomplished in silence. Let my cry of pain be crystallized into a little white fawn to run away into the forest. Thou art a centaur, oh my God, from the violet blossoms that crown thee to the hoofs of the horse. Thou art harder than tempered steel. no diamond beside thee. Did I not you, this body and soul? I stole my God. Out of blood quench thy blood thirst, oh my God. A little white rabbit in the burr of night. I am greater than the floods and the whole. Give me thy kisses, oh Lord God. The lightning came and licked back the little flock of sheep. There is a tongue and a flame. I see the trident walking over the sea. A phoenix hath it for its head. Below are two prongs, they spear the wicked. I will spear thee, O thou little grey God, unless thou beware from the grave to the
may spear the wicked, I will spear thee, O thou little grey God. Unless thou beware from the grey to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold of offer, my God, but I love thee.
Why hast thou whispered so ambiguous things? Wast thou afraid, O goat-hoofed one, O horned one, O pillar of lightning? From the lightning fall pearls, from the pearls black specks of nothing.
Like they star one,
But I'm not
afloat in the
my God, my God.
O thou great hooded Son of glory.
Cut off these eyes, she hideth me from my destruction.
Ever weeping one, not Isis my mother, nor Osiris myself,
But the incestuous Horus given over to Typhon.
so may I be.
Their thought
And thought is it is enough. Fall into death, oh my soul.
think that death is the bed into which you are falling. Oh, how I love thee. Oh, my God.
Especially is there a vehement parallel light from infinity, vilely diffracted in the haze of this mind. A phoenix hath it for its hand, below are two prongs.
They spare the wicked.
From the gray to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold of all. My God, but I love thee.
Why hast thou whispered so ambiguously?
Waste thou free,
Oh, goat-hoofed one.
the Lord one, a pillar of lightning. From the lightning fall pearls, from the pearls black specks of night. I based all on one on all floating ether. Oh my God, oh thou great hooded Son of glory, cut off these eyelids, nature shall die out, she hideth me, closing mine eyelids with fear, she hideth me from my destruction. Oh, thou open eye, oh, ever weeping one, I find, so may I be.
Their
And thought is fall not into death, oh my soul, think that death is the bed into which you are falling. Oh my God.
Especially is there a vehement parallel light from infinity, vilely diffracted in the haze of this mind. your seat, feet on the ground, spine rising like a calm, tall wave. Let your hands rest heavy, jaws console, gaze in your chest, thought racing, racing. You don't have to fix it, just let him pass by. Breathing through the nose, slow, like you're sipping down. Hold that beat, feel the rhythm. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty, empty, empty till the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the wind, ride the wind. Now count with me. 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let it go. Shoulders mountain downward. Heart of lantern in your chest. Right. Steady, simple. Guiding you back to center. Breathing through the nose slowly. Simple time. Hold the beat. Feel the rhythm draw. Breathe out through the mouth. Long like a quiet tide. Empty, empty, empty till the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the breath. If it comes out to it, name it softly and breathe again. Till the fire, I'll pour the ash, let it exhale. Burn what you can hold. Breathing through the nose, slow like you sip in time. Hold that beat for feel the rhythm draw wide. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty, empty until the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the breath, ride the breath. Gentle deep, one long exhale. Feel the ground keep you when you are ready. Open your eyes, but know this calm is yours on demand.
circle holds so many lives. Take one more bite, pass one more plate. We're late for everything, it still tastes great. Oh, yeah. I got a really good everything bagel from the hands that held my cradle. Music prayers, sesame graves, all about stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel. Hey, it's up to the table. Every little crumb, every little bite keeps every good Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the monster cold, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10 up, 9. Oh, lo, 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 oh, lo, lo, lo. Let it go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Yeah. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the bells to call, try to flame the soul. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10 at 9. Oh, no, 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 no. Let it go, 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 go. Yeah. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. 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 Strike the master code, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Oh, let it go, 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 go. Oh, Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master code, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10 at 9. Hold, 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 hold. Oh, let it go, 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 go. Oh, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby.
Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Ho, 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 ho. Ho, 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 ho. Let it go, 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 Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the last chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold it for seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Ho, 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 ho. Ho, 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 ho. Let it go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh, oh, oh. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Ho, ho, ho. Ho, ho, ho. Let it go, go, go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10. Santa baby, you're my little Santa baby. Santa, Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go. Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. The magician, his brass bearer stands before an altar on which are his burning bell. And two of the kings of light in the silent night, in my mind, into the caverns of the dark. He gives a sign of silence and takes the bell and fire in his hands. He's to the altar singing stand with light and music in my hand. He strikes 11 times around the bell. It's the glory in the world's fall. I strike the bell, I light the flame, I answer the mysterious name. To the sun, save me from evil and from good. My one crown of all the 10, even now hear me mine as men. It's like 11 times upon the bell, bearing even makes upon his breast upon the side. Behold his bleeding breast of mine. I'll be entered in with woe. With mine I'll go forth with thanksgiving to my pleasure on the earth, on the legions of the living. The magician, his breast bare, stands before an altar on which are his burning bells. And two of the cakes are light. In the sign of the emperor, he reaches west across the altar and cries, Hail, rod that goes in my bark into the caverns of the dark.
magician, his breast bears a light. In the sign of the emperor, he reaches west across the old caverns of the dark. He gives a sign of silence and takes the bell and fire in his hands. East of the altar, see me stand with light and music in my hand. He strikes 11 times upon the bell, 333, and places the save me from evil and from good. And that one crown of all the 10. Even now and here behind the incense gate, proclaim adorations of thy name. He makes the massive and religious and strikes again. 11 times upon the bell. With the burden he then makes upon his breast the proper sign. Behold this bleeding breast of mine. Yes, the sacramental sign. He puts the second gate to the womb. I stanch the blood, the wafer soaks it up, and the high priest invokes. He eats the second cake, this bread I eat is no guilt. This is the law. Do what thou wilt. He strikes 11 times upon the bell and cries. My pleasure on the earth among the legions of the living. Into my loneliness comes the sound of a flute in dim groves that haunt the uttermost hills. Even from the brave river they reach to the edge of the wilderness. The snows are eternal above, and their perfume smokes upward into the nostrils of the stars. But what light doeth these? To me only the distant flute, the abiding vision of man. On all sides, to the eye, to the ear, the perfume of man pervading. The taste of him utterly filling my mouth, so that the tongue breaks forth into a weird and monstrous speech. The embrace of him intense on every center of pain and pleasure. The sixth interior sense aflame with the inmost self of him, myself flung down the precipice of being, even to the abyss, annihilation, an end to loneliness, has to into my loneliness comes the sound of a flute in dim groves that haunt the uttermost hills. Even from the brave river they reach to the edge of the wilderness. And I behold her. The snows are eternal above, and their perfume smells upward into the nostrils of the stars. But what light do these? To me only the distant flute, the abiding vision of man.
appetite of a beast, I hunt thee through the universe. Thou art standing, as it were, upon a pinnacle at the edge of some fortified city. I am a white bird, and perch upon thee. Thou art my lover, I see thee, as a nymph with her white limbs. Art thou not Pan? I am he, speak not, oh my God, let the white fawn to run away into the forest. Thou art a centaur, oh my God, from the budded blossoms that crown thee to the hoofs of the horse. Thou art harder than tempered steel, there is no doubt. My God, how I love thee. With the vehement appetite of a beast, I hunt thee through the universe. Thou art standing, as it were, upon a pinnacle at the edge of some fortified city. I am a white bird, and perch upon thee. Thou art my lover, I see, as a nymph with her white limbs stretched by the spring. She lies upon the moss, there is none other but she. Art thou not Pan? I am he, speak not, oh my God. Let the work be accomplished in silence. Let my cry of pain be crystallized into a little white fawn to run away in earth and tempered steel. There is no diamond beside thee. Did I not you, this body and soul? I will thee with the dagger drawn across my throat. Let the spout of blood quench thy bloody stone. My God. Let the spout of blood quench thy blood thirst. Oh my God, a little white rabbit in the burrow night. I am greater than the fox and the hole. Give me thy kisses, oh Lord God. Lightning came and licked up the little flock of sheep. There is a tongue and a flame. I see the trident walking over the sea. A phoenix hath it for its head. Below are two prongs, they spear the wicked. I will fear thee, O thou little grey God, unless thou beware from the great child of me. thy kisses, oh Lord God. The lightning came and licked up Phoenix has its glorious head. Below to bronze they gone. And this bell we from the grave to the which is beyond the cold of ocean. But I love thee. Why hast thou whispered so ambiguously? Waste no afraid, although fools the Oh, pillar of lightning, from the A phoenix hath it for its head. Below are two prongs. They spear the wicked. I will spear thee, O thou little grey god, unless thou beware from the grave. But I love thee. Why hast thou whispered so ambiguous things? Wast thou afraid, O goat-hoofed one, O horned one, O pillar of lightning? From the lightning fall pearls, from the pearls black specks of nothing. Like they stole one, but I'm not. I float in the air. My God, my God. O thou great hooded son of glory, cut off these eyelids. Nature shall die out. She hideth me, closing mine eyelids with fear. She hideth me from my destruction. O thou open eye, O ever weeping one. Not Isis, my mother, nor Osiris, myself, but the incestuous and thought is It is enough. Fall not into death, O my soul. Think that death is the bed into which you are falling. Oh, how I love thee. Oh, my God. Especially is there a vehement parallel light from infinity, violently. A phoenix hath it for its head. Below are two prongs. They spear the wicked. I will spear thee, O thou little grey god, unless thou beware from the grey to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold of all fear. My God, but I love thee. Why hast thou whispered so? From the lightning fall pearls, from the pearls black specks of night. I base focused all on one unknown floating ether. Oh my God, my God. Oh, thou great hooded son of glory, cut off these eyelids. Nature shall die out, she hideth me. Closing mine eyelids with fear, she hideth me from my destruction. Oh, thou open eye, oh, ever weeping one. Not Isis, my mother, nor Osiris, myself, but the incestuous Horus given over to Typhon. So may I be their thought. And thought is evil. Fall not into death, oh my soul. Think that death is the bed into which you are falling. Oh, how oh my God. Especially is there a vehement parallel light from infinity, vitally diffracted in the haze of this mind. Find your seat, feet on the ground, spine rising like a calm, tall wave. Let your hands rest, lead your lips console. Gaze easy behind closed eyes. Notice the noise in your chest, thoughts pacing, race. Breathing through the nose, slow, like you're sitting down. Hold that beat, feel the rhythm, draw. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty, empty till the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the breath. Shoulders mountain downward, heart of lantern in your chest, break steady, simple, guiding you back to center. Breathing through the nose, slowly simple time. Hold the beat, feel the rhythm, show light. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty till the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the if fear comes on, Feel the ground keep you when you are ready. Open your eyes when all this calm is yours on demand. Sunday morning, doorbell ringing, Bobby in a house coat humming, grinning, a paper bag crinkling, steam on her glasses. You eat something, you'll grow it fast. I got a everything bagel from the inside of my cradle. Obviously, praise, sesame grace, all the stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel. Feels like it's a good table. Every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. Arms are crowded, past the tablecloth. Cousin on accordion, laughing too soft. Uncle tells the same joke we've all heard before. We groan, we smile, we ask for more. I got a really good living bagel from the inside of my cradle. Obviously, prayers, sesame grace, all our stories and every taste. I got a really good living bagel. Here's something to the table. Every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. Salt on my fingers, tears in my eyes. How did a circle hold so many lives? Take one more bite, pass one more plate. We're late for everything, it still tastes great. Oh, yeah. I got a really good everything bagel from the inside of my cradle. Obviously, prayers, sesame grace, all of our stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel. Here's what I'm sitting on the table. Every little crumb, every little bite keeps every good Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the monster chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10 up, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 yeah. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. 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 Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Oh, let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Oh, let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, let it go, 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 Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Ho, 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 ho. Ho, 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 ho. Let it go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh, 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 oh. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. 9. Ho, ho, ho. Ho, ho, ho. Let it go, go, go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 baby Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, oh. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Oh, take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, 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 strike the master chord, draw a flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day, go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, hold my little Santa baby. Santa baby, hold my little Santa baby. Santa baby, hold my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. The magician, his brass bearer, stands before an altar on which are his burning bell, and two of the cakes of light. In the sign of the altar, he reaches west across the altar and cries, "Hail, Rock, goes in thy bar, into the caverns of the dark." He gives a sign of silence and takes the bell and fire in his hands. He's to the altar singing with light and music in my He strikes 11 times upon the bell. petition, his breast bare, stands before an altar on which shine his burning bell, variable, and two of the cakes of light. In a sign of the emperor, he reaches west across the altar and cries, "Hail, rock that goest in thy bar, through the caverns of the dark." He gives a sign of silence and takes the bell and fire in his hands. East of the altar, see me stand with light and music in my hand. He strikes 11 times upon the bell, 333, and places the fire in the thurible. I strike the bell, I light the flame, I utter the mysterious name, Abracadabra. He strikes 11 times upon the bell. Now I begin to pray, thou child, holy thy name and undefiled. Thy reign is come, thy will is done. Here is the bread, here is the blood, bring me through midnight to the sun. Save me from evil and from good. But thy one crown of all the 10. Even now and hear me mine. He puts the first cake on the fire of the thurible. I burn the incense cake, proclaim these adorations of thy name. He makes them as in religious and strikes again 11 times upon the bell. With the burden he then makes upon his breast the proper sign. Behold this bleeding breast of mine, cast with the sacramental sign. He puts the second cake to the wound. I stanch the blood, the wafer soaks it up, and the high priest invokes. He eats the second cake. This bread I eat, this oath I swear, as I inflame myself with prayer. Do what thou wilt. He strikes 11 times upon the bell and cries, entered in with woe, with mirth, I now go forth and with thanksgiving to do my pleasure on the earth among the legions of the living. He goeth even from the brave river, they reach to the edge of the wilderness, and I behold Pan. The snows are eternal above, and their perfume smokes upward into the nostrils of the stars. But what you do with these? To me only the distant flute, the abiding vision of Pan. On all sides, Pan, to the eye, to the ear, the perfume of Pan pervading. The taste of him utterly filling my mouth, so that the tongue breaks forth into a weird and monstrous speech. The embrace of him intense on every center of pain and pleasure. The sixth interior sense of flame, the inmost self of him, myself flung down the precipice of being. darkness comes, the sound of a flute in dim groves that haunt the outermost hills. Even from the brave river they reach to the edge of the wilderness. And I behold them, the snows are eternal above, and their perfume smokes upward into the nostrils of the stars. But what have I to do with these? To me only the distant flute, the abiding vision of man on all sides, and to the eye, to the ear, the perfume unpervading, the taste of him utterly filling my mouth, so that the tongue breaks forth into a weird, monstrous speech. The embrace of him tense on every center of pain and pleasure. The six interior sense of flame with the inmost self of him. Myself flung down the precipice of being, even to the abyss. Annihilation, an end to loneliness, as to all appetite of a beast, I hunt thee through the universe. Thou art standing, as it were, upon a pinnacle at the edge of some fortified city. I am a white bird, and perch upon thee. Thou art my lover, I see thee as a nymph with her white limbs stretched by the spring. She lies upon the moss, there is none other but she. Art thou not Pan? I am he, speak not, oh my God, let the work be accomplished in silence. Let my cry of pain be crystallized into a little white fawn to run away into the forest. Thou art a centaur, oh my God, from the violet blossoms that crown thee to the hoofs of the horse. Thou art harder than tempered steel. There is no diamond beside thee. Did I not yield this body and soul? I woo thee with a dagger drawn across my throat. Let the spout of blood quench thy bloodthirst, oh my My God, how I love thee. With the vehement appetite of a beast, I hunt thee through the universe. Thou art standing, as it were, upon a pinnacle at the edge of some fortified city. I am a white bird, and perch upon thee. Thou art my lover, I see thee as a nymph with her white limbs stretched by the spring. She lies upon the moss, there is none other but she. Art thou not Pan? I am he, speak not, oh my God. blossoms that crown thee to the hoofs of the horse. Thou art harder than tempered steel. There is no diamond beside thee. Did I not yield this body and soul? I will be with the dagger drawn across my throat. Let the spout of blood quench thy blood. I am greater than the first and the whole. Give me thy kisses, oh Lord God. The lightning came and licked back the little flock of sheep. There is a tongue and a flame. I see the trident walking over the sea. A phoenix hath it for its head. Below are two prongs, they spear the wicked. I will spear thee, O thou little grey God, unless thou be led from the grey to the gold. So the gold to that which is beyond the gold. Fear my head, love me. What haste thou, whisper so ambiguously? Waste thou afraid, O goat-hoofed one, from with the spell of blood quench thy blood thirst, oh my God. Thou art a little white rat in the burning night. I am greater than the fox and the hole. Kiss me thy kisses, oh Lord God. The lightning came and licked up the little flock of sheep. There is a tongue and a flame. I see the trident walking over the sea. A phoenix has its for its head. Below two prongs they spear the wicked. I will spear thee, O thou little grey God, unless thou be led from the grey to the gold. Which is beyond the gold. Face thou afraid, O goat-hoofed A phoenix hath it for its head. Below are two prongs, they spear the wicked. I will spear shall die out. She hideth me, closing mine eyelids with fear. She hideth me from my destruction. Oh, thou open eye, oh, ever weeping one. Not Isis, my mother, nor Osiris, myself, but the incestuous Horus given over to Typhon. So may I be their thought, and thought is it is enough. Fall not into death, oh my soul. Think that death is the bed into which you are falling. Oh, how I love thee, oh my God. Especially is there a vehement parallel light from infinity, vilely diffracted. A phoenix hath it for its head, below are two prongs. They spear the lest thou beware, from the gray to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold of all. My God, but I love thee. Hast thou whispered so ambiguously? Waste thou afraid? Oh, go to the one, oh, Lord, one, oh, pillar of lightning. From the lightning all pearls, from the pearls black specks of night. I based all on one on floating ether. Oh my God, oh thou great hooded son of glory, cut off these eyelids, nature shall die out. She hideth me, closing mine eyelids with fear. She hideth me from my destruction. Oh, thou open eye, oh, ever weeping one. Not Isis, my mother, nor Osiris, myself, but the incestuous Horus given over to Typhon. So may I be their thought is evil. Fallen into death, oh my soul, think that death is the bed into which you are falling. Oh my God. Especially is there a vehement parallel light from infinity, vilely diffracted in the haze of this mind. Find your seat, feet on the ground, spine rising like a calm, tall wave. Let your hands rest, heavy jaws, tongue soft, gaze easy but close high.
just joking.
But you ain't me.
Tell you what, you got to get out. One of the remains on his feet. What? No, truly, boys.
Stop those. I can't catch a break bullshit. All the time you're complaining, you could be instead hustling.
We have to eat the baby. Hard up by aborted fetus. Look it up.
He's right.
He's right.
Okay, those are the
He's
insane.
He's right. He's right. He's right. He's right. He's not Brian Andrews. No, he is, brother. 2014, 2 hospitals were found guilty or found doing, I guess I shouldn't say guilty, it might be completely fine, incinerating waste from fetuses to, from waste to energy.
Well, I looked up the same thing, by the way.
I haven't done the same thing yet, but the waste to energy is true. He is correct. They are doing that. They did it in the UK. Two hospitals were in fact doing it. They
What's the source of that, Andrew? Like what source?
yeah. So here, and there's actually video.
There's
There's a news. There's
in the day and age of AI, Andrew.
No. I got you.
I was being so good.
Let me tell you what it means to you on this stuff.
Let me tell you what the same
Let me look at the source. It's SatanIsBehindAbortion.com. No, it's AlexJones.com. No, wait.
No. It's true. No, wait, hold on.
This stuff is true.
Oh my God, no. It's true, but it's true not the way he's saying. The Church of Satan opened abortion clinics for women. Remember in Texas they had that whole thing. Yeah, so it's a legitimate exception for it's not right. It's not like a satanic thing. Like
abortion clinics they have to Satan. I'm not being.
No, that's just okay.
You can ask Deepak. You can hold on, Ben. When you get a chance, brother, I don't know when you're gonna get to take a break. It sounds like you're a trucker or whatnot, which is good because that means you can hang with us. But when you get a chance, when you pull over or do whatever, if you're picking up a lot lizard, if you get a chance, if you can look that up and like provide the names of these abortion clinics. Oh, actually, there are several abortion clinics. It looks like. Yeah, so he didn't say, guys, just to be clear, he's not saying that the like normal, these are normal clinics being started by the government or something. These are clinics being started by people.
In England, they would be supported by the government because it's a national healthcare system. So
Yeah,
that would be part of the claim.
By the government, wouldn't they?
Yeah. So
Dude,
let him find that. Deepak, I have a question. I've asked it 2 times.
Sorry.
I want to ask it a 3rd time. Where is it nowadays saying like abortion to tie-in ovaries or a vasectomy? How is that analogous?
Analogous in what context? I mean, obviously it's analogous in the sense that they're both medical procedures.
Well, no. Yeah, they're both medical procedures, right? But one out of the 3 eliminates a life form. The other 2 are established to not create a life form. So how is it analogous in the way that you said it?
In what way? Like, I mean, maybe I did, but I don't remember, like, comparing abortion to...
You actually did. That's the reason I spoke up the first time.
Unless it was in the context of saying that they're all, like, medical procedures that entail, like, some non-zero amount of risk. Just like any medical procedure would, right? Just like a tonsillectomy does.
No, actually, I brought up where is, like, the statistical
risk of having an abortion for the past 50 years. Right? I brought that up. What is the death rate? What is the death rate of women who have abortions in the last 15 years? Is it statistically dangerous? Is it statistically dangerous versus, and then that was the original conversation that I brought up to you when you were talking about like abortions being like, a procedure.
I don't have a number offhand, but I just think it's a reasonable inference that it's going to be non-zero because it's a medical procedure.
Of course it's non-zero. And then you even, this is a direct quote for anybody who wants to check the replays. He had to cite a drunk doctor. He had to say that, let's say there's a drunk doctor that performs it. That's how extreme his position has to be. No, dude, that's how extreme your position has to be.
No, that's what I think.
Okay. You're so deep, dude. Like, yeah, you're deep talk, right? You're so deep. You're in too deep, as the movie says. But what I'm saying is, like, if you're making an analogy in any form about, like, even from a procedural, like, life of saving the mother, right? If you're making that as your premise, and then you're talking about tubes tied or vasectomies, which is like, skipping various. Hold on a second. If you're talking about tubes being tied or vasectomy. Oh my gosh, dude, this guy is ridiculous at this point.
So look, you're just like droning on.
Just saying, like a surgery, right? Let's just start at your base level of a surgery, and it can have like implications, and it could be like negative towards the participant, the patient, right? In all three of these circumstances, only two of those are to negate life. The third is that it's already life already existing. And taking away like, but just so you know, statistically, all those surgeries have the same fatality rates, right? Like they all. So then it's not the same argument.
The fuck? Look, why do you think I brought up this whole thing in the first place? Like, what was the context? Do you remember?
Yeah, the context is just so everybody knows, the context is you support the concept of abortion, but you'll make claims that you're false analogy to not being conceptualized, right? Like not being the point of conception. Yes, that's the reason those surgeries exist, is to not have conception.
That wasn't the context. The context was in the middle of a discussion with Andrew about this. Like he read out that whole like sort of whatever, right? That like little preamble thing on the website of like shout your abortion, right? And I'm saying the only part of that I disagree with, I think at least, the only part that I disagree with is where it says that.
No, didn't you lead to vasectomies?
What?
Didn't you lead to vasectomies? Vasectomies are to stop the concept.
If I did lead to vasectomy, it was only because I was saying that an abortion is just a medical procedure like a vasectomy, right? That carries some non-zero amount of risk. So that is
but the difference, real quick, just so you know why they're not analogous, right? Is that a vasectomy is a surgery so that you don't conceive and that you don't have to have an abortion. No, it's that you don't have to have an abortion.
Analogy. I could have just replaced vasectomy with non-vasectomy.
Do you understand that? Like a vasectomy. No, do you understand that a vasectomy is so that you don't have to have an abortion?
Explain it to him.
Why Deepak doesn't understand how babies work, and I've been trying to explain this to him. He doesn't understand.
Andrew, do you understand the point that I'm making? Does anybody?
Why? I had a very good So I understand the birds and the bees. I know how vasectomies work. I understand what it means to be pregnant. Deepak has the order all backwards. He doesn't even know what's going on. He thinks reading comic books gets you pregnant. It's very weird.
The thought doesn't bring them?
Yeah, you said one of your brothers gave you the wrong information. Deepak, that's not how that works. Yeah, exactly. But I'll just say why, yes, I think Deepak, just to be clear, why Deepak understands the distinction between a vasectomy and, an abortion. I think he gets the distinction. He does. I think we're good.
But he didn't equate it the same, did he?
I don't remember him equating.
I'm not saying that they're exactly the same procedure, no. That's not what I'm saying.
No,
I'm not saying that, but
He doesn't rely on that.
he's like,
but but the reasons of having them are different, correct?
yeah.
Okay. So?
Oh, yeah, okay.
This is why they both stop babies.
Yeah, no, I agree. But the difference is one of them stops before conception. The other one is that for conception, a life has already formed.
I agree.
But is it a burden for you to constantly remember that you have to breathe every minute?
Well, this crap is ridiculous at this point. Do I have to remember to breathe?
Trying to explain, maybe you should use smaller words or something. The point of the analogy, right? The point of the analogy is just to say that an abortion, like any other medical procedure, like tonsillectomy, for example, right, carries a non-zero risk to the patient. And for that reason, even if no other, for that reason alone, it should be rare. Right?
Dude, you're complaining, dude. Here's the thing. You're saying a non-zero, and I agree with that, right? But if we look statistically, all three of them, like tubes tied, fucking vasectomies, and abortions, are not like a life-threatening operation. They're not. Getting your tonsils taken away is not, statistically a life-threatening. Now, we could agree there's a 0.0001%, but that doesn't elevate your argument.
I never argued if it was like threatening or not. He said it was just a risk. If you was listening to me, he said there's no risk.
I agree with that. It's a risk.
Yeah, but
it's a risk. But the difference is no. The difference is
that was your argument.
Yeah.
No.
Are you saying
The
that
risk.
it's so negligible that it's not worth considering at all?
No. The risk, right? The risk is already after conceiving versus two others, but the risk is that you don't conceive.
Yeah,
But you're trying to conflate those two.
No,
You understand?
There's no, honestly.
There's a risk that you put a condom on and that you have an allergic reaction. That's just a fact. There's a risk that can happen, right? Would you agree that there's a risk of that?
I don't know.
Whether it's a 0.001%, there's a risk that a male, puts a condom on and that they have allergic reaction, or the woman has allergic reaction, correct?
Yes.
Now, is that point of doing that condom to possibly not have a child?
Go ahead.
Deepak?
And Christian, do not leave, by the way. And Universe, I'm proud of you for not leaving. Go ahead, Deepak.
What was the question?
Is there a percentage chance that a condom could cause an allergic reaction either for the male or the female?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Why can't
And what is the purpose of that condom? To not have a child, Deepak?
Very good. So yes. So a condom is something that's necessary, right? So there is a reason, right? So it is true. Right? So for example, an analogy would be you shouldn't be just putting on condoms for no reason, right? If you're not planning to have sex, right? Don't just put a condom on and walk around, right?
Dude, even your school system disagrees with that. No. Even your school system says that's not true. They say that you should test condoms on yourself to make sure that they fit.
I mean, if that's true, then it's a necessary thing, right? It's something that you need to do.
Nobody is telling you to do that. like, dude, I'm just showing, like, you haven't thought this out.
Okay, yeah, I'm the one who hasn't thought this out.
No, obviously you haven't. Dude, I'm just,
I'm
I
making
use your own words right there.
to abortions, and I'm the one who hasn't thought this out.
Dude, I use your own words there. Right? Like, you try to say, oh, if anybody uses a condom, because the original condom could cause an allergic reaction on it. Firstly, that would be the male putting on the condom. You wouldn't know any female have an allergic reaction until the condom is inside them or rubbing their skin. So then, therefore, the school system actually teaches children to put on condoms to make sure that they fit them before they have sex. Like, what are you talking about? Like, I don't get it, dude. Why didn't you just admit that one of your thought experiments was incorrect?
Just do that. Whatever, you're right.
Well, I think, so somebody asked if you could, there's a request from a longtime patron that you dial down the volume just a little bit. And then secondly, someone said that they wished your dad would have used a condom, which I think was a little bit harsh. But,
Yeah, secular, I get it. I get it, secular.
He means that in love, though. He means that in love. So secular, I thought it was kind of I mean, it was mean, but it was actually kind of funny. But only because.
It's just a common joke. That's like, oh, your mom should have swallowed. Yeah, it's just a common joke, dude. It's like,
you're good.
It's like Kill Tony type comedy, dude. It's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, Kill Tony's off the chain. Okay. Spirit and by the way, Ben, I think there's only 3 satanic temples. If you find more, by all means. But I actually didn't know about that. I didn't know about the burning of fetuses to heat the place either. Both of those are true. Pretty fascinating. Spirit, and then testosterone stopping men from crying or making them less, susceptible to crying. That was interesting as well. You got some.
Apparently is true.
Yeah, no. Ben's dropped some stuff, and I know you don't like the other stuff he said. I want him to come hang out. So I'm glad you came over, Ben. I'm glad you're here. Spirit, do you want to weigh in, brother? And by the way, Universe, you can come in too here in a second because you've actually been good, which is surprising. You guys realize that's the John Kitover. That's the real man that comes in with 58 different accounts and streams us live on 30 different YouTube channels. And then in like actual dog filters, and then like Snoop Dogg, I don't know, weird. And then and he was listening to us on his phone. He had his phone sitting there on his desk. He's listening to us. There's like 2 people watching. It was weird. I don't know. I don't know. It's creepy. And
I just subscribe.
My wife doesn't find it true.
I just subscribe.
No. Yeah, just subscribe. Because listen, Nathan actually asked him one day, hey, we don't record our rooms. Can you help us find a replay? And he had the replay of the room or something.
Maybe this is what Sasha needs then, right? The long fabled, thing that she was looking for.
The long fabled.
I don't know how many people have told me on this app, like, you're not supposed to record.
More than anything.
Abe?
Well, no, the Roger one.
The Roger one. I thought you were going to say something about something concerning. Okay. No. I don't know if she has a copy of that. We don't have this most recent one. That one, I just have to go back and find.
The last one wasn't so, whatever. Right?
No, it wasn't very good. No, the first one was really important. They really got into it. It was less hostile. There was more substance. They actually went down all the different counters to psychophysical harmony, and Sasha did good on it. But nonetheless, or all the different counters, I shouldn't say all the counters, but whatever counters that, Roger was bringing to the table. Him and Oppie and others brought forward. Anyway, Simon, good to have you, brother. Spirit, you want to weigh in, bro? Feminism, abortion. By the way, anybody in the audience, we don't.
Is the concept of Islam because it takes 40 days for the spirit to enter the baby.
Of the womb, right? Isn't that also like a concept in like days? I don't know. I thought like Christian some also used to.
If you want it, I'll provide it. I don't want to look it up. If I have to, I will.
He's correct. The only thing I'll say is it's still wrong. Like we say, it's still immoral to, let's say, abort your baby, let's say after 1 month.
And the reason why is generally having
40 days is.
I believe it's wrong to like just promote abortions at any time.
Yeah. You know,
That's not true.
I just want to say, Abu Assalamu alaikum. I also wanted to say the Islam is going to do really well because of this policy. You know, I mean, for the most part, you know, this helps them, the longevity of Islam, by having such a high, you know, birth rate. But I think that helps you guys as far as longevity goes, and you know, just like a conversion for well.
I'm pretty sure Saudi Arabia created a law, the 40-day abortion. Like, I'm pretty sure they created a law about that.
Yeah, what do they do if they get an abortion?
I don't know what. It depends on which Muslim country. They just make it legal, and if you get caught, it depends on the law of the country. But I don't know, like.
What if there is an Islamic state?
If there isn't, then you just done a sin, man.
Yeah.
Nah.
What do you think of Saudi Arabia? I think Saudi Arabia. I just want to ask you about this real quick. I guess it's in 2024. You all might find this interesting. I think it's in 2024. I could be wrong. They've had a massive uptick in like beheadings and stuff like that for drug trafficking or for drug dealers and stuff like that.
Okay. Can you put a source down?
Yeah. Let me see.
There's like 24 people, if I'm not mistaken. They executed them in the public square.
Are you not familiar? Well, let's just assume that it is happening.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but are those just late-term abortions?
No, we're talking about drug trafficking right now, but
Like, I think like the state, if they want to really tap down on crime and show people like a strong hand,
yeah.
it does have its benefits for the general public.
I agree.
Right? So I'll give example, like, you know, you get school shootings in America, so people are worried about the kids. That's not something anyone worries about in Saudi Arabia. Like, no one sits there thinking, so maybe most people don't even think about it in America, like the average person doesn't. But let's say it was even more common than it was. More people would be worried. In Saudi Arabia, I lived there, by the way. I used to I've seen people leave their car doors open. I've seen people be very like they leave their house and their doors open and they walk out for.
You said Iran would be mad if you stopped these attacks, but why would they want you to blow up their infrastructure, to cut off their power? Wouldn't that be punishing Iranians for the action?
We've had numerous intercepts. Please keep bombing. Bombs that are dropping near their homes. Please keep bombing. Do it. And these are people that are living when the bombs are exploding. And when we leave and we're not hitting those areas, they're saying, please come back, come back, come back. These are the people. I don't know what they do. All I can tell you is they have lived in a world that you know nothing about. It's a violent, horrible world where if you protest, you are shot.
Deliberate attacks on civilian infrastructure violate the Geneva Conventions and public New York Times. Sold for the New York Times.
Are you circulation way down at the New York Times? What's going on?
To all power plants and the bridges on mountains.
I hope they don't have to do it. Again, I just said 47 years they've been negotiating with these people. They're great negotiators, and because they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. And if somebody that takes my place someday is weak and ineffective, which possibly that will happen because we had numerous presidents that were weak, ineffective, and afraid of Iran. We're never going to let Iran have a nuclear weapon. And if you think it's okay for people that are sick of mind, that are tough, smart, and sick, really sick, from a policy standpoint, from any which way you want to say, mentally, these are disturbed people. If you think I'm going to allow them, and powerful and rich, to have a nuclear weapon, you can tell your friends at the New York Times, not going to happen. You no longer have credibility in the New York Times. Because the New York Times said, oh, Trump won't win the election, and they won in a landslide. They won every swing state. The New York Times said, oh, Trump won't win the election. The New York Times has no credibility. The credibility they have is
is. It used to be all the news is fit to print. The old gray lady, it was great, but they're running on past fumes, and you can't keep doing that. You have to be able to give the correct news. And people like you, who I know, are fake. You're fake.
You said Iranians would be mad if you stopped these attacks, but why would they want you to blow up their infrastructure to cut off their power? Wouldn't that be punishing?
I don't care what.
Carry out these sentences in prisons. In
Don't care what.
Afghanistan, since the Taliban returned power,
I never say sorry to bother you. Let me try it. You're constantly saying, by the way, not trying to feel it.
Why does no manage?
Some people don't see how much you do for them. Nike is looking for people to test. This is really heavy.
This was 10 years, I think 10 years ago, right?
What did you think of that? What did you think of that, Abu?
But the way I see it is, I always wonder, well, as long as due process, my only concern is, was due process done? With 100% sure they were guilty. If they were, then I don't really have a problem with it, because I know I feel safe in Saudi. I know I feel much safer in Saudi than I do. I couldn't stay there, first of all. I couldn't stay there. I'd love to live there. So just before you say, why don't you stay there? I'd love to live there, but citizenship there isn't as simple as like in a Western country. So if I had a choice and citizenship was easier, I would live in Saudi Arabia. But I'm living in a country that is like a Western country where I feel, at least in terms of crime, a bit less safe. Like your phone can get stolen any minute. You can't walk around with cash. These sort of things. Someone might steal it. I'd be worried about kids getting into drugs. It's just these concerns don't really exist in Saudi as much.
Yeah. Let me read this. The last 2 years have seen a record-breaking increase in the number of executions carried out by the Saudi state. 2025 record. Saudi Arabia executed at least 356 people in 2025, the highest number ever recorded in in 2024. This followed a previous record of 345 executions in 2024. The primary offenses, the majority, nearly 70% of those executed in 2025 were committed.
If you're a small content creator,
the previous moratorium of a previous moratorium on such executions. The execution process. The condemned person is typically brought to a public square or courtyard near a prison. They are blindfolded and made to kneel. An executioner uses a traditional longsword, often called a sword.
I said that even about the sun.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Andrew, this is my point. But if I was in charge of Saudi Arabia and it was like a very safe, crime-free country, and some cynical wanted to come in and bring in crime, I might be very I'm going to stop that quick.
So your presupposition is that Saudi Arabia is a very safe crime.
It's not completely crime-free. It's not completely crime-free. It's not completely crime-free, but you will feel.
But that was your presupposition.
Well, I just said it's safer. Okay,
Yeah, it probably is. It really probably is.
The thing is, some people don't like. I met many Western.
I don't know. They allowed women to drive about 10 years ago. I don't know how safe.
But anyway, what I'm saying is, I met many Westerners who lived in Saudi Arabia, non-Muslim Westerners, right? And some of them didn't like it because they were like, I can't find alcohol, I can't find there's nowhere to have fun. And some people really loved it. They just loved the idea of just feeling like secure, feeling safe, just doing their own family things, going to the mall. They just like that very simple lifestyle. So it just all depends on like, do you want to live in a country that has a bit of restricts your freedom a bit when it comes to, oh, I want to drink alcohol, I want to go clubbing, or do you want to live in a country that's prioritized like safety and things like this? It's up to you. At least there's an option.
No, that's a false analogy, right? Like, Saudi Arabia has taken away every freedom to individual. Like, let's just look at women, right? Women are not allowed to leave unless they can prove that their husband.
That's not practice. That's not practice in the actual country. Like who's like?
Yeah, it's practical. I agree. It's not practical in the sense that like Saudi Arabia has millions of people. So how are they gonna prove it? Individual by individual. But if you start a law that is not practical and you can't like disprove it, then you're gonna start your statistics off of that law.
Look, I knew many Western women, nurses especially, they're Western, actually non-Western too, like many Filipino nurses, even maids would come in, who liked living there. I mean, they were even like, you could argue they would be the least type of people who would like it because they had even less freedoms since they were working as a maid and they don't get allowed out there.
Let's just do this. Anybody who wants to, look up when Saudi Arabia banned slavery. Right?
I don't know when, like, you bring it up.
I'm just showing like the concept of like human rights, right? And you're trying to say essentially like, oh, Saudi Arabia does promote human rights and it's so safe.
I'm not saying it promotes human rights. It does.
But you're saying that you're comparing the concept of Saudi Arabia, which denies human rights, to countries that do have human rights, and that says there's laws that women or individuals can make their own lives free. Let's just say that, right? They can do what they choose.
No, that's not. Literally, I said they can't do it. You have less freedoms in Saudi Arabia. I'm admitting that. I don't know where you're signing my point. I'm admitting there are less freedoms. I've met people who don't like the fact that there are less freedoms there. And I've met people who absolutely fine with it. It doesn't bother me, women and men. It doesn't bother them that there are less freedoms. They like the fact that they're in a place where they feel safe. Maybe they came from a place in America where they.
Yeah. We live in America and we still feel safe, right? People do feel safe.
For example, I know a woman in this country, I'm in the UK, who don't go out at night. They don't feel safe. They won't walk out by themselves. While in Saudi Arabia,
can they do that in Saudi Arabia?
Yeah, and they feel safe.
Real quick. Can they do that without like permission?
Yeah, most Western women can. Yeah, I don't know about.
No. In Saudi Arabia, can they do that without permission?
Yes, they can.
Oh my gosh, this guy's a liar.
Show me the legal law. I don't know.
You have to have a law.
Is right. Like, I don't know what your point is. Like, I'm following discussion. Are you saying that like country doesn't have to do their own law or something like that?
No. So there is even a concept that a woman who doesn't cover up inside of Islam, right? She doesn't cover her hair.
So I understand.
He doesn't want to hear it.
Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry for cutting you off. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, like, when you bring up, like, Saudi Arabia, women can walk around even at nighttime and they feel so confident that nothing's going to happen to them because of the laws and the punishments that would be applied to them. You're talking about, like, there's also laws that they're not allowed to leave without certain restrictions. One of them being a Imam saying that they can leave. Going back to Muhammad saying that
I'm arresting you.
To go outside
on suspicion.
This is the moment a 30-year-old was visit her parents. And then you also have, and that cannot be denied. And that's part of Saudi Arabia's rulings and side of their kingship. Nobody can deny that. And then you also have the concept of like, if a woman is not covered up in Saudi Arabia, if something happens to her, then what? If she's not covered up, right? Like, you hear You're bringing up false analogies about the West concept of freedom and how safety works versus your concept. Like you believe that this protects women, that their hair is covered up, even their face is covered up, possibly, or that they're given permission to go for X reason or Y reason from their guardian. That's not the concept of the West. But you're trying to conflate those two.
Wait a second. Who said the concept of the West apply on any other country? And again, I ask you a question. Are you saying that? Are you saying?
Who is trying to conflate those two?
Okay. Are you saying that countries aren't allowed to have their own restriction and their own?
No, I completely do. I'm a relativist on this. I believe that any country wants to rule any way they want to. That's okay with me. I don't give a fuck. Right?
Okay.
That's the reason.
So you agree? Like, okay.
No, I'm just pointing out that it's not a relative. Like, it's relative in the sense that hey, one country does X and another country does Y, but it's not relevant to a conversation to say that X country rules X way and Y country rules Y way, and then therefore that country is deemed safer, even though like right, the people who travel to that country, they are treated differently, and they could be executed. And like, here's the thing. Think of this, right? If a non-Muslim travels to Mecca, what's the punishment? What's the punishment if a non-Muslim? What is the punishment for a non-Muslim that travels to Mecca? What is the punishment for a non-Muslim that travels to Mecca?
Okay, are you saying that punishment of that country doesn't suit you? Are you saying that?
Oh my gosh, dude. First, when we start out, the conversation that we're holding is not about shooting. It's about public execution from being beheaded through swords.
Okay, are you saying that punishment? Okay, are you saying you don't like the punishment of certain country?
Dude, I don't care how they punish people.
So why you bring it that up? Like we agree, then we disagree. Like for example, you saying that I support the.
No, I'm just saying like dude, you can make comparisons and then we can critique those comparisons.
Okay, that's a good okay. Okay, that's a good point. I can agree to that. Like that's a good point. Like you allowing your own rules to become.
That's all I do.
Wait a second. We have to have criteria to decide which is better. So in this time,
I never made a comparison of
come on, are you gonna cut me off every time?
No, Muhammad. I just want you to understand. I never said some way is better or some way is worse. I never did that.
So why are you mentioning a certain type of, punishment?
Because it seems like what Abu is trying to say is that Islam in Saudi Arabia is safer and better for X reason. Now, we don't have evidence for that. What we do have evidence for is that...
Okay. Can I stop you on that? Because what we're talking about is something to secure the human life in that country. And if you did the comparison between a country that is more freedom and a country that have less freedom, you will notice that if those rules abide by, the result of it...
That's also not fair because Saudi Arabia is a more harmonious saying like Islam is false.
That doesn't matter.
It does matter. No.
Are you accepting? Wait a second. You arguing the point like you going back. You already said every country have their own law. I accepted that relatively.
Right. I'm just saying that
Wait a second.
You can't compare the two.
Wait a second. After they have their...
As opposed to a country that says a woman has a right to leave without any Maham's opinion.
That's a law.
Dude, I'm just showing, dude, real quick. If you go out into the streets and you say that Muhammad is a pedophile, you'll be executed, as opposed to a country where you can do that and you're
There is no
protected.
actual freedom.
No, dude, do you not understand that
I'm just pointing something that
no,
is no actual freedom.
dude, what you're trying to compare is a country where a king can say execute that motherfucker in the public square versus a country that says no, they have to hold a trial and they have to be convicted by their peers. There's a complete fucking difference, my guy.
Okay, I understand. So you already said, like, you negating your first initial statement. You say that you support relative ruling. Now you say, I don't support relative ruling. Shut up for 1 second. Man, let me finish. At least I'll let you finish. First initial statement, you said, I support XY for certain country. Now you say, I don't support XY for certain country because this is my preference or this is what I think right. You contradicting yourself.
Negative.
Do you see that?
Negative. I'm just showing you that it's not a fair comparison. But you're saying that, like, there is a country, right, hypothetically, that says, hey, if you defame them, right, you can do it privately, but you can't do it publicly. And then there's another country where you can do it publicly and you can't be, like, ostracized to the point where you will be publicly executed.
I understand that, by the way. You don't have to.
I'm not
You don't have to repeat
I'm
it.
not negating that a country is allowed to do that. What I'm saying is that they're not comparable in the concept of, like, open ideas or freedom or justice, right? They're just not.
Are you saying more freedom? Okay. Now you're shifting the conversation to another. You're saying this country have more. Okay, you're saying this country have more freedom. This country have less freedom. Better than less freedom.
I would say more freedom.
Okay, if you have the freedom to kill each other, is that better than having the freedom not to kill each other?
This is ridiculous, guy.
I'm asking you a simple question.
No. We're talking to protect freedoms, at least in the
I know.
West.
I know. I'm asking you a question.
That's not the
I
concept of
know.
the laws.
I'm asking you a direct question. You said more freedom is better than less freedom. I'm giving you a situation. Is more freedom, like, for example, the ability you are free to kill anyone, is it better than the freedom? Okay. I'm asking you a simple question. Yes or no?
But you're not talking, like, anarchism is like the ideal system of, like, quote unquote freedom, right? You don't fuck with me, I don't fuck with you. But if you do fuck with me, I fuck with you.
No. I'm saying that you can. Is in that category. You will.
Like, we could just insert fuck with kill. In my analogy.
Are you saying that society is better than the other system?
No, the difference is, firstly, I've never said any society is better than any other society. What I'm pointing out to you is what I'm pointing out to you is that they're not comparable at certain stances. Like, if there's a society that says that, hey, you can kill anybody that you want, it's not comparable to a society that says if you kill somebody, you're not allowed to do that. I'm not making a moral framework. You're wanting to make this a moral framework. I'm not doing another person for disbelieving or for saying that the majority of the tribe's beliefs are wrong, and we're not going to ostracize them, and we're not going to kill them, right? That's not the same thing as saying that there's a different tribe just like 20 clicks away. I'm not saying that either one is right or wrong. What I'm saying is that one of them has a different form of justice, right? And it's not comparable to the other one as far as freedom.
Okay.
If you say,
I just want to say your half. Don't forget that. So please, what you're going to say. Why you're being unfair. First of all, you kind of just are bulldozing quite a bit. It's a little unfair. I've been listening, but it's been rough, dude. You've been pretty unfair at the moment. But the other thing is you did say more justice is better. You did say that. And he asked you, you know, do you think one society? But you said, I already said, no society is better than the other. But you did say more justice is better than not. So you did say that.
Yeah. So how is that contradictory?
You can't say one society. You can't say neither society is better than the other. You've been saying more justice is better than the other.
Well, both societies have their form of justice.
Yeah, but you think.
Now, when I say, like, my basis is off of, like, let's say freedom, right? For an individual.
Right.
An individual. I would say that individual that has more freedom inside of the justice system, that's, like, comparatively better. I'm not saying it's like a person who establishes and says their opinion could, like, progress
Money. It doesn't make any sense to say that unless you're constrained to a standard. Otherwise, you're just going to change. And there really doesn't matter whether you go progressive, or whatever, unless by progressive you mean there's a goal or there's some better mark, right? There's some metric to compare a worse society to a better society to. It doesn't matter about agreement. It doesn't matter if everybody on the planet agrees, unless you're saying there's some actual standard.
Well, no, that's like the standard would be the progression.
Right? What is progression?
It could be anything from economical, it could be scientific, it could be philosophical, it could be any numerous.
What I'm saying is, why is it's progression? Unless you're talking about there's a mark that you're trying to go towards. If you're just saying progression, it's just all horizontal. It doesn't matter which direction it goes. It doesn't matter if you enslave women, if you kill animals, if you eat them, if you don't eat them, you know, if you chop people's hands off or not, unless you're going to say it's better to do something than something else. It doesn't matter. All of it's the same. But if you're saying there's a standard that you're comparing it to, then that would make sense. You could say it's getting better. If you think freedom and liberation, as you might say, if you think that's a better thing, then you have a standard of that, and you're saying that's a better thing. Otherwise, it's all just change. There's no distinction.
Okay, maybe I didn't explain my position well enough.
Okay.
I mean, keeping that in mind, though, you have a lot of
Any group of people that want to live a certain way and govern themselves a certain way, I support that.
Okay. So
It doesn't make it.
Okay. So if a group of people want to rape, pillage, and do everything, and kill their own babies and eat them and do everything, you're going to support that. You just said that.
That's their society, dog.
Right. So you.
I don't have to agree with it.
Well,
Right? I don't.
What does it mean? What does it mean?
So I don't agree with Sharia. Right?
What does it mean to support it, though?
Like, I don't think that I have to intervene with it.
Wait, so you're not okay? So let me get this straight. If there's an island of 1,000 people and they're raping each other constantly and eating their children, okay? You're telling
It's not
me.
my position that we have to intervene with that.
I'm not saying it's your position that you have to. Are you? If you have the ability.
No, I'm not going to do that.
That's wild, bro. So why?
I'm not going to intervene with it. Like, at what point intervention becomes.
Why do I make the distinction between countries and your neighbor? So if your neighbor here in the United States was like eating his pig or raping his pig or doing whatever he's doing, why would you intervene there? Because it seems like you're for laws in the United States.
Yeah, but that's the conversation is like outside the United States, I don't care what other people do. Like, that's their thing. Like,
So
if a group of people in some other place outside the United States have these weird, you know, killing, eating, cannibalistic family member concepts,
whatever. Yeah.
that's their fucking thing.
Okay,
It's
so
not my thing.
So just to be clear, no,
Absolutely.
I mean, it's to some degree, I can respect that to some degree, but I do think it becomes a problem when you have people doing massive human rights
Yeah, but that's the issue, right? At some point, that becomes where, hey, we have to step in. And I don't think that we should ever have to step
Well, no, I
in.
know you're saying that, but I think that's fine. We don't have to have that discussion right now.
I think I'm being consistent.
No, that's fine. You're being consistent. The only thing that's not consistent aggressive and stuff like that because
That's my flaw of terminology. I
that's
guess
okay.
you could say.
That's all right. That's all right. Okay, well then you're fine. It's all good. I do want to give some other people, if we can, provide some chance to come in. I appreciate you, brother. I know
Yeah, I'll
you
mute up.
you're sure. Yeah, I appreciate you, buddy. Kia and Muhammad, I appreciate you guys. Simon, Abu, Muhammad. Go ahead.
I think you didn't say what your view was. You asked me, what do you think, like, would you prefer the state to be maybe not as harsh as Saudi Arabia, but at least harsher?
Yeah, to be quite frank with you, I'm very sympathetic to these kinds of laws that you guys are doing because I think there's something about getting everybody involved. So, two things. Here in the United States, capital punishment is typically a private affair. Okay, it's done on a private closed circuit TV or direct visual and they're in a building. There's like the family members that were of the victims, maybe of the of also of the criminal or the one that's on death row being put to death, and then some state officials and stuff. But when you privatize it like that and you keep it away from the society at large, then they don't experience the gruesomeness of what's happening there, and they don't associate the crime with the punishment. What you guys are doing, and what I think that happened in the Old Testament, is that when somebody did a crime, they would bring everybody. You bring your aunt, grandma, you set up the lawn chairs, and you all get some rocks, and you toss them at them until they lay down and they don't get back up. So when they did that, I think it had a massive deterrent effect. I think I think it is insanely strong deterrent to get people involved. Because I bet you can't heal. Hold on real quick. I just want to say.
I was checking. Do you agree with the fact that it's public, and you agree with the fact that it's very harsh?
And public, yes. Because here's the thing. I can almost bet you, your bottom dollar, that whatever it is these folks are doing, it caused you to pick up and throw rocks at them. There probably wasn't much of that going on afterward. You probably had a lot of deterrent. And so I am a strong supporter of the idea that if you are going to do capital punishment, that it should be something like that. As intense as that is for people in the West, we're killing people too over here. We just brought back the firing squad in Idaho. There's all kinds of stuff like that, but it's not done where people see it, and so people aren't getting the deterrent effect that is present there that I think God instituted when He gave the death penalty. But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, so I was in criminal law courses for a while. I thought I was going to be an attorney. My life didn't turn out that way, but nevertheless, I remember being statistically in a class. My professor asked, why isn't the death penalty really effective for Americans? And I answered, because it's not across the board, it's not unilateral, it's unique. And it's not an eye for an eye. If you kill someone, you get the death penalty. You don't even know where that should begin. You can spend life in prison, and most often people think that that's what they are going to face is life in prison. We don't need to see I just don't think we need to see the gruesomeness of death. I just think we need to understand where that line really is that we have to cross before we are, put on death row. It's so fragmented, and lots of states don't even accept it, and so it's a dotted line for us Americans. It as much so as the way that we perceive meat. We tend to treat meat as it does, cut it up in such a way that it distracts us from
the uniformity of it between the states. I agree could lead to some confusion, but I would probably argue that most people know by the state they're living in, unless they're crossing state lines to do crimes, which does happen, but that's not going to be the predominant amount of crime that's caused. It's going to be caused in your own state. People who live in their own state are going to know if the death penalty is available there. So I'm not exactly sure.
I've been in Georgia, I've been in California, those are my two spots, and I have zero idea I don't even have zero idea what the divorce laws are. It's a split between husband and wife.
not, we're not diligent in understanding law. When law changes, most of us don't know unless it shows up on the news and we happen to catch it and then try to apply it to our practices throughout life. But besides that, we're ignorant to the law. It's not consistent across the board. There's a lot of bias in it from the top down, and we can't make decisions. So whether you're in another country, like I don't know, some countries, there's some strong rules about if you cross this line, regardless of circumstances, this is going to happen to you.
Yeah.
That's different in the United States. And I think this is something that we should be comparing it to. And before I get off, I just want to say another thing. You guys talk a lot about women. All men talk about women. And I just think the whole time I heard y'all talk, I just thought about all these women who walk around with no shirt on, with titties hanging, and the men respect that the titties are for the babies, and they are safe. Why, in certain other countries, women have to almost disappear for men not to want to suck on their titties?
Okay, appreciate that last one. But just the uniformity that you laid out there, of the uniformity of carrying out these penalties. I mean, I'm a fan of state rights and state ability to kind of determine their own laws. That's good. Kind of helps keep a separation of powers and stuff like that. I think that's a good thing, right? Have a state seat from the nation, whatever. I think that's good. So that's one thing. So I don't think necessarily uniformity. But insofar as we think that penalty should be ubiquitous in the United States, the thing that would solve the thing you're talking about, Kia, is make it public. Right? It would solve this whole thing about the PSA and let people know, hey, put here, it's in your state, it's in the town square. Meet us there at 3 o'clock, bring your aunt, bring all your children, let's have a good day, let's make a day of it, right? Okay, it's going to be a beautiful day. No, but the point is it would be known. People wouldn't be wondering about where it is or which state they carry it out and how they carry it out. You just know because they do it and it's public. So that would solve that. I do think having people involved is much better than privatizing it. I think making it a private matter is the same thing you just talked about with the meat industry. People have no idea how grotesque these factory farms are. No idea. They have no idea what these animals are going through and the way that it is just gross. For me, it's gross. It is immoral. A lot of them are immoral, but it is actually gross. It's gross. And if you look at it, it blew me out watching Dominion. I was done on YouTube for free. Pull it up. Y'all want to watch it. But anyway, Dominion. Taking after Genesis, take dominion of the earth and the animals. It's kind of interesting they played on that, but whatever.
We saw that play out in Europe.
Saw what?
No.
Saw what? I'm asking you a question. Saw what?
I haven't even got to my point.
Well, you said we saw it play out. What?
Can I finish?
Well, you interrupted me, so I'm going to...
Well, but I heard many points that you made, and you kind of, I think we're going back. So what in the middle of half a sentence is like, wow.
Well, because I feel like you're going to deviate here, so I'm just trying to figure out what you're saying.
Okay, well, hear me out.
Okay, well, can you answer me about what? Can you tell me what you saw?
I don't know what you're saying, because I haven't even finished what I was saying.
No, when you said we saw that play out in Europe, so what?
And so we finished that.
Why can't you just say what played out in Europe?
I'm trying to. That's part of finishing a sentence.
You have a pronoun in a sentence. You can't have a finishing the rest of the fucking pronoun. If I said I got it from the kitchen, you say what was it? The lemonade. It's very easy to do that. Like, why are you like? Do you not know what your sentence was going to be about, and that's why you're unable to answer the question? Or do you want to do something weird socially right now? So there's no desire to communicate what your pronoun was referring to.
So Andrew, we saw that play out in the Dark Ages. We saw it play out in the Dark Ages, and I don't know how many centuries before that. And it only created more.
I don't know what you're talking about.
What are you talking about? You crazy bitch. For fuck's sakes.
Sam, did you say yes? Did you say it, Sam? Did you say it?
What? What do you mean?
Did you say it, though? Let me finish the sentence. Let me finish it. I'll tell you what it is.
What are you talking about?
Jesus fucking Christ. She also had this weird thing where she was like, and then all the girls, their titties is out, and then we just kind of like, we just kind of breezed by that, like a weird. She was making, Alvin with them titties out. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Thank you for that, Abu.
Yeah, coming from the guy who completely doesn't believe in respecting women, but whatever.
I think the
Believe in
movie
enslaving them. You believe in enslaving them and having them as sex slaves, but this guy's like, don't disrespect women.
So you're gonna compare like this? You're just gonna say something completely false, or compare with something.
Dude, absolutely. That's true. You believe in, dude, we can look it up. We can look up what your belief says about having sex slaves. What are you talking about?
You were talking with one because who doesn't let the conversation.
Yeah, you don't like that. You don't like the truth.
You just say
that was to Abu with them Muhammad stuff while you were gone.
Andrew, the Quran explicitly allows you to have sex slaves. It's just right there.
Okay, no, that's fine.
No, that's fine.
The point I was asking is, China when he says something, he's like talking about her in a very derogatory way about women. So I said, don't do that. China, you can confirm that's true, right? Let me just check. There you go. He's a woman, she confirmed it. Their responsibility, what about Islam? Like she felt that they were being very disrespectful.
Dude, you don't believe in respect of women in Islam. What are you talking about?
This is the
You believe that you can rape them and have their fucking children as slaves. Fuck out of here, bro.
Right in front of a woman's face. Somebody pulled them out.
A woman's face? You don't believe in a woman's face. Hey, Abu, why didn't you ask her if her guardian allowed her to be on here? Why didn't you ask her if her guardian allowed her to be on here?
Andrew, he wants to say something really nasty.
Sorry,
I'm not doing anything.
Toast, have a good night, brother. Removing you and remove. Okay, go ahead. What'd you say? Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I'm saying he wants to say something really nasty about women. I said, why don't you ask this to her? But I wouldn't do that. Right? Muslims don't be nasty like this. And I think most religious people.
You just own them as property.
I think most religious people don't be nasty like this. But what we're seeing is that
You just own them as property, you guys.
directly disgusting and nasty, directly to a woman's face. And when they get pulled out, what about Islam? You can't make that up.
No, dude, you're like making a false pretense.
Well, why? You don't care about it. You said whatever country wants to act however they want. If Abu is
No, I'm talking about this is a religious belief, not a country.
Well, no, but these religious
Those are separations.
No, but wait a second. The religious belief is what's in the country, right? The country.
No, but if you start with just a religious belief before it becomes a country, then I can criticize that.
Well, what I'm kind of baffled about is if he comes from, say, another country, let's say he's indigenous to another country and he has that religious belief and he's talking to you, say you don't know where he's at, you're just talking to him on here and you're like, you're bad because you guys subjugate women and all this stuff. It's like kind of weird because you don't really think that any country's worse than another.
No, I'm not saying anything bad about anything. I'm just saying about it. What I'm saying is don't misrepresent what your belief system says. Your belief system says that you can.
It sounds a little more than that. It sounds like
Hey, you can interpret it as that. But my position is, dude, 100%, Abu, 100% your position is, according to Allah's perfect words, if they're not fucking Muslim and you battle them, therefore they can become sex slaves. They can become slaves and you can fucking have no women. No, I'm just telling you, according to your position, anyone who's not a Muslim woman does not have the same.
Okay, whatever. Why? Look, I'm just not going to go down the whole rabbit hole of explaining this. What I'm trying to say to you.
Yeah, of course you won't go down the rabbit hole.
It's just the one it just needs. I think Andrew and Hal were having a conversation, and then someone came in and started being very derogatory and nasty to her, and then they probably claim to be feminists, like atheist, feminist, liberal, all this stuff. It just goes to show how these people don't have standards, and then they love to talk about Islam. Okay, fair enough, talk about it. I don't really care.
You think that feminist?
One second. It can just be shown. It can just be shown in the Vedas and the Mahabharata. You know, when you read the Vedas, you can see it just very clearly. You know.
What do you mean just apologize? Like,
It can just be seen in the Mahabharata, the Vedas, in various new texts.
I don't
Then you're gonna ask me what? Then you're gonna ask me what is shown? Then you're gonna put something in my
guys take care of
Let me finish.
I don't know what you're saying.
When Q was like, it's just we saw it play out in Europe in the Middle Ages, and it didn't go well. I'm like, well, what are you talking about? But no, please. Open that up. My phone died. I didn't do that. Okay, you just didn't say what my phone died and I didn't hear what you said. You said something about it played out in Europe, and I don't know if you were you talking about the death penalty? Is that what you were talking about?
I'm talking about the spectacle of the death penalty. I'm talking about here we go. I'm talking about who showed up at the witch hunt, the witches were burning, the gladiator wars. All that thirst for blood is a result of watching executions and making it, commonplace. And that
Okay, well, just to be clear, I was adding a little bit of a flourish there. I don't think people should be taking it as a joke or lightly at all. I think it should be traumatizing, and I think people should be affected by it, and it should diminish their desire to want to do it.
What I'm trying to say is being traumatized by it was not what we saw happen in Europe. They started to fetishize over it to the point where they were making gladiator wars and
Okay, well, that's clearly not the case.
Colosseums. And I finished, Andrew. You let me finish their mind.
That's not true.
For like the last 30 minutes. And you at least let someone, you at least let other people get out 2 sentences. 2 sentences. You won't let me finish a thought.
It's you're very disjointed.
Colosseums. This is a man-centric. You have Colosseums. So these public executions didn't end in deterrence. It ended up being a fetishization of torture, which those Colosseums were designed for. They wanted more blood. The public wanted more blood. And so I guess when you say that America needs more public executions, all I think about is that only would create more thirst for blood.
Okay, cool. Let me respond. You said that's how it played out. We saw it. It didn't go well with all the countries around the world that do capital punishment. They don't have Colosseums, and they don't do these betting on it. People, what about that? You have something to say about that, Gia?
I don't know these countries.
Okay, you ever heard of Saudi Arabia?
I have heard Saudi.
Yeah, they don't have big old celebrations and do fights and gamble on who it is that's going to kill them.
Well, I guess you got to know your people.
Okay,
they have other laws.
Other
laws on top of that Americans don't have.
Gia, I don't know what you're saying right now. You just tried to say that public executions lead to people celebrating and doing Colosseums and doing all of this kind of, crazy blood battles and stuff like that as executions. It doesn't do that. It's just not how that works.
We're talking about 2 different things, Andrew.
No, we're not.
You said public executions. I just want to say this.
You said that's what it leads to.
Saudi Arabia has a different set of moral standards.
Who cares?
And on top of that, I just want to finish so you can hear what I would respond to you. They have done a lot of protectionism, layers and layers and layers of protectionism to contain their population and the instincts of their population in a way that Europe hasn't done that. Nor has America done that. America kind of are in bed together with this freedom for all, and freedom for all, no matter how wild the human instinct goes, how savage human instinct goes, we are allowed to goddamn do that. Saudi Arabia and other countries in the world are trying to contain it with
layers and layers of dumb shit that Americans are like, it's not democratic. They need to be more free. They need to be more free. Well, the fact that they're contending it like that is because they don't want their to become more savage, like we saw during Europe.
Well, that's not what you said at first.
I'm saying it, but you can't hear it all.
That's not what you said at first.
Yes,
That's not what you said.
I digress.
Okay, so let me respond. You said it played out that way in Europe. We don't want to do that because it's going to happen again. You're trying to now equate the U.S. to Europe and say that's what would happen. Obviously, any kind of gambling or weird stuff that could be coming out as a result of that could be mitigated in whatever ways Saudi Arabia is instituted or whatever that it uses to subdue the people, where they don't do those things, make it illegal to do certain things like that. Okay, can't gather, can't do coliseums, can't do things like that. Okay, so whatever protections need to be put in place for that kind of spectacle, that kind of bloodlust, that kind of weird stuff, it can be put in check. All right, you just have to make it seem like
it wasn't during Jim Crow, and Jim Crow was not in Europe. It was in America.
What was it during Jim Crow?
I'm talking about the spectacle that I'm talking about that happened in Europe, also happened in the United States.
Yeah.
During Jim Crow, where you had this stuff where you allowed your friends, your children, your neighbors, all that stuff to gather around and watch somebody get hung, and it only created more thirst. I don't know why that is in America.
All
right,
go ahead. So they're taking people and calling them less than human, and then they are thinking they're polluting their race, and then they're stringing them up and killing them for trying to read and raping them and doing all those things. That's horrific. Yes,
we're not talking about why a person was acting. We're talking about the public.
You're not understanding. The point is that in Saudi Arabia, they don't look at the people like that. They're looking at them as other citizens who have broke the law. And the people who have broke the law, and they carry out a uniform punishment. That's the idea. Okay? I'm not saying it's perfect or whatever. The point is that it's quite different than a group of people who are different skin color, who think that the other skin color is subhuman, and we can subdue and rape and do whatever we want to them. You understand? Those are different, right?
That's not relevant. That's irrelevant. That's not relevant. It is people gathering around
because there's some people
on top of that. I know you know history as much as I do, and black people were slaves. Were not the only ones hung. White people did. Yes, they did. Yeah. Yep.
No, you're just trying to say it's null and void because you take a very small contingent of people, which is blacks owning slaves, which by the way is the same problem where you have blacks owning slaves. Blacks owning other whites. That's fine. But listen. The predominant oppression. Hold on. The predominant oppression was going to be towards black people. It wasn't towards whites. No, that is the point. No. That is the point. Because you're trying to say, hold on, my friend.
No, that's not
you're trying to say.
A lot of white people were hung.
You're gonna wait.
I'm not gonna wait.
You're trying to say that white people would gather around and watch other white people and go, what? While they're hanging them. Yeah, I'm sure that happened. People do that stuff anyway. There's degenerates in all countries who do that to a subset of the people. I get that. That isn't the point. I'm saying the predominant, overwhelming oppression was towards black people. And the people that did it were white people, primarily. And they subjugated them and did horrific things to them. That's much different than having a country who has uniform laws where citizens view each other as equals. Completely different. So you're just trying to do comparisons that are apples and oranges. You first started with Europe, tried to do this slippery slope argument that is not correct because they're whatever. Jim Crow, etc. That's not the case. You're wrong. It's a subhuman view of other humans. And that's going to make it where you can treat them like having a barbecue. You bring your friends over and you have a party because they're not human. They're subhuman. They're less than. Yeah, makes sense. Okay, great. Anyway, welcome, Sugar. Good to have you.
Hey, Andrew,
What's up, Greg?
I've got a funny story about feminism.
Sorry, right on us. If it's too much, I might have to kick you, buddy, but go ahead.
No, that's nothing explicit or anything. Anyway, I was reading that there was one occasion when there was a female philosophy prodigy And of course Hegel was there. And Hegel shows up and sees her and goes like, she shouldn't be here. He was like, she should not be here. Like, he wouldn't even address her. I thought that was pretty based.
Yeah, I think Nadia and many people here think that's very good. It's a good way to give the opposite sex.
Yeah, I thought that was fucking based. Andrew, I'll send you something actually really based that Hegel wrote about Freud. So it's in DMs because I can't send an image in the chat.
All right, appreciate it. Welcome, Sugar. One of my favorite pink-haired liberals. How are you, my brother? Sugar is poison. Are you there, buddy? If you can't speak, it's all good. Justin, welcome back. Did you drop off your? What's the craziest thing you've had in your car, apart from those people making babies? What's the craziest thing?
That's it. I mean, other than that, maybe lady refused to leave my car. I drove into somebody's driveway just trying to get her jumped. But she was the crazy lady that was trying to not pay somehow, and she was trying to report me, and she was just yelling and yelling and would not like leave.
What did you do?
I just sat there cool. I started recording, and being calm and cool, and she was just yelling and wouldn't leave. But I think 3 cops was passing by, so she assumed that they were actually coming. So she eventually left.
Have you ever had anybody say, "Let me out of the car" because of your conversations? They're like, "We can't handle this. Let us out of the car." Justin, you there? No, we might have lost him. When you come
Yeah, good news. My brother knows what that was. Yeah, I remember the conversation that we and I had with Venus about these are the things Venus now has gotten more and more convinced of skeptical things.
Nice, very good. Justin, you back?
Oh, Justin is back. Okay, here you go, Justin.
Yeah, no, I'm curious. Justin, are you back?
Hey, Doc.
Hey,
Yeah.
Justin, did you ever have somebody let you
I
out?
have to go back.
What's that? Oh, you have to go. Okay. Yeah, so welcome back, Christian. I keep saying don't leave, and which is really wild. I don't know why you do that. I guess because you're a rogue. Is that why? Christian, you're a rogue. You don't care. You're like, I'm not going to listen to anybody.
Well, I mean, you're scary. What do you expect from us?
Compton, Dustin Clement, I guess, or Brian Cutter, Dustin Clement, I guess, on the Fatima Miracle. That's super cool. Appreciate you sharing that.
It's on YouTube.
It's on YouTube. It's on. This is epic stuff you guys do, by the way. But it's on YouTube with. It is on Matthew Adelstein's YouTube channel, I think. Yeah, and Ethan's like the goat, and Adelstein is really sharp as well. He knows that, and so Ethan's debating with Dustin Clement, I think, on whether the Fatima miracle is a legit miracle or not. And as you all know, or if you don't know, you should know. Ethan is brilliant, and the other guy is really sharp too. So I've only got a little bit of the way through it, but it looks promising. Looks like it's going to be pretty substantive. So.
Oh, I'm searching on YouTube.
So put in. It's kind of weird the way that it's like Cutter, or no, put in Clement Muse Fatima debate. Clement Muse Fatima debate. I think you got to go to Matthew Adelstein's stream. It should be. Yeah. If you can't find it, contact message me on Discord, and I'll send you the.
All right.
I'll send you the link, brother. All right. You bet. Nadia, are you there? A chance. I don't know if you're.
I'm listening on and off, yeah.
Okay. Well, if you get a chance, I'll definitely be weighing on feminism. I imagine you're going to say you probably say it's good. And abortion. What do you think? But Christian, what do you think of feminism and abortion?
Well, you see, this is going to get messy, Andrew.
Yeah, abortions get messy.
I've heard. I've never had.
Yeah, you should. You shouldn't. No.
always say have things in moderation. I've always been like pretty neutral on the stance of feminism. I think it's a good movement when it's meant in the spirit of what it stands for. But there's now out of any time ever, there's like extremist feminists now, where there's like an extremist movement almost. It's like totally like going away from the message that it was sending before, like back in the 2000s and the 90s, like when the modern feminist movement started. But now, it totally lost its message from there, and now it's just turned into something I can't even recognize anymore. So with that, it's like, how can I really like support something that it's not even supporting itself? It's kind of turned into one of those things. I've always been a supporter of it, but now it's just like I don't even know what it is anymore. So that's kind of my thoughts on feminism.
Nice. No, I appreciate it. Okay, what about on murdering your babies? Abortion.
Well, Andrew, I am, like any Protestant, pro-choice.
You mean pro-life? Oh, wow.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, my gosh.
We can have this debate, man.
I can't do it. I don't know. Let me get my energy. It is my topic. But I'm disappointed in you, sir.
Well, at least I don't believe like the like third trimester abortions.
Well, at least you're only 6 months. You go to 6 months, right? Only when they got like mind are complete persons, quote unquote, by anyone's lights. Well, not anyone's. Well, I'm saying you said third trimester, but let's just make it as, let me straw man you a little bit and say that you're okay with the 5 months, 29 days. Is that right? Christian?
I would say anywhere before 6 months. Yeah.
It's a horrifical thing. Horrifical. Greg, Greg, are you concerned? Are you D-based as well?
D-based about what?
DJ. About
Oh, no, I already just told you I'm pro-life.
all the way through. No exceptions, no incest, no rape exceptions.
I think so. I have to.
That's right. I do remember.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I would say that.
Yeah, good. I appreciate that. Very good. Yeah, that's good. So feminism is taking off. So you probably think that you're probably very progressive and liberal Christian, and you probably think that women should be voting. Christian.
Well,
I'm not actually not sold on the no vote thing, but I just thought I would.
Andrew, do you not think women should vote?
No, I said I'm not sold on the no vote. I'm not sold on the no vote.
Like, so you're saying you're considering it?
Yeah, I get the I've heard some arguments for it, and I see some. Yeah, arguments. He usually does. And you should have heard him. You guys should have heard him on this one. No, you love it, Christian. Weekends ago, Bob wasn't. I don't know. I can't remember what Bob thought about this, but it was interesting. But Timothy, you kind of missed the days of Timothy. Now, you might call him Sam sometimes, but Timothy was very lively, very spirited. One of our comas, R.I.P. But he was debating with Ethan, and Ethan is very conservative, Catholic, very prude, you might say, whatever. But this idea is if two people meet at a bar and they're looking to have a one-night stand of some sort, and one of the persons is a trans person, and they do not disclose to the other person, and they do some act, okay, and the other person, the non-trans person, didn't know, right, but finds out afterward,
You're trans?
No, I'm not.
Oh.
No. I'm not. Thank you for that, Christian. But if they find out afterward, would it be the case that they've been raped?
Yeah, it's fucking assaulted.
Yeah,
just
Oh my god.
it was epic. I've almost been there this year. I'm very nearly been there myself. And I can say from experience, yeah, I felt fucking fine with this shit.
Yeah, I know, I get that.
Yeah.
But the thing is so the way he said it's not valid consent because had the person known, they wouldn't have gone through with it. So it was not actually valid consent. So Ethan was fine with calling it rape, and which I thought was interesting. Largely sympathetic to him, and it was pretty interesting to hear him defend that.
Well, no, that's funny. I know, like, Ethan takes some hard positions. And I think
Yeah, no, catfishing is not rape.
Okay.
Literally, the society is filled with catfishes. It runs on catfishes.
Was this ever good job? Someone like
Oh, you would love it. If I could find a link. Oh man, we have some bangers. I'm disappointed that we haven't cataloged some of the just absolute epic.
Well, Andrew, here's my proposition.
Yeah, lay it on me.
But
Pause.
yes.
Double pause.
Yeah. We'll run it back. But like I was saying, I think that when you host these rooms, like these general, I presume it's you for after place on because I'm sure there's things that happen in here that are probably not safe because replays are turned off or there's no replacement anything.
Yeah.
And I also think that you should start doing like semi-organized debates where you get like people who genuinely want to debate on stage, like two people.
My time is, I definitely, I want to bring people together. We do try to do the replays by and large. I made some exceptions for Abe because Abe and one other guy, they don't really like replays. And I used to do that a lot for Sasha, at least for Abe. And this other guy, Bob, looks at me like I'm retarded, excuse me, because I am willing to take off replays to allow these two to come on stage and be absolute numbskulls most of the time.
fucking stupid.
Yeah, exactly. But anyway, that's it. Yeah, Sugar, I try to get you to weigh in, but I appreciate you saying that for China down. And there's some stuff in the pipeline. Ethan's going to be doing more stuff. He's going to be doing some pretty big debates. It would be cool to get him back in here.
And so what to do for a living?
We haven't talked
He does like
yeah, we don't
Did you inherit a bunch of Mormon money? Is that what's going on?
No. I don't
no,
know.
maybe it was the televangelist.
That's a part of the televangelist.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I wish I was related to Holstein. But what's your view on and abortion? Sugar. Sugar is.
Kill 'em all.
Sugar is showing. Comes in and does a real high pitched voice and records like 50 different rooms and streams to the YouTube. That guy. He's been in here for a while and he hasn't said anything. Like maybe once he chimed in, but he's been actually behaved. He hasn't been doing anything weird. I just wonder what you thought about that. I think maybe he's recording us.
I think I'm the better one to ask about that.
Okay, what do you think he's doing?
Honestly, I think this is gonna be really like awful for me to say, and I'm sorry, close your ears for anyone who doesn't know your sensitive content, but I feel like that he might be self-pleasuring himself listening to us speak.
Okay.
I think that's my.
Thank you for that, Christian. University, if you're doing it, knock it off. We don't really want that to happen. Sorry for any of the audience members who heard that. Carlos, you want to weigh in on abortion and feminism? And assalamu alaikum, Carlos. Carlos. Good, buddy.
Yeah, I'm not really the feminism thing. I'm more of a policy guy in general. I would say, like, we should have equal rights, proportional rights, but I'm more of a policy guy to talk
So it is a distinct human life.
You the self-defense.
Yeah. That's, I don't know, I find that kind of argumentation so cringe. The self-defense, the trespasser, squatter, the parasite. It's like, oh yeah, the intruder. Yeah, the intruder. You got to use lethal force to remove the intruder. The parasite is feeding
Well, it's
on
more proportionate. I feel like some hypotheticals are basically just this that situation. Like, oh, the baby's gonna crawl and hit the lever that's gonna hurt a bunch of people. Can you kill it?
Yeah, I don't agree. I don't think it can.
Well, I mean, I think like you set the situation up where it is very similar.
No, I'm not sure what you're saying right now, but the baby crawling on the button, that's at least, I mean, well, first of all, I've set things like I've set things up like that before, but it's always set up similar kind of, scenarios for me. Oh, Andrew, I'm so sorry. But no, I don't think if the baby, so that's just going to be, if the baby's getting ready to crawl onto a button, and when the baby gets onto the button, it's going to kill 100 people. Can you shoot the baby if there's some way you can stop it from crawling onto that button? And
Yeah, you'll shoot the baby, right, Andrew? Or...
Oh, God, crazy.
Well, Andrew, I think I've heard an argument that's a lot more controversial than
Lay it out there, but
pregnancy is slavery. This is an argument I've heard. Let me basically summarize it for you. Basically.
this is so diabolical.
I know.
Go ahead, bro.
And I like that, by the way. I mean, basically, the argument is that their pregnancy is framed as a continuous physical labor, and forcing a continuation is compared to like forced labor, or slavery, or servitude. And basically, like, they're trying to make it so that, pregnancy is, slavery, it's immoral, so it shouldn't have to happen, and that's basically the argument.
Oh my gosh, that's brilliant. Oh my gosh, listen, check this out. No. You can do a massive equivocation. Just say, ready? Pregnancy, ready? Check this out. Pregnancy is like slavery because it involves forced labor. Come on. Yeah, that's diabolical.
No, but Andrew, what's crazy is that this is legit.
Yeah. I mean, it's one for the course now, but I've heard so many that it's just like, whatever. I mean, it doesn't matter. A lot of people, most people, when you ask them, because the comparison's been made. So when we talk about slavery generally, MJ brought that up, conscription, military, prison. A lot of people, they usually don't fight the military ones, but that one's actually somewhat analogous and it works, but people want to do this thing. I think more to remain consistent than necessarily being opposed to the prison situation, but they do fight that. They're like, no, that shouldn't be. We shouldn't have. I'm thinking that's kind of weird because, like, why not put them to work? If you're gonna if they done something wrong and you're putting them in jail, why not make them work?
They even want them. Oh, but you're saying against their will, like make them work.
There's also like the forced labor, like work crew type stuff for local jails and stuff like that, and also kind of work that's done at factories and whatever.
The elected stuff, they might have to say that that's slavery because they're paid like fucking 20 cents an hour. Not like a lot of prisoners and shit like that because it takes them out of their cell in a way, right? It's outside of being locked in a room, right? I thought that this was they would have people would have wanted if they're in that situation, but it turns out maybe they don't want to.
Yeah. Well, sometimes it's kind of like part of the punishment too. I mean, there's a movie called Castle or something like that with Robert Redford, and I don't know how much this happens, but like they had the inmates carry large boulders. It was pretty messed up actually. There's a scene that's pretty messed up, but they had him carry like large boulders from one pile to the next. Like he had to make a pile. He just carried them all day. Just carried these boulders, right?
Okay.
And then and then when he was done, okay, now just carry him back. It was messed up. So there's like no reason for it. I don't think there was any purpose for it other than just to make them do that. So I don't know. I mean, that kind of stuff, like whatever. flavor. I don't know, people probably have different views on that, but I think it's interesting to start to try to make the case as to how that's acceptable, but then certain types of slavery are not. It's kind of weird. Like if somebody thinks that the prison system and these kind of forced labor situations are immoral, then it's interesting that, or if they don't think that they're immoral, it's interesting to see why they have such an outcry of certain types of slavery.
Maybe I'm going to go on a tangent. Are you pro-capitalist?
I lean more towards it than away from it. But yeah, but I'm not misunderstanding. Let me clear that up real quick. So people are like, you're pro-life, but then you say you're in favor of it, which I'm not in favor of, but I'm more in favor than against it. In favor of the death penalty. No, pro-life is a particular position regarding abortion. It's not about any stage.
But it is a misnomer.
Well, I mean, if you want to, you can say
It's a bad name, and it's kind of like if you describe yourself as pro-life, it just is a misnomer to also be like. But I think we should be killing. Like it just is a misnomer. I understand what you're saying, and I completely agree on that. The label gets expanded to stuff that isn't relevant to abortion, but it's a misnomer.
No, that's actually you just mentioned pro-pregnancy abortion.
Pro-death position.
So you're right, and I'm actually happy it's set up like that. That's actually good. I'm willing to tilt the hand in our favor. I think that's actually a good thing. But here's the thing: we could do it this way. We just say I'm anti-baby murder, but I don't. That probably wouldn't. Here's the thing: we could do it this way. We just say I'm anti-baby murder, but I don't. That probably wouldn't.
I'm just gonna make it quick real quick before I go to the whole biblical aspect of this. So another argument I've heard is abortions are like morally neutral medical waste removal. Have you heard this one? This one
That's disgusting.
Oh yeah, so basically.
Oh yeah, let's all jerk each other off. Let's all jerk each other off from this like super fringe thing that nobody really thinks.
Well, no. This is not like an extremist pro-choice rhetoric. This is like.
Why should say no and then say a bunch of stuff?
No. You're right. Well, you know what he means by no.
Yeah, the annoying verbal tick that people do.
Yeah. But it's okay.
Really annoying.
He's like, no, calm down. I'll explain it. That's what more like. But go ahead.
Yeah. But basically, what it's saying is that like early abortion, right? So like in the first trimester is not a moral issue, and the embryo or fetus, either or, right, is treated as this is quote biological tissue. So and not.
Yes, I call it so.
Yeah.
But the first half of that is fairly uncontroversial.
Well, hold on. Because it goes further though, and therefore, right? And this is why I mentioned biological tissue is that abortion is compared to removing a cyst, removing a tumor, or disposing of biological material after a procedure. So it's basically like framing abortion as like a purely clinical act.
It's like removing a wart.
Shit. Oh no.
That's kind of what the argument comes.
Bob's not going to be moved. Bob's our resident baby blood drinker. So just to be.
That's horrible.
So Christian, make the. This is him being sarcastic, but go ahead and make the case, Christian.
Yeah. So you're a Christian, right?
Yeah. I try to claim it every once in a while.
And you're and you claim to be alive, correct?
Yeah. Through. Yeah.
So like God, I'm gonna bring up the Malachites.
Oh, bring them up. I love it. My shame. Yeah, go ahead.
When God's like, we're gonna kill all the Malachite children and all that jazz. I think he goes to say like the babies too or whatever. Yeah.
I think I hate you with these cases. And my thoughts are, okay, because usually that's one of my initial, as one of those others do, that's one of my initial things when I meet a Christian sometimes is I say, well, let me see you know how Christian you are. First of all, you agree that God told the Israelites to go in and kill all men, women, children, and suckle. And if they say yes, I'm like, okay, one bar, second bar. Do you believe God told people to pick up rocks and throw them at other people until those people lay down and don't get back up? And they say yes to that. Then I say, cool, we're on the same page.
Yeah, you're a good Christian.
Yeah, you're a good Christian. You follow the scripture. You believe the Bible. Good work. Yeah. So yeah, no. First of all, I think the historical God didn't tell them to do that. I think it was just. It's rough. It's not abortion. And just because God is killing babies, I mean, you can't. God has the right to kill people. You don't have the right to kill people. And I'm saying gives you the right, of course. But yeah.
Let's say this age. What if someone just like God?
Well, honestly,
Good stuff, Guinness is good stuff.
Okay, God, well, like,
what if they got the first who claimed to be God?
well, I mean, if they're claiming to be, then like me, so.
You're saying, so now the question is, how do we figure out if they're God? And I give somebody, well, no matter
What good stuff.
obviously God did reveal it to you, but that's not really. I mean, look, I think if somebody claims to be God and then they kill their babies, I mean, I think you'd have to try to do some kind of test there. But I think there's some stuff that you have to look at as far as who God is and what it'll look like when he returns. I don't think you're just gonna believe the person. I think there's ways to tell.
Fair enough.
You can ask him. You'd be like, if you're God, can you convince me you're God so I can trust it? It's okay for you to kill that baby right there.
One last question.
Yeah. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
For all the the heretics, for all these Christians who are, maybe they're gay or they're pro-choice,
Yeah.
they're feminists, all that, they're not traditionalists, all that good stuff. What do you have to say to those Christians, who are just totally against, what's
Yeah. Well, they should figure out the methodology by which they are holding to their beliefs, because it's going to be usually when you examine it, it starts to get really wild. And if they believe the Bible, then try to be on board with the Bible. If you
Andrew,
don't,
I'm not asking for like Andrew's sake, I'm asking for like Andrew.
oh wait, what's the difference?
Well, sorry, I was expecting a drastic difference. You answered that very general. I want to hear from the heart.
Well, I would have to have it. Look, I mean, I can get passionate and wild, but Bob's kind of trying to curtail my steam a little bit. He's going to Bob's been very negative. He's been negative Bob. I'm going to see you've heard of negative Nancy. He's been negative Bob. He's been negative Bob for the last couple of rooms. So I'm trying to, he chimes in, takes a couple little jabs here and there.
Well, about a few things.
Yeah, about a few things. He's not exactly pursuing certain content and certain dialogue. And it's hard to tell because Bob's a little unpredictable. But I do try to keep that in,
Andrew,
keep
what is
that
your height?
in mind.
Andrew, what is your height?
6 feet and 180, 195.
So I have mock you as well.
Oh, you okay. Well, Greg, you might be the peak, one of the most peak cringe people that come on stage, but it is bad, but that's okay. I'm glad you're mogging. Mog on, sir. Mog on.
He'll grow up at some point.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, exactly. Because
Just for reference, if I can ask this about alcohol, I promise you, great help.
Bob's like 7 feet tall, just so you know. Greg, so watch your mouth. But anyway,
Chris Jones, 24.
go ahead and grab that.
Okay, you're 24 years old. So this guy's 24 years old. You're talking about like some Gen Z.
You didn't get the, edgy early 20s energy immediately.
No.
24 is Gen Z, so we talked about
Trying to keep like some like cool kids, like legit.
Gen 24 is Gen Z.
Like
This is like I've hung out on Kiwi farms and 4chan with the
Are you really so people?
Bob's tall, but no.
Bob's
Bob's
like
tall, right?
6'2".
Okay, there you go. 6'2" and a half. He's made it down to the head. He's like 6'2" and
Well, that's what it converts to. We use the metric system.
that's a good point. That's fair. Okay, all right, that's fair. I was gonna say, Greg. So I'm hoping you can maybe talk to Bob so Bob can take the baton since he's making
I don't historically have good interactions with Bob, and I don't want to start.
No. anybody fucking ask you, Pickerwood?
Yeah. Well, I did see Greg talk about, but here's the thing, I did, Greg, you got.
What do you mean no one's asking me? Andrew literally just asked me.
I did just ask.
Spiritual.
You got us, you got us sold it, Greg, by a trans person. Do you think anything? No, he said he did.
Yeah, like damn near did it like straight up. It was fucked up.
If you believe anything he says,
Well, he's been consistent on that, so we're thinking.
I mean, it also happens to be true, and I don't
Sugar
know
has been
I don't know why
consistent.
the fuck
John
I
Lee has been consistent. I don't think Sugar's been consistent.
don't know why. I don't know why I would lie to you. Just like, why would I lie? Why would I lie?
Why?
Aren't you
There's just
supposed to believe women? I mean, believe the victims. Aren't you supposed to believe them? Okay. Right.
I mean, this did happen, and I don't know why I would lie about it. I would lie, but yeah, that did fucking happen, unfortunately. Yeah.
Because you're a low IQ right wing. Why would you lie about it? I don't know. A million reasons.
Actually, I don't think he's a right winger, brother. I don't want to claim he is straight. What?
For the record, I keep mock everyone on stage.
That's.
I got every question right on the IQ test. Scored 100.
Especially you, Bob. By at least 30 points. But anyway, Andrew, continue.
Wait, Greg, you wouldn't consider yourself right wing, would you?
I would not call myself a right winger.
No, you're not conservative either, really, right? And something's perfect.
Just happens to have a lot of right wing opinions.
Well, let's see. I don't think he's really. I don't think I've ever. Well, I don't know if there's been anything. I'm trying to think of redeeming thing. I mean, he's little less. All right, geez, Bob.
Maybe I'm wrong about him being like, no, but Frank's like the most uninteresting person to ever come in. Let's talk about it.
Somebody say my name.
Yeah, who is this? Is this Marshall?
It's Austin.
Oh, Austin Powers. Austin, you don't come up very often, but you are a very strange person. Are you neurotic?
So, Andrew, did you just get browbeaten?
I'm just psychotic, not neurotic. There's a difference.
Did you just get browbeaten into abandoning that line of dialogue?
Oh, no, I managed it since you and Bob and Bud are talking to him, so I don't think that.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about him. I'm talking to you.
No, but the reason was I was trying to set you up with Bob.
Okay, Paul, correct. You guys are going to have a violent now.
No, I'm good.
Greg, if you were my child, I would recharge you.
This guy Bob is not capable of stimulating me in any kind of interesting way. Yeah, including sexually, but I meant
Greg's cognitive
I
loads are
meant intellectually.
and ropey for me.
Greg, have you had the sex?
Like super dense cognitive loads.
We need to ask Austin because he is a race like a leprechaun. He comes in and goes and he says some pretty wild stuff in chat. But Austin, are you there?
I am.
Austin, can you give the best reason for Uncle Bob up there to believe that God exists, first of all, and secondly, that the crucifixion, the atonement was good? Go ahead.
Sure. It's called hedging your bets. There's no reason not to. So by doing that, you're just hedging in case it's true. There's no loss to you.
No, that's pretty.
That's really nice.
I mean, it didn't really. It's not like rationally compelling, but I mean, it's definitely like a. I don't know. What do you think of Pascal's wager, the modified version of whatever one's apparently better? Any thoughts? All right, we lost Bob. I'm sure. I get Austin Bird here. He might be. This might be. He might be around.
Can I ask you, state qualified first? I don't know about.
It was like some long thing that this lady, yeah, that she gave on Capturing Christianity.
Okay.
And, you put Pascal's wager updated or something like Pascal's wager or Capturing Christianity. It'll come up. I wish I didn't know. I was hoping maybe Bob has heard a more sophisticated version. Maybe hear his take on it. But okay, then secondly, by the way, yeah, welcome. That's Austin. Different Austin. Sorry, that's a different leprechaun. Okay, never mind about the atonement. Austin, what's your take on feminism and abortion? Go ahead, sir.
I think that in order to have an abortion, you need to be
see you, sir. Your name actually, I don't know, it kind of tricks people because they don't think you're going to be sincere. It's like a trolling name, and you're actually sincere.
It's a swirly name.
It is swirly. Clapton, what do you say about abortion and feminism, brother?
I got caught on through. Abortion, I guess at a certain point it's bad, and then before that, I guess we have to argue with when is a human or when is life life. I guess once you figure out that line, depending on what side of the line you are, I'm against it. But before that, I guess it's each his own.
Yeah, actually, Andrew, do you want to hear my real answer?
I think it started out well, but like all isms, it ends up bad because it gets taken advantage of by the extremes.
Yeah, like autism, what was called Satanism, probably some other isms. You get carried away. Yeah,
Objectivism.
Objection. There's a lot of autism on there.
I would actually agree if I'm giving a serious answer with what Clapton just said. I don't. It's like I think it's more of a medical thing. I think it's I don't want to murder people. I don't think people should murder people. Let's decide: is this a independent, separate life or not? Medically speaking, I know that's a precarious and just kind of kicking the can down the road, but that's kind of how I feel about it. I don't think it's a good thing to murder babies. I also don't think it's a good thing to force people to have a baby they don't want. But you need to define that shit. It's like not really defined.
Well, luckily, all of those things are basically already defined.
Can I put my two
So
cents in?
those questions we figured.
Everyone in your church?
My church.
Yeah, they say all the churches say
Andrew, it would have been next week too.
Alizé, I hope you haven't been drinking Alizé tonight. If you can boost your compassion level, I'll come.
These questions are like, oh, is it a life, and when does the human, like those questions are open. So you can go ahead.
There's no. Did you fill me in? Cells do divide. Just one. Like at what point?
As long as it's fertilized, it's like.
That's when it's human.
Yeah.
According
It's
to
human before that too, but
according to who?
according to the medical sciences and biology.
So if I look at my medical science book, that's what it says.
Yeah. See, like if you take a zygote, a biologist is going to classify that as a separate human organism. That's right.
It's going to classify it as a human or an organism related to human.
No, not an organ. Like that's a human.
According to the medical science book. Is there a medical science book? Is that a thing?
There are medical science.
You have the Dewey Decimal of that book because I would love to see it.
So you're saying that conception is a human, but it doesn't have a heartbeat? You're still claiming
I mean, obviously it does have a heartbeat. It's a single cell.
So you don't need a heart to be human.
That's right.
You don't need to have a brain to be human.
You need to have a brain.
I think you need. Do you need toenails?
Well, it's human life, isn't it?
Yeah,
I think what you're talking about is person.
I don't
think
know.
when you say human, you mean person.
I don't know. You're saying you
No.
know.
Yes, everyone agrees that it's human life. Everyone agrees that it's alive.
But I don't agree. I'm saying I don't know, so I'm not agreeing. I'm not disagreeing.
I'm saying everyone who is in view.
find out how we classify things by DNA, and find out if it has that DNA, and then you'll have your answer.
But if I can
I'm saying that there are people who aren't view.
nail clipping, it says DNA, does my nail clipping, is that also a human?
No, it's not a human, but it is human.
Oh, okay. So it's like my nail clipping, where it's human. It's as human as like my nail clipping.
Human cell, yes.
Yeah, okay, I agree with that. It's a human cell.
As in it's
But when is it,
it's a
I think
human
if I
life.
use the term independent life,
Yes, it is an independent life. As in it doesn't have your DNA.
so because it has different DNA, that makes it independent life?
Right. That's typically how we distinguish different organisms.
What about if I fertilize it and 100% Dewey Decimal Baby? Dewey Decimal Baby?
I got you. So it's going to be 611 that that development has euphemism begins at fertilization. So basically,
Is it Library of Congress or what?
So what?
Like what Dewey does? Yeah.
I just searched up decimal classification. I don't know if it's.
I don't actually remember how Dewey Decimal works. I thought it was library to library. I was just taking a guess.
I know that different libraries do like 611.3 because some have like broader and older systems, but I know that there's specific subdivisions now. So that's.
We should give a shout out to librarians. They're keeping knowledge alive since antiquities. But there you go.
Thank you guys. Alize, I want to get you in, brother. Bob, I know you're going to have a trigger finger trigger. But Alize, you got to go on break. It's pretty good.
Yeah, it always puzzles me as to why you want to get some of these people who have
Well, it's just they're related to us.
It is ready for hell.
But Andrew, you're not reading it, right? But I wanted us to like now, like once it's been stipulated.
I'll be quick.
Maybe we continue that.
I'll be quick. Don't worry about it.
Oh yeah, I was like, make your submission, then we'll get right back to us. Go ahead.
So, feminism should be outlawed. Abortion should be destroyed. As soon as you put the dick in, it's consent and it's forever. You sign the paper. Listen, you sign your soul, guys. Therefore, that means whatever happens with the kid is forever. Sorry.
I was like, thank you, brother.
I'm not.
I'll leave because my phone was saying.
Just to be clear, I want him on faculty. I don't know.
No, I'm not done yet. No. So, look. Feminism, yeah, should be out the window.
Gotcha.
It's the 15th Amendment, right?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Abortion should be if you and the woman decide to have sexual intercourse and you don't want the baby, both of y'all should have one limb taken off of you. That is the bare minimum. That's the bare minimum.
Yeah,
Leg, arm, and then things that happen, certain things that happen in life.
This is where you say, and I land my mic.
No, I'm being honest. And therefore, if there's certain things that happen in life where the R word and all this, maybe, just maybe, you can go around it. But other than that, life is life and it happens, man. It's only forward.
Thank you, brother. Good point. I don't want to get you to go here with Bob. Please, you guys. Go ahead.
I was just going to say something to Elise that I think you might find funny.
No, please.
That was just really quick.
Okay, we'll just say it. Don't let him respond. Just say it.
Elise, it was funny. What you said reminded me of what my father always said growing up. He would say, he would say, Greg, that's not my name, but whatever. Greg, as a man, you have control over your.
So what am I going first about?
Austin.
Austin.
Yeah,
the guy I just talked to.
Yes. We're back on track.
Yeah.
Okay.
We should force people to do things they don't want to, but I also don't believe we should murder humans. That was the overall point of what I was saying.
Sure. But it sounded like, once we figured these things out, then,
That's why I responded the way I just did, is to clarify that, because that was not the
focus of the message. I'm not very articulate, but that was not what I was trying to explain.
Oh, I'm just saying, the reason I focused in on that was it like it sounded like if I had these answers, I could have elaborated on my thoughts. But maybe that's
so even now, like if you want to go down that path, I'm happy to do that because I don't think that's agreed upon in a way where that starts. I don't know if it ever could be.
No, but I'm saying it doesn't seem important to your position. Like if tomorrow you found out that actually all the scientists agree that it's a human from conception, that it's alive at conception, what would that change your view in any way?
Well, no, it would make me suspicious because scientists, all of them agreeing on anything is clearly, sus. But if there was a way to, define that,
You agree on a lot of things.
What, like, what? I mean, isn't the point of being a scientist to disagree? Isn't the whole scientific method not about what we know and about what we don't know?
Scientists disagree.
Science is all about proving what we don't know. It's not. You don't actually prove what we know.
Yeah, but you can be in agreement about. Yeah, but you can be in agreement about the stuff that we do know. What do you mean?
No, we agree that this is our best guess. We don't agree that this is what we know.
No, but that doesn't mean they can't be in agreement. Like imagine like gold has atomic number 79. Like, I don't know of any chemist or molecular physicist who disagrees with it. Now that might not be true in some further sense, but that doesn't mean they don't agree about that.
Yeah, that's semantics, though. You're talking about just using different. You're saying gold is a measurable quantity based on these specific parameters, and any disagreement on that would be based on the semantics of the words, right? So,
someone could disagree about how many protons there are in gold.
Sure, but
You're saying they all agree, though. 79 protons.
Let me give you something about gold that is not.
So we agree it wasn't the semantics.
Let me give you something about gold that is not universally agreed upon. There was a guy who was smuggling gold at the airport, and the TSA agent said, "Hey, you, get back here." Now, not everyone agrees that's funny, but some people agree it is.
How is that a scientific?
It wasn't. It was a gold. I was trying to lighten it. I got to work on the jokes.
Oh, shit.
Hey, you, get back here. That is for humor.
Stop that. I'm sorry, I was kind of distracted by my kid. It's like a metric fuck ton of stuff that scientists all agree on, but so
I hate the way you say that. I know
being suspicious that scientists agree on something seems like a very bad.
I'm not saying when it's presented like that, because that tends to be a sales tactic. Yeah, when it's all scientists agree.
You're saying rhetorically, if someone says
rhetorically, exactly.
That makes
Thank you.
sense. Okay. I see what you're saying.
Right.
You're not
saying I'm trying to say we're kind of agreeing.
Disagree on something. You're just saying when people in debates to tell you scientists agree on something, you take that with a dose of skepticism.
Exactly. It tends to be somebody's trying to tell me.
It's a much different claim. Like, I'll get it.
But the point is that we're getting back to it with where life starts. I don't think that is really something when it's a human versus whatever stage of development. I don't know how you can definitively, scientifically, medically, absolutely define that. Do you?
Well, there's a lot of very superlative language there, but I'm just saying if you were to tomorrow, would your opinion change? And it seems like the answer is no. Like I don't think that's.
Well,
it doesn't seem to. Your position doesn't seem to really hinge on when life starts.
Well, Bob, no. Actually, if I really found out tomorrow in some convincing, non-sales way, then I'd be like, okay, yeah, don't murder the baby.
Oh, so, okay, you're saying that if you found out that it was a human life at conception, then you would say that would be murder and we shouldn't do it.
Right, but it's very subjective because it's totally dependent on my belief of that source, right? So it's not. I'm not really saying anything. So
No,
I'm
but
just
whatever. No, I'm saying if you take the source to be trustworthy by whatever empirical heuristic that you use, if you thought that,
absolutely.
you would think it's okay. But you think the issue is that there's a question of when is it human life, or do you mean like personhood? Like do you mean person when you say human?
Well, that's a really good question, and I mean that. I hate when people say that they don't mean it, but that's interesting. Are you human versus person? I don't know. I'd have to. How would we define that?
Well, a person is something. Is not something that's specifically right. Well, that's not one thing, but typically, it's something that if we consider you a person, then we afford you the rights of the person, and now you're a moral patient in a much more significant way than if you were just some life.
But even being able to develop independently of your host gets complicated because the idea of having an artificial womb is very much a thing that will happen and very soon, right? So that confuses it further.
Only insofar as you're making like abortion arguments based on bodily economies.
I don't know. I'm not trying to argue either way.
I'm fine saying it's an independent, like, as in like you put it in an appropriate environment, it's going to like develop. It doesn't have your DNA. It's going to be a different person. Like there's a trajectory of development here that just invariably leads to this is a different person.
Well, what about a premature baby without modern medical treatment that allows it to survive? How do you reconcile that? Do you see that?
What do you think needs reconciling?
So do you think that the use of these advanced technologies changes whether or not it's independent?
It just depends on what you mean by independent. It's biologically dependent for its development, but it's independent as though at no stage is it like the same person as the mother.
Independent, like it can develop on its own. That's where I thought we were.
Oh, sure. That's just a matter of scientific progress. I think that question is largely uninteresting, except for the most part, practical issues.
Sure, but you have to establish it for first principles, right? Like, is that or is?
No, I think establishing that is uninteresting. Like, it doesn't seem to me to be really important.
Without
whether or not it can be. But I caveated that by saying it can be depending on what you're using as your justification for allowing abortions. But yeah.
Well, I'm not talking about going down that.
Good.
I'm not trying to go down that path. What I'm saying is for first principles, so we're on the same page. Are we saying that is or isn't part of independence? And I'm fine either way. I just want to be on the same page.
No, it's definitely part of biological independence, which is what you said you meant. But I think that's like trivial. But if it can't live outside of the womb, then it is dependent on the mother.
But without medical assistance, we're saying, for the sake of this discussion.
In whatever capacity.
Okay, no, I understand. I just want to be clear.
I think it's independent regardless of medical assistance.
It's alive until it dies. It's alive until it dies. So it's actually it's irrelevant. You're not wrong. Because even if it's a short life, it's still alive. So I guess it's really when you reach that threshold, right? It's a fuzzy threshold of
which threshold, like life or person?
Right, I think personhood, because it has life. Okay. It is alive. It is.
Okay, pretty good. We agree on that.
And so that's very interesting. I've never framed it like that, so that's why I'm trying to bounce it around.
No, that's fine. Some sort of neurodevelopmental stage where you can somewhat have an appreciation of the fact that it has primitive cognitive faculties.
as little as a fish or as much, it doesn't matter. As soon as it's doing something.
Well, it's doing something in terms of having qualitative subjective experiences.
Oh, so I have experience. That's
Yeah, like consciousness. Like it has to be in some way conscious. It can't be like a biological automaton that is simply responding to stimuli.
we don't assign personhood or whatever the equivalent fishhood to fish or whatever, right? They're not self-aware.
What I'm saying, religious people here are going to disagree. Like you might think that the zygote is already in soul, and so for you, it makes sense to me to ground it in some, something that correlates with mine.
So you should just go for the kill shot. He doesn't have a view at all. All of this is just arbitrary for Bob. He doesn't have that. No, he actually has a pretty well-defined view. So even if I were to take some religious, I still know everything. So just listen. Even if I had a very strong religious view, I would find this an interesting way to explore that. Right? That's what confuses me is when people do have strong religious views and they just shut down the exploration of the different ways to explore the way this is.
Sure. I think that makes sense to me. Like I wouldn't strongly object that if you are like a devout Christian or something, and you take that sort of view on ensoulment, they just find them. It just makes sense.
Well, it's simply personhood. It's just a different. It's the same thing. It's like when is that endowed? And it could be at the very first, at the moment of fertilization, whatever. Just define it.
Right.
That is pretty interesting.
Even if he could define personhood, he can't ground it in the metaphysical system because it doesn't already have those.
Why do you have to ground it in the metaphysical system instead of grounding it in the physical system?
It's because Bob's view is a joke. He's looking at all the retard.
Well, sir, as a retard, I appreciate Bob. He's a troll. So this is interesting because I apply this. I hope you can follow me on this. A bit to climate change. I feel like people don't look at it the same. Like you see, there's so much doubt. Whether you believe it or you don't, that all to me is irrelevant. It really bothers me when people are like, "Oh, we know this, we know that," because it's all based on models, and models by their nature are rarely accurate. Pretty much never, but sometimes useful. And that's never part of the conversation, and it pisses me off. And the whole point, how I'm tying this back is, you have these different, very volatile, very controversial ideas. When life starts, when it's independent, and it's very rarely talked about in a reasonable and just analytical manner. And it upsets me that we can't have those conversations. And I'm probably part of the problem because I got every question right on my IQ test at 100.
Well, you're good. That's at least that's my view.
Yeah, I'm top research.
Narrow matter.
I'm actually top percentile of smartest people on Earth ever.
Yes. You're good.
Except in math, I didn't do so well.
Are you Christian?
I mean, I am reserving my decision until I see which way the guy in front of me goes. If he says yes and he goes up, I'm going to say yes.
What if he pulls out a diamond, explosive vest?
If he does and he hits the button and he goes up, I'm going to be like, God damn it, what materials do I have around me? I need something that will oxidize.
Are you undecided on the question?
I am, but I hate agnostic. I'm more like, I know I'm not that smart, and a lot of people much smarter than me believe in that, or some variation of that, so I don't like taking a position. It sounds like a pushy way out. It's not. I just know that so many people so much smarter than me have really strong feelings on it. I'm a bit envious of people with faith, and those two things combined make it tough for me to be like, just because I can't explain it doesn't mean there's a there there. So it's more like, I don't want to be the asshole.
No, I think that's fine. What do you make of the fact that there's a much tighter correlation between IQ and level of education and atheism than there is with theism? The only reason I bring this up is because you mentioned the guy who's much smarter than you.
Sure. So I would like to know. I would like to see that based on. I'd love to see that over time. I think you would see that scale change. Do you know what I mean? I think that theism probably had, or practiced theists probably had far higher IQ for a long time. So there's probably a big change there at some point, and it would be interesting to see when. I don't know if that data exists, but do you follow me?
I'm yeah, I do. My kid pooped, so.
Congratulations, man. That's awesome.
Well, that's an argument of proportionality because there's more theists than atheists. So now that becomes an argument of proportionality.
Well, it's not. I mean, I guess that might be part of it.
Well, honestly, he's saying that atheists have higher IQ. So just to be clear, it's interesting because you and Bob are both agnostic. So he's actually agreed with you on that too. But he's saying that atheists tend there's like, you know.
Did you understand what I was saying, though, Andrew?
Yeah. So you want to see how it plays out over time because you're saying you tend to think that the IQ is higher among theists because they've been around. You know, it's been that way, but actually,
it used to be the educated people, the more that would be their path. So there's definitely I don't know if you could do that. How you would do that? There's probably a way. I'm not doing it, but that would be interesting.
Yeah, it depends on the field because from what I heard, Scott was saying some stuff the other day, and I don't think this myself too much, but it seems like I think I looked up a couple things he said that seemed like he was right. That something like it depends on the field that they're in, like as far as people who are studying certain things, professionals. Because we're talking about not just IQ, but I mean people who are like in different fields in academia. They have different, like the distribution of theism, from theist to atheist. It is interesting because it differs depending on the field. And yeah, I can't remember what the distinctions were, but that being said, yeah, go ahead.
I would think actually a part of this is the intelligence. I don't know if IQ is the best tool to, or the best, but I think part of it might be that somebody who's like, I'm atheist, has put the secondary effect or whatever of that type of mindset where someone who is more likely to go through that process and thought process is more likely to have a higher IQ. So it's just coincidental in a way.
Well, let's see if this maybe sheds some light on it. So fields with the highest average IQ data derived from standardized testing like GRE, LSAT, and SAT consistently rank fields that require high levels of mathematical abstraction and logical reasoning at the top. Field of study is going to be number one is going to be physics and astronomy. Estimated average IQ is 133. Rank number two is going to be mathematical sciences. Estimated IQ of 130. Number three is philosophy. Estimated IQ, average IQ of 129. Four is materials, chemical engineering. Estimated IQ of 128 to 129. Five, economics is 128, average IQ. And then it said these figures are estimates based on SAT/GRE conversions, where the mean is 100 with the standard deviation of 15.
The standard deviation. So that's also, that's the margin for error. That maybe they.
Yeah.
So you're basically, they're all the same when you take into the margin for error.
Well, that's interesting. But let me read this here. I hear what you're saying. So field with the highest rates of theism, research into the religiosity of academics, such as studies by Gross and Simmons, show that while professors are generally less religious than the public, the level of belief varies significantly by discipline. Social sciences and humanities often show the lowest levels of belief, particularly in sociology and psychology.
I hope they also show the lowest IQ.
for some reason.
This is actually the hard science. This actually is surprising how you're listening. The hard sciences, surprisingly, physical scientists, chemists, and physicists are often more likely to be theists than social sciences. So social scientists, professional fields, the highest. Yeah.
The specialization, that makes sense, actually.
That's completely unsurprising.
So professional fields, the highest levels of religious belief among high education. The highest levels of religious belief among high education professionals are found in accounting, medicine, applied engineering, and elementary education.
So if you look at what require multi-domain information synthesis, that's probably where you would find the highest level of atheists, I would imagine. I'm guessing.
Yeah, so check this out. Where the IQ and theism meet, if you're so it says if you're looking for the sweet spot, fields that maintain both high cognitive entry barriers and higher than average rates of theism, the data points towards mathematics and engineering. In mathematics, despite the high IQ requirements, mathematicians often report higher rates of belief in God than biologists or psychologists. This is sometimes attributed to the Platonic nature of math, where practitioners view universal truths as discovered rather than invented. Number two is engineering. The field consistently shows higher levels of religiosity than the pure sciences. Sociologists like Gambetta and Herzog for engineers than those in the discovery-based natural sciences. And the last one is philosophy of religion. While philosophy as a whole has a high IQ, well, it's not big about making you a high.
Well, Christians have a lot of imagination.
Like I would expect philosophers of religion to be predominantly. Math is on the back of, like you read, Platonic ideals.
Andrew,
Look up analytical or
it makes sense when that's put together. I just didn't.
An intelligence analyst who uses multi-domain synthesis of information. I'd love to know what I believe they would be more likely to be atheists, right? Like the math and those specialties, they're so focused on their domain. They're super smart. They know what is the prevalence?
Yeah, so pull that out. So the summary here said the last line here, the line says highest IQ overall, physics and philosophy, high atheism. Highest theism overall, education and nursing, average IQ. And it says high IQ plus atheism relatively is mathematics, chemical engineering, and accounting. Interesting.
Yeah, something to think about.
The Platonic thing. Yeah, I just didn't. It is funny because that's actually one of the things that said to CM, because he's like, no, I don't believe in any of this, whatever. I'm like, don't you believe, mathematics are a real deal or whatever, numbers are real? And he said, well, I go back and forth on that. He kind of made him a little unstable there on his view. He didn't want to accept it as abstract objects or whatever. Yeah, so that's interesting. That's fine. But yeah, so one of the plus.
Yeah, it just came back with 666 just over and over. Hold on, I'm trying to classify child.
Like that's pretty funny. This gets to come up here, Lucian. I need you to do a Bobby. It's spicy. You're welcome to come too, Frankie. Yeah, you got people saying hell Satan up here, Lucian. I don't know, bro.
It's madness.
It is madness, brother. Does it mean anything? I mean, it's not. I mean, it's like a joke and just kind of dismissive, not really considering. I mean, if somebody said that they genuinely, was of the faith or something, I think that would be odd.
Yeah, Andrew, what does it mean in Christianity when someone is like noticing the number 777 a lot?
Yeah, I mean, there's number stuff in Christianity, but I mean, it's like not really. I mean, there's 12, obviously, 12 disciples, 12, tribes of Israel. There's 3, spirit, soul, body, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, stuff like that. But I don't know about 777.
was thinking video a while ago. Person talking about like, if you drink speak, the monster.
Oh yeah.
The monster one. Monster. Yeah. I know that movie was hilarious. And Andrew, can I read something really quick? Sure. Yeah, you bet. Okay, so this is from Sage Journals, which is peer reviewed, from Personality and Social Psychology Review. And it says, the association was stronger for college students and the general population than for participants younger than college age. It was also stronger for religious beliefs than religious behavior. For college students and the general population, means of weighted and unweighted correlations between intelligence and the strength of religious beliefs range from -0.2 to -0.25, with a mean of about -0.24. Three possible interpretations were discussed. First, intelligent people are less likely to conform and thus are more likely to resist religious dogma. Second, intelligent people tend to adopt an analytic as opposed to intuitive thinking style, which has been shown to undermine religious beliefs. And third, several functions of religiosity less need for religious beliefs and practices. This isn't me speaking, this is a meta study of 63 different studies. Yeah. So I appreciate that, Frank. It's actually cool. Good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And that's kind of the stuff that I was kind of aware of, at least that kind of correlation or whatever. And I think relatively well-known physicist, and he's also a priest. So, but is his name Neil? No, I don't talk about his name on here, but he actually. It's a joke. Yeah. Okay. No. I actually met Neil once. Pretty cool. Really, because I hate him on stage, but sorry. He was very nice. He was at an IBM conference actually in Las Vegas. Everybody that meets him says things, but whatever. Anyway, yeah, but we've had conversations about it, and for him, the belief comes from sort of an emotional place. He lost a child, and he lost a wife during childbirth. Lots of trauma, and his church was very supportive of him during that time. Frank, I'll go down after I say this, but why doesn't he get Apple AirTags? I deal with trauma through humor. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I love that too. That's okay. That's okay. Very dark, but I like it. But he also does have kind of what you were saying about math, Andrew. Yeah. He talks about his religious, I don't want to say his religious conversion, but sort of religious aha moment, I don't know what you want to call that, was looking out a window and seeing the sunset over Monterey Bay through an equation, I think it was Maxwell's equations, that were written on the glass. Now, to me, that would just be, interesting, but to him, that was a religious experience. He's a good guy. We don't fight about it. We share the same political beliefs for the most part, and the same, we have the same taste in music and things like that. So we have plenty of things to talk about. Other than, we're both in our 60s now. We talk about our prostates more than anything else. Yeah. Tell us more about your prostate. Oh, you don't want to know. I have surgery coming up in May, so chop it up, put it in a bucket. Yeah, that's all things do. I always say, the first time I thought a robot would be sniffing around my junk, it would be a lot better than this. But are you doing the robotic one? Yeah, I'm doing Da Vinci. My dad did the same thing. Great results. So the bucket, but keep the bucket. Just because. Yeah. But anyways, that's neither here nor there. But anyways, I think it's interesting. I think you're on the right track, Andrew. I think if you just look at it overall, the numbers are pretty clear. Have you been praying for this, Andrew? Have you been praying for this day? Have you been praying for this day? I gotta be Denver. I'm sorry. Yeah, I was in the middle of saying something. So, I think if you look at the overall numbers, the meta-analysis is pretty clear. But I think you're right. If you broke it down by discipline, no bad jokes, please. It would be interesting to see some of those breakdowns as well. Like if you looked at evolutionary biologists, for example, I imagine there's very little religiosity, or at least, I guess I would also also break down religiosity too. Like I think a lot of people in these fields fall into sort of like a spiritual but not religious thing. I don't think you're going to find a lot of like fundamentalist Christians in evolutionary biology.
I just took 30 seconds to read about this, right? And what I found is there's an interesting consideration we haven't talked about. There's low observance, secularism. So it kind of skews or can it's less clear. We're using a defined term like, are you believe God? Yes or no?
This is the problem with a lot of the studies, including the Templeton studies too, is that there's this conflation of, and this does point out a little bit that there's a difference between religious belief and religious behavior. And until you stratify that a little bit, I think we're looking at such generalizations that it's really hard to just say, well, the meta-analysis says this, but I do not start from a point of view ever in my conversations with the religious person who's stupid, or has less IQ, because that's categorically, I don't think that's not true. But if someone comes in and says, for example, I want to have a conversation with you about religiosity, but I don't want to use logic, well, then the conversation is pretty much over, because I can't really have a conversation where logic isn't the metric, isn't the substrate by which the conversation is being had, because then I would just say, well, there's the color red, God doesn't exist. Well, that's illogical. What? Yeah, he's trolling. Do you want to talk? You need my ex-wives?
Yeah. I'm currently trying to get divorced. Let me get it from that. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, exactly. I'm an expert on that subject.
Austin, did you read How Many Academics Work on Religion? On his story?
Are you talking about the erotic story? Yeah, I thought that was hot. What did you think?
No, I'm talking about
It's not too. It doesn't diverge too much from general society, unless you get into like the light, the top of the top. There's a difference, but that might and probably is just the way that they are identifying versus low observation ones who are just identifying as that because social norms or whatever. So it's very unclear.
In the chat too about this too, and that is that you really can't go back in history and go like, well, there's always been more, because for centuries the only schools available were religious schools.
Frank, I don't remember that exact one earlier where there's a flip. And it'd be interesting to see that historically. I don't know how you would track that data, but to see where the education changed from it being, where that was the path for people that were intelligent, and that's where they went, because it would be very hard to
the Industrial Revolution. And I also think you'd have to do it geographically. Like I think it would be very different in Western Europe, for example, versus say China, and in America. Education in America was for a long time very non-secular. So public education that didn't include religious indoctrination was a relatively modern invention of education in America, I think. Someone would have to track that, but that would be my hypothesis. At least I was corrected, but that would be my hypothesis.
This is why we need to celebrate librarians.
Absolutely.
They are, you might not go to the library often, but they're literally keeping knowledge alive.
Yep. Yeah, it's funny. I've been thinking about libraries a lot recently. One of the most beautiful libraries in the world, I don't know if anybody's been to Switzerland, but in St. Gallen, there's a really famous old library where they have a lot of really, really old illuminated manuscripts and stuff like that. If you just look up the Library of St. Gallen, it'll blow your mind. I live about an hour away from there, and I go there often. It's really remarkable.
I may or may not have smoked pot in the Library of Congress bathroom once.
I so beautiful, it'll blow your mind, and just going there, you know, it's an interesting thought about.
No, it is. Yeah. Yeah.
I wouldn't just want them to go to good.
You're dead. What do you care? Spend your money.
I use an app called Book Buddy where I actually have my entire library in sort of a shareable application for like loaning out books and stuff like that.
I'm gonna blow your mind real quick, Frank. Take a picture of your library, your books, right? And then give it to Claude or ChatGPT, and then have it just create a database of where your books are.
Yeah.
All right.
I scanned all the ISBN.
Kitover. But it's like just from the picture of the what was it called? The spine. It'll be able to tell you third row, 15. I did this with my cookbooks.
Oh, cool. That's
nice. I'm like, oh, I need a recipe for this. And I was like, all right, do this. I'm like, where do I find it?
Yeah, because I don't alphabetize. I don't have like my system is more by topic. Like all my James Joyce books are together. That's one whole bookshelf. All my Thomas Pynchon books are together. Yeah.
So the problem is you gotta put the book you take out back. Otherwise, you gotta remake the fucking database.
Yeah, I know. When I get into my fiction books, you know, like random fiction books, I think I like the idea of the Claude thing because, like, I have in my head, if you ask me where a particular book is, the other day someone was asking me about Shakespeare, and I knew exactly where it was, but there's no reason it's there. You know, like Shakespeare's right next to Anne Sexton. You know, what the fuck? You know, that doesn't make any sense. You know.
I just thought of this. You could actually do this easily. You could just every time you take out a book and then you put it back, you take a picture, and you have it itself, and you can streamline that with a little bit of code.
Yeah.
It'll make the schema for the SQL for you. It's so stupid easy.
I think what's more important to me, again, on sort of the topic, is sort of like the legacy of it. A lot of my books have a lot of value too, just because they're like signed or first editions and things like that. And like my wife, she's not really a literature person. I mean, she reads obviously, but she's not super into it like I am. And I'm just so worried that, like, you know, she'll throw out my first edition Joy Williams or something. You know, I'm like, no. So I told her, I said, if something happens to me, you have to bring in like my sister, who's also very literate, like to triage this stuff.
I mean, I have a signed copy of the Communist Manifesto. It's about vinyl.
That's pretty cool.
Totally made that up.
I have some William Gibson signed books, which are pretty cool, actually.
I actually do. I have a bunch of Robert Heinlein. First edition signed.
Cool. William Gibson, I have signed actually, and I just saw William Gibson's like auctioning off one of his books for charity, signed. Yeah, I already got one.
I want Brian Greene to sign my The Meaning of It All book.
It's funny when I actually I bought a book. There's this British author that I love. His name is Magnus Mills, and he's just hysterical and direct. He's like really awesome. And I bought one of those books online, and I through a secondhand source, and it came signed. I didn't even know that. So cool.
Yeah, that's very cool. Yeah, I really like. I know your brother's a physicist, but people shit on Brian Greene. But I love how he makes everything simple. I have such respect for that, and I love Feynman, right? And he was so high level. Just as a goof, I really want to do that.
My dad was actually a student of Feynman's too, actually. So for Christmas a couple of years ago, I bought him the lecture books.
My mom was one of the strippers he hung out with when he was painting this.
Oh, just stop. Feynman was pretty awesome.
Yeah, but so is Brian Greene. I hate how underappreciated he is. I mean, he's not Feynman, but like, I feel like he gets shit on all the time. It bothers me.
I think if you can make it understandable, because I don't understand physics, and I was literature major, you know. So if I can understand something someone is writing about physics, that's pretty impressive. You know?
That's what I mean. He dumbs it down, and that is like, yeah, he's not doing new physics, but he's doing something so important, and he has such a capacity to do it well. I've been in many like dinner parties or social whatever, and I'll talk about Brian Greene, and they're like, Brian Greene,
he's a hack.
And I'm like, no, like the dude has talent. He's really
can't do that for the stuff that I read. So
Well, I did that with life, but not so much with physics, to be honest.
Can I ask a question about religion?
absolutely.
But we don't have to give you an answer.
Fair enough. Well, let's go outside.
What religion? What religion? No, Marlo.
Yesterday I thought you said you didn't.
No, I don't think it's not that I don't think much of it. It's not like it doesn't give me certainty. I think it's a good argument. I think it's a great argument actually. Yeah, it just doesn't give me certainty. I think I'll just say it. I'm not like one of these atheist circle jerking purists, who where everything where my claiming to be an agnostic is not even acknowledged by them, and so they keep asking me questions about whether or not I'm agnostic. They ask it in various different ways, and I keep saying, yes, I'm an agnostic, and they just don't accept it. And so I think they were asking about the polynomial. I'm like, the polynomial is a good argument. I'm not going to say that it's not. And we could talk about it all day long in here, as we often do. But it doesn't give me certainty that there is or is not a God. It just kind of puts things on the scale and goes, yep, I'm still an atheist.
So wait, are you an agnostic or not?
I'm an agnostic atheist.
I'm joking, dude.
Oh man, I'm gonna come over there and smack you, Austin.
You didn't conceptually show a contradiction or just
Being an agnostic atheist?
No, probably not.
It doesn't show it depends on which theist you're talking to. I think a lot of the I can bash my fellow atheists, I think a lot of the atheists that come in, particularly to your rooms, Andrew, only care about Abrahamic atheists, people who are about Abrahamic religions. And my perspective is a little bit broader than that. I would say it creates a little bit of a dilemma for them. I don't know if it's a direct contradiction because, they have an apology for it, right? There's an apology. Yeah. So it's not enough to show a contradiction, but I've heard some debates, particularly with Calvinists and stuff like that, where they got nothing. They got nothing to respond to except for, repeating talking points. And to me, that's a really sort of leaning towards your belief system is probably mistaken.
I like wokeism over materialistic atheism.
What do you like over it?
Wokeism. Yeah, wokeism is better than materialistic.
What is wokeism? I don't even know what that is. What is that?
It's what happens in the morning when you hit snooze.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the kind of atheism that Buddha is.
What?
Buddha is an
You're
atheist.
talking about bad Buddha?
I'm a little confused.
I've never heard this word before.
I totally agree with your nonsense, sir.
When you say woke,
Yeah, Buddha was an atheist. You know that Buddha was an atheist?
Buddha was not necessarily atheist. I don't think it's any
He didn't believe in
You think
God.
you mean an ascetic?
Yeah, an ascetic is not necessarily an atheist. He just never spoke of God. It doesn't mean that he did not, iterate God.
Let's get to the bottom of this.
Have anyone ever read Sheldon Kopp's book? It's called.
The atheism of Terence McKenna or something like that is different than atheism of Jordan Peterson.
Thank goodness. Let's not bring up Jordan Peterson.
What the fuck just happened?
I'm not listening to much. He didn't say that.
I'm just like, Sheldon Kopp wrote a book called "If You Meet Buddha on the Road, Kill Him," and everybody gets really offended when people say that, but it's actually a quote from Buddha.
Yes.
It is a great book. It's about not following gurus and stuff like that. And I remember reading it.
And this is probably why we don't have much.
I would not take advice like that, except unless it's from an expert who knew what he was talking about.
I like atheists that do yoga and meditation more than.
Are you talking about chicks in yoga pants?
Yeah.
There are those spiritual practices.
All the time. Muhammad and I have great conversations. Muhammad and I talked. Yeah, we had a conversation
conversation yesterday that was awesome. Or was it day before yesterday, Muhammad? We were talking. I forget.
Yeah, 2 days ago.
Awesome conversation. Has a really good knowledge of the text, and it was a great conversation. We don't agree, obviously, on lots of things, but it was a really good conversation.
I feel like we should say peanut butter uranium high cream just keep talking about Muhammad. So.
Thank you for that. Lucien, are you there, buddy? I don't know if you're able to speak.
Yeah, I'm just listening right now.
Okay, well, if you get a chance to wait, I'm curious what you think about the high IQ correlation to atheism. If you can't weigh in, it's all good. What do you think about that, Muhammad and Katie? Go ahead.
Well, I'm wondering if they control the socioeconomic class.
Good question.
Yeah, that's a good question.
My impression is atheists come from a higher socioeconomic class, just more likely to go to college and be educated, I suppose.
That's a good point.
But is that an identification thing, or is that like an actual belief thing? That would be interesting also. You're saying atheists are... you're saying atheists are more likely to go to higher education, right?
Yeah.
So I'm wondering, is that like... I would be interested to see how deep those beliefs are. When we were discussing this in among different professions in the U.S., we ran into a problem where people who have low, they don't really believe in it, but they just lightly identify with it. It's hard to know whether they actually are religious or not in different professions, right? So I'd be interested to know how that affects that opposite result, where you have a higher level of atheism, but is that because there's an expectation you're atheist, or is that just because they are atheists? Sorry, that was a lot. I don't articulate.
Yeah.
Did you follow it at all?
I'm having a hard time tracking the question, actually.
I think the data is going to be self-reported. Say either atheists or not religious, which might not be exact. I mean, I don't mean that they don't have to be like anti types. But if you just look at the pool of American atheists, they're going to be more likely to come from children of professionals or something like that.
I would say upper middle class is a good way to put it, too, probably.
No, we found out.
Also more likely to be more educated, which I think we associate with intelligence.
So, what is it? Frenchie?
Yeah.
Frenchie. One of the highest prevalence of theists among people, well-educated people, were mathematicians.
Where was that study?
It was done at the Christian Science for Math Institute. And,
That sounds like bullshit to me, then. I'm sorry. Something by the Christian Science.
That was a joke. Right? Hang on, let me explain. So it was consistent among different specializations, and what it seemed to indicate was there was when you had these specializations, people actually identified as theists. And where we ran into a problem, which I was trying to explain, is are they actual theists, or are they just low-observing atheists who are just going along with social norms?
Okay. So you're saying that, is it that out of all mathematicians, there are proportionally more theists, an atheist versus, let's say, biologists? Is that what you're saying?
That's not what I think.
Right. See, I don't know what you mean when you say it's a high prevalence.
Yeah. Among
Yes,
specialties.
a larger portion of those fields are theists.
But it's still not. Yeah, but it's not a majority either. It's still it's 30 to 40% for mathematicians.
No, I think it's 67.
I'm looking at a study peer reviewed right in front of me that says 30 to 40
Okay.
for mathematicians.
Well, we'll go with that.
You've got 100 mathematicians and 100 biologists, right? And there are more mathematicians than biologists. Is that what we're saying? Is that?
Yeah, I'm not saying that definitively, but that was the understanding we came to.
Typically under 15%, often closer to 5 to 10%.
Because math people are pointless, like,
That could be it. biologists, physicists are confronting what is all about. It's possible, like biologists are finding out about evolution. And they're like, oh shit, I've been lied to my whole life. And
Yeah.
physicists look at the universe going, we probably don't have a God here. So maybe that's why.
I think it's definitely a field of study related. I think you could be a mathematician and there's this openness to mystery, basically, in mathematics, we could call it, whereas biology is grounded in things that are directly contradictory to most religions. Directly. Mathematics isn't directly contradictory to most religions, whereas biology definitely is. So I think that's where you see it.
During this discussion earlier,
Mom, sorry.
I want to say, like, this is like my view on it. Like, I don't see the direct connection between higher IQ and belief, because usually what higher IQ, and this is what I understand, it's problem solving, or how fast you can solve a problem and things like that, how intelligent you are. But if you don't care about there is a God or there isn't a God, you probably wouldn't even think about or have idea about, you don't care about the subject at all. So I don't see like the direct relationship between the belief and the higher IQ. That's it.
Let me expand on that real quick. So one of the things when we were discussing this earlier, when we're looking into this, is there is not a distinction that I can find between low observance, which is probably just social, and actual devout theists. So you can have people who just do it because that's what people around them do. It's custom rather than it's religion, and it's very hard to differentiate that data. So it became very murky what the real prevalence was.
Yeah, I think the terminology too just doesn't lend itself to getting to something where we're all gonna like go down the same path here. Religiosity, IQ, you know, the semantics here are so filled with, you know, contextual bias that it's really hard to I find it really hard to sort of land on anything in this other than the fact that I can say of mathematicians, blah blah blah. But the whole IQ thing, I'm right with you on that, Muhammad. It's like I think that IQ tests are more about problem solving, and they don't really tell me anything about much else.
As a low IQ person, Frank, I will tell you this: there's not enough big words in there for you to impress me.
See, it's like you should just listen to Phoenix in the chat. I was just writing as a response to one of his things. I was just saying, what in the word salad are you talking about?
I love just using words without meaning.
Yeah, materialistic atheism offers a cold empirical clarity. Woke atheism functions as a cognitive bridge that attempts to reconcile a godless universe with an intense drive for justice. Dude,
now that's false. Here's that flux capacitor. That's false.
Yeah, there's no flux capacitor in there. He hasn't used the word phenomenology. It's not true.
So sorry, sir, you failed.
You didn't use the word contingent. Fuck off. There was not a single entailment in there.
If you're not onomatopoeia, you're clearly a palindrome.
You're right. Which you can use necessary.
Not the most important word, necessary.
Yes, exactly. Necessary contingency.
Necessarily necessary. It's necessary we point that out.
Oh, and
Here. I have a funny existence anecdote. Is I was in college many years ago at UCLA.
Hold on, talking about my existence.
Okay, and we all dropped a bunch of acid, and we were like in the laundry room. There was like a piece of tape stuck to the wall of the laundry room, and we were all convinced that piece of tape like was the universe. You know, that was our entire existence of the universe was in this piece of tape on the wall. We were all talking about it. And it was like real tripping balls, you know. And this girl came into the laundry room, and she wasn't tripping, and she's like, "Existence, I took that last quarter," and we all laughed and forgot about it. So, whenever anybody mentions existence, I'm always like, "Existence, I took that last quarter." I just assume for utility that I do. Yeah, I can't, you know. I don't do a whole lot of. Yeah, it's just for utilitarian purposes. It is one of my presuppositions. Yes. I don't spend a lot of time debating it too, because it's kind of like then you end up talking about the matrix and simulations and things that don't really interest me.
Frank, what do you think of these conceptions of God, like Narcus has, where it's like basically her shoe is God?
Yeah.
You know, so she's kind of down like that, and I don't know, maybe she keep going.
Absolutely not. Frank, after 3 hours of discussing with Andrew about absolute divine simplicity,
Yeah.
comes to the conclusion that people who take from ADS worship a shoe.
It's funny you
This
say
is
that, though,
debate with Andrew, bro. Like, this is debate with Andrew.
if you've ever debated me, you know that's something I say all the time. Though, it's like I could just say my God is a coffee cup.
I thought that was the pantheist. So no, to do a absolutely.
You asked her, and Narcus.
It is Andrew. French.
Narcus spit out some of that woo that you say. What is it?
Let me go to this guy, Daddy Andrew. Don't let me get over this.
Wait, Phoenix has a new one for us. Phoenix has a new comfort in favor of occult biological determinism centered on power dynamics. The guy has a dictionary in front of him somewhere. And he's like flipping the words, going point, point, point.
Yeah, so look, if you ask her to define or describe her God as she understands it, she'll take the hits on, she slides up the Abraham and ask her to define
No, my model is from like Maimonides, Avicenna, like these kind of guys. And I don't know, Andrew, this is really hard for you to understand because you believe in the traditionalist man God, and there are quite a few of us who don't believe in your traditionalist man God. I'm not debating with you. It's going to go back to the shoe. Andrew, after all that back and forth, it's going to go back to the shoe.
I know. Listen, Frank and French will listen. They're much more bright than I am. They're going to understand exactly the shoe this Nike sketcher got. You just describe it. Give the description.
All the shoes you pick Nike for my God, like that.
Because it's a just do it thing.
Yes.
You're
Yeah, I mean, absolute divine simplicity doesn't have to like have a religion.
you're muffled, Frenchie, to see
Sorry. It just sounds like you were talking to pantheist when you're like, well, my shoe could be good.
No, I mean, if you ask her, basic, well, here's the thing. I just say, look, I mean, just go for atheism, Narcus. You don't have to, just go. You just,
Yeah.
If
Good
a
advice.
theist looks like you, Andrew, I'm definitely an atheist.
Oh. But there's an Eckhart Tolle room for that.
And there's a wokeism room for that too. I think Phoenix, do you have a wokeism room? I think.
Oh my God, Phoenix is just like pointing to his dictionary again. It's like that word.
You have pink. Only with pink hair you can answer.
Oh man, only with pink hair can answer. I guess I have no hair.
Frank, I'll give you Albedo's argument. I don't know if he'll turtle up here, but he's got an argument for theism.
Okay.
And that is that he has a very social based epistemology kind of thing. So he's like, hey, look, there's a lot of people, like a good portion of the planet, believes in God. And so that is a good reason to believe. Because many people believe. Not that it's true.
Yeah.
Because of that, but that it's evidence for it.
But that's so weak. I mean, that's like, that's clearly not someone who's done a lot of debates, because that argument, it assumes that there's like one God, first of all, and that's clearly, to an atheist, that's clearly not true. That there's one God concept. And secondarily, it's just an ad populum fallacy. It's like popular doesn't equal true. So that's the way I would do it.
Do you agree? Everybody's like, I'm silent.
Ad populum?
Yeah. Well,
It just means you're appealing to the popularity of something.
no.
So then how is that different from an ad populum fallacy? If your argument is literally just lots of other people believe it, therefore that's an argument that it's true, that's literally the definition of an ad populum fallacy.
If you look it up, it says that the truth of it is guaranteed.
is. No, no, you're not reading the fallacy correctly. I'm sorry.
Okay. Do you want to send a link?
Yeah, I can probably find one. Hold on.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah,
Yeah, dude,
The other thing is, some things are just purely dictated by their popularity.
sure, but not truth claims.
No, truth claims.
Like, give me an example of one.
It's true that if something's the most popular, based on
Yeah, but they're trivially true.
so
So yeah, they're self-referentially trivially true. So
that was what it is.
okay. Argumentum ad populum is a type of informal fallacy, specifically a fallacy of relevance, and is similar to an argument from authority. It uses an appeal to the beliefs, tastes, or values of a group of people, stating that because a certain opinion or attitude.
Okay, then you want to explain what peer review is?
Peer review is a way of correcting errors by.
It's their opinion.
Yeah, but it's not an opinion. It's they have to demonstrate. I can't peer review a paper by going, oh, I think that's crap. That's not peer review. Peer review means
That's not what I mean by it.
okay, but
Their evaluation.
yeah, but your evaluation has to come with data too. You can't just. It's like you. Yes, that's what corrects bad science is good science. Okay.
But we're talking about people who make evaluations of later reasons, evidence, whatever. I think people are doing that all over the place.
Yes, I agree too. Yeah.
I think that they do that with theism too.
What do you mean?
I don't think that people just suddenly, like when they start thinking about God, they're like, oh, we don't need to do that. I don't need to think about how I got to this or anything.
Well, yeah, but you're missing some of the nuances of what's being done in that secular context. It's not just thinking about it and publishing. It's actually saying, hey, I couldn't reproduce your results when I ran that experiment. No one's doing that with God. Right? No, and it's a totally different process.
I think that they are. I think that's in every
What do you mean? That's exactly what.
You're saying, look, you have like something that you're claiming, and I can't reproduce it, so I don't believe it.
Okay. And
I'm just saying that is what you're doing.
yeah, because that's my approach basically, and I would do that with science as well.
Yeah.
But you said they do it for the alternative, and that's like, I mean, the opposite. And I don't think maybe that's not what you're saying. Maybe I'm mistaken. That's fine.
Remember, like, there's some like thing, experiments or whatever.
Yes.
And people can go and like reproduce it. If there's a whole bunch of people that reproduce it, and maybe there's like a small subsection who doesn't, I think that it's more likely true, given that a lot of people were able to reproduce it.
If they're actually doing an experiment by my standards of what an experiment is, sure.
Why does that be your standard?
Because not my standards, but the standards of scientific evidence, I would say that is a no. Because that's what I choose. Yeah, if you choose just I read a book, therefore it's true. Someone else read a book they think is true. Oh gosh, the book is true. Hey, that's the religious standard.
I'm not saying we should just take it we should just have any standard. I'm just asking why that standard.
Yeah, but because it's proven to be good. It's demonstrated. If we fucking went to the moon last week because of a standard like that, you know. Although there's people here that probably don't believe that. So, you know, it's.
The problem I have is like I'm not granted that it is actually like a good standard to meet, but it seems like we have all kinds of beliefs that don't meet that standard.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, 100%. We're human. I don't apply the scientific. I don't apply the scientific method to my relationships.
They don't meet that scientific standard.
Yeah, we do it all the time. You know.
Okay. Well, then why don't you think that's maybe what's going on with Jesus?
Because it hasn't. It doesn't become a category problem for me.
Okay. I feel my relationships are very important.
Mine are too. Don't worry. I think mine are too. But it's like I don't do like fMRIs on my girlfriends to find out whether or not they love me.
I agree. I do my relationships with my family or my spouse, whatever. It's probably more important than that.
Okay.
if you gave up one, your relationship or like the knowing of a particle. Probably would give up the knowing of a particle.
I think I don't really understand. The question is so absurd. I don't really understand how to answer. Sorry. I want whatever Phoenix is smoking. He's got some sort of generator going on, is my suspicion. There's something that's generating this word salad. I can't believe this comes out of a brain that's functioning. ChatGPT, generate me some word salad.
They use the argument to divine hiddenness.
Me?
Yeah.
I've heard it. It's interesting. Yeah, I think it's not a bad argument. And it usually comes up with deists, actually.
He's better against Christians.
Yeah. Well, I remember when I was first kind of getting into atheist debating, I thought it was a really good argument. At some point, it hasn't come up recently. I'm not saying it's a bad argument or anything, but I haven't used it recently, I would say. There's a lot of arguments, obviously. That's just one.
I think that one and probably more what's the word? I want to say esoteric, but I think I'm probably using that word wrong.
No, that's actually probably not a bad word in some cases. Even though sometimes that's a bad word, but
those two, I think, the good thing about this, they're just like really simple to understand. Like, I'm not saying there's some really clever ones.
Yeah, I always go with like they've had 2,000 years to refine their apologies, and the moon goes from waxing to waning in the northern hemisphere and waning to waxing in the southern hemisphere. What's your explanation for that? You know, other than it's a sphere. They have an answer. You know, they literally have an answer to that. It's bullshit. It doesn't conform to any known laws of the natural universe, but they have one. And I feel that way about apologists sometimes too. It's like they've had a long time to say, oh, if you interpret that Greek word as meaning this instead of this, and you combine it with this chapter over here, you get this. And it's like, I haven't done that. I haven't been around for 2,000 years making my atheist apologies. Yeah, Phoenix is definitely generating this stuff out of something. Spiritual wokeism functions as a modern alchemy. Yeah. Let me take his quote, and I'm going to feed it into ChatGPT and see what it says. I'll use Claude actually because it's better. It's just that spiritual wokeism also isn't a defined thing. I can engage with any of those, but the original sentence is more incantation. That is so funny. Here, but I'm not really opposed to tarot cards. I think they actually have a really interesting function in psychology. Not as a truth tool, but as an exploration of archetypes. They're super cool.
I mean, I'm really injustice. To be aware of injustice, yeah, is first to be awakened to injustice, like racism. It started from the African American communities to fight injustice.
So, like It's been around.
Yeah, and what is the relationship between psychedelics and wokeism? I think that's tenuous at best.
I think that it seems like conservatives don't like
Yeah.
conservative environments don't like psychedelics because it makes people
Okay, you're just totally generalizing here, and I'm sorry.
Around way too much because
Really dumb. It's really, really dumb. It makes you sound like a pedantic conservative.
liberal Christians, they're woke.
Yeah.
Christians.
Do you think I care what others think?
I don't think you care, but I'm just letting you know how it sounds. It makes you sound like someone who's listened to too much Joe Rogan.
Okay.
It's just not even using the right word. Woke is
Yeah.
to do with atheism, so.
It's really.
I think it's fighting injustice against.
Yeah, but okay, then call it fighting injustice, which many of us would support you with. But to use the word woke is used as a pejorative term by the right about those things. So when you're using it, you sound like some sort of incel piece of shit. So stop doing it.
No, I will not stop.
Okay, have a nice day then. No one here is going to engage with you on the topic either.
Christians
I
fight.
like Pink Floyd, so I like Pink Floyd.
Why are you saying that? Do you think they're woke? Of course they're not. He's just a weirdo. Now he's just saying random shit.
How are you gonna think woke? Just explain that.
He's awakened.
From what? Boy, that's not.
Awakened from the preconditioning of the,
Oh my God, you sound like you've literally been brain someone. It's really.
Many woke people are Christian. That's your problem. Stop saying this to anything to do with atheism.
Yeah, I think it is like Christian mysticism. Wokeism is that.
Look, if you saw like a Black Lives Matter protest, right, and you just polled everyone there, guarantee you the vast majority would say they're Christian. This is just like a really dumb conversation we're having.
I think being awake is better than being intelligent.
What does that even mean? I'm sorry. Like, yeah, it's really bad. And if you're trying to come off as, liberally enlightened, you're doing a very bad job of it.
So woke is about liberally enlightened. Thank you.
Yeah, but you're doing a bad job.
Thank you for defining it for me.
If that's what you're trying to do, you wouldn't be using the word woke.
Why not open your eyes? Have you seen the movie Doctor Strange?
Oh, good grief. Stop quoting movies. I forget that high, Frank. Go ahead. Go watch Melancholia. It's a better movie.
Have you seen the Buddhist monk when she said to him, like, open your eyes? He was tripping.
What's that? Oh, it's such a great movie. It's my acid test for relationships. If you watch that movie and you get depressed, we're not going to work out. But if you watch that movie and you go, life rocks, we can be friends. Yeah. And the soundtrack, oh my God, that Tristan Hill soundtrack. It's just like, yeah.
As a baby Christian, you come up with or have you always had a response to divine opinions?
I think it's interesting. It's just the reason that I explain for that, my argument as basically as a counter, it's like a second argument.
Okay, so you say sort of evidence for atheism, but you've got counter evidence.
Well, another one would be like a true representation of the world, of their psychology.
Okay.
And then I say, I do the same thing when people say, I saw God. I think that there is a true testimony about there.
Oh, I see. Yeah. So if atheism were true, why are they theists? Kind of idea. I mean,
Couldn't you say the opposite though? Like if theism is true, why are there atheists?
well, that's the yes, that's what I think is true. So the argument starts off with if theism is true, why are they non-resistant non-believers? And I'll be just like, fair enough. But if atheism is true, he doesn't want to say, well, he doesn't want, like, I think the atheist would just be like, oh, they're just all deluded, right? And he thinks that's like saying the non-resistant non-believers deluded, right?
Yeah. That's kind of why I avoid that word. Yeah.
Like, you know, it's one thing to be like, okay, there's like 100,000 deluded people.
Yeah.
But then you would be committed to saying billions upon billions, and far the majority are deluded.
Yeah.
I don't really don't want to say that.
It sounds strong, doesn't it?
If you take out the word deluded and you just go mistaken, you know.
Well, I think that's less likely.
Yeah.
How about opportunity?
Which one's more likely, 100,000 people are mistaken, or billions and billions of people?
It's dominated bias and narrative. So many of what's going to be.
Yeah, and I think it also depends on what topic you're talking about. If you're talking about like thunder and lightning being gods on top of mountains, throwing down lightning bolts, then what do you call all the millions and millions of people that believe that for thousands of years? Deluded, mistaken, you know? The numbers don't really matter. You can't just say there's 100,000 on this side and there's a million on this side. The context matters too. The topic matters. And what we've learned as human beings, I start with, you know, knowledge cumulative. Like, I don't believe in like mystical ancient knowledge or anything bullshit like that. Knowledge is cumulative. And so, yes, we've been wrong about some things. And I think we're wrong about God. But I can't stand and go, here's the one thing that proves we're wrong about God, like we can do with, you know, a lot of other stuff. But I still think that the people who believe it are wrong. It doesn't matter if there's millions of them or thousands of them. I still think they're wrong. I don't think they're deluded. I don't think they're psychotic. I don't think they're, you know, in a cult. I just think they're wrong. Just like the people who believe that lightning bolts being thrown off the mountains were wrong. And there were millions of them.
Like in the, so you're asking the atheist to give an account for like why there are billions of theists. I mean, they could give a naturalistic account, I think.
You can get an account. I think that's not really the problem. It's like justifying that premise without also implicitly justifying the like other premise that I use.
Yeah, I mean, right, because the theist account is going to be something like they're suppressing the truth. It's basically like, unless they just want to supplant us in the language, probably that's not the way they want to go. Because how can they prove that?
Right.
But the atheist account doesn't have to do that.
Well, the whole idea is like if you're going to reject the premise,
You know,
you're taking a stance that I think in most people's eyes they're going to find problematic to some extent.
preposterous, maybe.
And that's why like I don't reject it. I think it's right to just think it is reasoning correctly.
Right.
But then part of that also just means we should reason towards the other side. That's my view.
Yeah, I understand. It's not the divine hiddenness of atheism.
Isn't it kind of like though just the difference between being like valid and sound? You know, like you can make a perfectly valid argument, but it's not sound because your premises aren't demonstrated.
Althea thinks it is sound.
Oh, okay. But I mean, and so when again, my response to that when people do that with me in one-on-one debates is take your premise and make it the conclusion of a different argument.
Yeah.
And demonstrate that, you know, whatever it is, you know, and generally they can't because it's
The argument is if God's triune and he's the one who believe it, we shouldn't expect there to be non-resistant non-believers. There are non-resistant non-believers, therefore isn't triune or doesn't exist. And then the argument for premise 2 is justifying it on the basis of, well, there's, a lot of people that say it, and it's very unlikely every one of them's going. It's also very unlikely that they're all mistaken because they're like different people throughout different times, throughout different circumstances. That it would be just unlikely that every one of them's mistaken. And so,
But that's not true, though. We can demonstrate that. Yeah, but you can demonstrate that premise isn't true.
Frank, you know what a non-resistant non-believer is?
What's that?
Do you know?
What is it?
Non-resistant. Okay, so you fight with one hand. I think you would agree with this argument. A non-resistant non-believer is someone who has the capability of believing in God, i.e., they've got cognitive functions. Is not actively hostile to the idea of God, but yet continues not to believe.
Yeah, I would probably fall into that camp.
No, you wouldn't.
Why?
why should we believe you that
You
you're one?
spend your time actively arguing against theists.
Yeah, but what do I start with?
Dude, I think you're resistant. Again,
Okay.
anyone would think you are, based on the fact that your hobby or pursuit or profession is, I'm a professional atheist.
That's not actually so. I have another profession. Again, it makes me not a non-believer. Doesn't make me resistant. I'm an agnostic atheist, and the fact that that's not Frenchie, the fact that that's not pure enough for you, I don't really give a flying fuck what you think I am. So
Not
stop it.
non-resistant.
Stop it. I don't really care what you think I am.
By the way, I'm an ex-atheist. The worst nightmare for atheists.
Oh, shut up. Oh, my God.
If you want to know what I am from belief, you just have to ask me, and you don't get to tell me. You're already categorizing me as a professional atheist.
That doesn't mean you're not resistant. You have resistance. You talk about how you debate Christians
Yes.
all
Yes.
the time.
And what if that is being driven by my curiosity about whether or not it's true?
How many years have you been doing this?
40.
And have you found any evidence that compels you yet?
No.
But you still think you will, right?
Could happen.
How likely is that?
I don't know, but could happen.
Not lying.
Oh, please.
No,
Please.
it's not likely.
Frenchie, just stop. Frenchie, you're embarrassing. You're embarrassing to atheists, and I'm done talking to you. Goodbye. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. Ciao.
Thank God.
Here, I'm going to flush a toilet for you. There you go.
He doesn't know how likely it is. What a liar.
This is what I was talking about in the back channel, Andrew. These fucking purist atheists who I don't meet their standard of purity, and they. Yeah, sure they would. Okay, fine.
Does anyone think he's non-resistant?
Yeah, because a poll of 10 people on Clubhouse is going to get you an answer. Your whole world is your ego on Clubhouse. I'm sorry. I mean, you're just such an arrogant little piece of shit. I really don't even care. You do nothing but pedantics here. And every time I've been in a room talking to you, I've had 10 people come in and tell me she's just an arrogant person. And all she does is like to scream at people. So people have a very low opinion of you here because of this pedantics. And maybe that makes you happy. But it's true.
Are we done with the remoting?
I'm done.
Okay, great.
Bye.
Oh, you're leaving now? What a fucking bitch. Fucking little bitch. He's been doing this for 40 years. He thinks he's not resistant. 40 years to an atheist today. He thinks he's not resistant.
I did ask him what the evidence was.
Well, I like the fucking deafening silence. No one actually backed me up. Probably that's it. You two all think I'm an arrogant piece of shit. Thanks a lot for that.
Well, when you asked, like,
I don't care about any of that, but he literally said he doesn't care about the opinion of the Christians.
I want to ask you about determinism and I'm asking you. You had the conversation with him. Oh, okay. If you could steal man his position, and I would give you an argument against it, can you do that? I mean, I say something like how we can define determinism and how we can define free will. If we say A is true no matter what, that means it is determinism. And if A is a possible, that means it is freedom of free will. Do you accept that definition?
I mean, those are definitions I would want to work with, but I think for the purposes of the discussion that Charles would have, it's probably sufficient.
Yeah. But let's make it simple. Let's say the action is A, God, human, and if it is A, it's true always. That means determinism. If A is a possible, like it could be B or A, that means freedom of will. To accept those. Okay. So if you take like the point of view of God, A will always be determinism. But if you take the point of view of a human, A is always impossible. So yeah, if you take always like the truth fact of God, you have right to say everything is determined. But if you take the point of view of a human, it will always be a possibility that will make it free will. Yeah, but I have to accept the horn to give another horn. Like you can't deny like a determinism for God, but you can prove, according to the definition, the free will for human.
Shalom,
So, would that be like a response to that? Like you prove the freedom of will exists even in the framework of the predeterminism.
I mean, you could say it's not, whether or not he thinks that that's the right way to look at it.
Yeah. But that's like a good point of view. Do you guess yes, no? Because
me personally, like how I feel about that. Is that what you're asking?
yeah.
I mean, I think that's just like a totally wrong framing of it. I wouldn't want to think free will. I don't think it's something that we're looking at as like, well, it kind of just depends on who's looking at it. I don't think that's how it works.
It depends. So he denied that it's dependable. The free will is dependable.
No, you're saying, well, it depends on what perspective we're looking at. Or if you
Exactly.
I'm saying I don't think we should look at it.
But like every truth is relative. Every truth is relative to something. If the free will is relatively to the human is true, then it's true for a human.
I feel like I want to resist saying every truth is relative, but there might be like a trivial sense in which you're using it, which I would agree with. So it's probably not what people mean when they say like truth relativism, like in philosophy. You just mean like there's a relation between something's accuracy and like the way the world is or something. Like context makes it true or something, or truth conditions. I think the philosophy uses it. So I'm just making it clear that I would disagree with the philosophy relativism, but if you're talking about like conditions that make things true, then yeah, I'm okay with that.
What did you mean by relativism as well? Like, we need to have it just to get the things to really understand. What did you mean by saying truth is relative?
It is relative to all humans. Like, for example, the truth being having the ability to choose is true for all the human, would make it tautology for the human will. And most of the time, human, when they take tautology, they consider it as true. But if you're gonna put God into the factors, yeah, things change. So according to all human, A is possible. That make it the truth. That's why I said it.
Yeah, I mean, is he making like discourse? Is he making correspondence theory of truth, where he's saying like, what makes a proposition involving human free will is actually the human being that's doing the free will action that serves as like the truth maker. It's concrete universe that corresponds to this.
You can find out the answer to this question without going and asking way more questions.
Okay.
I mean, you can follow that up.
Oh, I thought Nabila. Oh, I was interrupting you and Mohammed, right? Nabila.
No, I'd actually rather someone speak of trying to do something that just got some noise out there.
Okay. So what were you guys?
It's not just quick question. Like I asked him like to take the point of Charles, and I was trying to have another point to attack the point of Charles. That's it.
Other people probably know Charles's position. I mean, I can restate it. I'll just tell you where I think the mistake is. He thinks that because once the fact about what will occur is fixed, means it couldn't not occur. Like it's impossible for like the negation. No, I mean, I think that like it doesn't follow from something that will occur that it could not occur. That's just two different propositions.
So the action have to be done to make it true. This is according to your belief. But in my belief, like whether like even if the action didn't happen, the knowledge is true. That's like where we will have a difference between my view and your view.
He's saying that it's like I can't really sure. Like if you say like right now I'm in my house, that's true. But if it weren't really true that I was in my house, actually I'm not even arguing. So like more sense. So maybe I'm not sure what to say.
No. According to our previous conversation about the knowledge of God, and what do you believe that knowledge of God need external sources to be true or to be confirmed? Do you remember that conversation? Yeah. So according to that, for the knowledge to be true, it has to be external things to it. That's your belief. So for the action to be true, it has to be actualized according to your belief. And that's why you're making that argument. But in my view, you don't think every truth, every knowledge that God has.
I don't think every truth has to be actual.
Yeah, but I think
what's positive will seem like they're not actual.
Also, Nabila, you don't think like you're not thinking truth making maximum stream. You don't think that every
Although I want to uphold the maximalism maximally, so
yeah. Yeah. But you're right. I mean, actually, I think like most people say like even most correspondence theories truth are not like truth maker maximalists, right? Of course, they would want to maximize as much as possible, have as much truth makers. They would say like, yeah, certain propositions would truly correspond. Yeah, go ahead, Mohammed. I'm sorry.
I'm not
Okay. I understand the defense that you make for the argument because you depended on the action and the knowledge for them to be true. But in my position, like God knowledge is always true. Like even if the action didn't happen yet, it will happen. So there is no other way.
Yeah. I mean, you in a sense, you have to look at that. You think that God has infallible knowledge, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
What happened with Frank?
He had to actually left because I said he was a non-resistant non-believer.
What? You said he was a resistant believer.
Sorry, I said he was a resistant non-believer. And he thinks he's not resistant.
It was weird. I was listening. I couldn't talk because I was managing my son. But I think at some file, you create rooms, you're a community organizer.
Like you're a professional, you know, society.
Great analogy.
Yes, thank you. Anyway, point is, A, he didn't understand that, but he doesn't actually let anyone explain or clarify, just tantrums. And then he got very upset because he thinks he's
I find him easier to talk to than Steve Appel, but he has like at the core, they're the same kind of atheist.
Well, I mean,
Steve is much more difficult to talk to.
I think he thought it was like an insult, or like, I'm a resistant non-believer, it's no big deal.
Maybe he didn't quite understand what you wanted or something. Like I think what you want to say, I think what you want to say is that he's like motivated. You know, he's like highly motivated because he has a huge dog in the fight. He has invested a lot of social clout into being an atheist.
The evidence suggests that he's resistant, but I don't think he even, I think he didn't even, like, he just tantrum. So couldn't even be like, this is what it means, this is why I think you are resistant. And then he just started bullshitting, like hardcore, because he said he's been looking for evidence for 4 years. And I said, what do you think the chances are of you finding some? And he said he doesn't know. I just don't think that's true. I think he thinks the chances are extremely low that he'll find some evidence in the next 40 years. But he didn't want to say that, right? Because that kind of undermines his, I'm just an agnostic. So then, at that point, I just called him a liar and then just like tantrums and that.
I don't fuck with any of these like philosophy. No, that's just the book.
But but he comes here and wants to do all the talking, so
Oh yeah, definitely.
you gotta actually structure it.
Are you talking about Steve, the atheist guy?
No, not Frank.
Oh, Frank.
Well, we're talking about Frank right now. I was just comparing him to Steve Appel.
Steve Appel is
Dash.
I think he once told me that he thinks there's no evidence for God or naturalism. Steve, and then when I asked him, so why are you a naturalist? He says, well, because he divorced his wife. And because of the amount of issues he had to deal with, he basically was emotionally moved to naturalism, but even though there's no proof for that.
What? That's
What's that to do with the divorce?
what is it?
I don't know.
So also, why do you guys keep up like things with Jen on the stage? He's like a just raise some. Well, I wasn't around. I wasn't at my phone. I couldn't. Just like as soon as I came back to my phone, I fucking moved it down.
It's difficult to talk to because
Fucking
you can't
schizophrenic.
track even simple differences, unfortunately.
Right.
So it's very difficult to just have a conversation with.
I agree. Did Albedo talk to Frank about his
Stand.
argument to Pasha?
Do you think he understood your argument?
Probably not.
I don't really know. Don't get me wrong, I don't like this epistemic approach that Albedo takes, but it's not a fallacy. Oh, yeah.
Well, Andrew explained it, so it's possible Andrew didn't do justice. Well,
Did Andrew explain it to Frank?
yes.
We don't want to be in the position of having Andrew explain other people's views.
No, he said there's a lot of
Very rarely goes well. Is Andrew around?
He was a while ago. He's quite golden all-nighter and is now kind of
Yeah. I was talking to that guy, Austin Powers. It's like I have just realized that as long as someone isn't like difficult to talk to, you can talk to anyone about basically anything.
You can?
It gives me optimism. Yeah, I like me. Like for mine. I just lose patience immediately when someone is difficult to talk to. Like Muhammad is basically carrying this like clubhouse Islam on his shoulder.
Because he's the only one who's not.
I'm not checking for that, by the way.
By difficult to talk to, do you mean aggressive, or do you mean just like really dumb? Both?
Way more aggressive than dumb. As in, they're really sensitive to interruption. They insist on ranting for a long time, and they become upset if you interrupt for clarifications or something like that.
Right.
They're kind of belligerent in the way they interact. But just like these like sensitivities to interruptions and like breaks in the dialogue. And I mean, like, I finish my plane. Like that kind of. It's just like, oh my god.
There's a really good example of that yesterday. I think it's tourism. Someone said, referred to the air. They do this, or I don't, it doesn't matter. And a couple of people immediately cut in and said, who's they?
Yeah.
And she's like, if you let me finish. But it's like, no. You know them as 10 minutes. You still wouldn't know who they are.
Right.
But stop.
Yeah, they don't even make room for that.
No, and I think that's a perfectly reasonable interruption. Who
Yeah, no, I hear this.
because we still don't know what you're talking about. You could go on and on and on about what they were doing.
Sometimes I go into chillism when there's absolutely nothing. So you can
that.
spend like 5 minutes in there, and it's like, unless Nathan is in there rigorously moderating, then it's so fun.
I think that moderation is a little too gentle.
No, it is way too gentle. That's what I mean. Like, unless Nathan is there to kind of, pull the ears on people. Because he's the only one who aggressively moderates.
Yeah.
You know why? He used to be a PNR moderator.
Well,
No, I remember. I go way back.
I don't think he's aggressive enough. But he will stop.
Sometimes he's not. I agree.
He will do basics. And, yeah, some of the other ones don't seem to do it. I just think this is sleep or something. But there's some really wackadoos in there. And also just some really obnoxious, like, oh fuck, who's that guy? I think Andy was beating you.
Oops.
He's beating you up about something. And he just.
Andrew has left his quote.
Was it Mr. or something?
I think he was arguing with this guy. Just really.
Yes.
You can't make names for everybody, so I always forget.
What's up?
But can we argue that every truth we know is relative truth? Yeah, so relative truth is truth.
Yeah.
Well, what if I'm in the middle and that's relative to some other reference point?
No. Okay, you can take it simplified as that, but I mean relative truth for all humanity. I mean, this is truth for all humanity. Red is red according to.
But what does the word relative do?
Relative to human. Like you can't say that truth is truth without using human into a factor.
You can't say truth is truth without picking humans into it. I'm not sorry about that.
So every truth that we consider truth have relative to humans.
I'm sorry, I'm not.
They just have to find context examples. Like Congressman was to.
Yeah, it is relative to human mind.
What? I don't agree with that.
Okay, if you don't
Like logical truths, if you take that to be a logical truth or like a necessary truth, they're supposed to like not be that kind of things.
Okay, I agree, but logical is dependent on mind to get it.
All this is before. I didn't know.
He's saying
Logic.
Also, logic are dependent on the human mind.
I suspect there's an equivocation going on
Yeah,
when it comes to the use of logic. Like I agree with you, in order to do logic or reason, you have to have a mind. But
when I say logical truth, I mean something different than using a cognitive faculty. I mean stuff that is true in virtue of I don't know axioms of logic. Except they're not the kind of thing. They're not the kind of thing where you would say, well, they're true here or true there, or they're like true dependent on others.
No, I accepted that. Like, I have no problem in logical truth. But when you mention logical truth, it's still it's still relative to human life. So that's my point.
But then, so like maybe we when I say logical truth, I mean something very specific. I mean something that's true, and it doesn't really depend on like what the propositions are supposed to be. You know, A equals A. It doesn't matter what the proposition is. That's just logical truth. So if you take like it's not just true, it's also true under any sort of construal of its constituent propositions. Like any interpretation of its propositions is still going to be true.
Okay, so it is relative.
No, but the truth isn't. Like there's a difference between like if you think that the external world is real, you think there's a matter of fact about stars and planets and atoms and stuff like that. Now that whatever grounds the truth of some proposition, like the sun is a main sequence star, that example. The sun, is such and so and so extended, it's spatial temporal. It's such and such big. That kind of whatever grounds the truth of a proposition like that. There's our epistemic access to that fact, but then there's the fact itself.
Correct. Yes.
Saying the fact itself doesn't seem to me to be dependent on minds. What you could say is there's an interpretive framework by which you are apprehending something, and then it goes through your epistemic filters, and then you interpret that. Now, that might be fallible, and that's going to be mind dependent in some sense, but the truth itself, so to speak, doesn't seem to me to be mind dependent.
Are you a realist about abstract objects?
No.
Okay. Yeah, we said absolutely correct. Yeah, I think it's absolutely. No, I'm not disagreeing with it at all. Actually, I agree with it. Like there is moon and sun, whether you exist or not. But to reach
there's truth about the moon and sun, whether you exist or not. I think.
Yeah. So I know what you're saying, but the only way to confirm that true is true, or to know that true exists or not, is to have epistemic way, and that epistemic way need the fact that it's either human.
No, I agree. Yeah.
Oh,
okay. Like our epistemic attitudes about propositions and truths. No, I agree with that. Those obviously require minds, but I don't think that's a very substantial claim.
Yeah, but if we accept that, then every truth that we consider truth is relative to him. And make it a theology. That's why we take it as
maybe you could say that. I just think that some things like analytic truths, something that's true in virtue of its meaning, it's difficult to say that that's in a sense true relative to humans, if I'm borrowing your phrasing, but in a sense it's just like under any interpretation or in any possible world, if these are like necessary truths. So it's difficult to say, but maybe you would say that just points to some general fallibilism.
Yeah, I'm not saying the truth is not true. No,
I know. I wasn't trying to
I'm accepting the truth, but I'm just saying all the truth are relative. Like they need a human. Yeah.
Oh, so in the sense that you outlined, sure.
But on that aspect, though, say for instance, if I'm eating something that's spicy to me, it's true to me. It's a fact.
That's an example of you could say a fact that's stance dependent. Like what makes it true or false is indexed to the stance of a mind. That's a different kind of truth. That's one kind, but there are also going to be stance independent facts or truths, and those don't depend.
You know what I'm saying is the fact that say for instance, if I say everything that's true is relative, right? Then there could be like, like it depends 100% on relativity and how the person thinks. It fully depends on the person.
Right. In some sense.
The reason why I bring that up to connect it with my initial first argument about determining and freedom of will. And if we say A, like the action A is always true for God, and that make A predetermined.
What does it mean? You're saying if action A is always happen. What do you mean by always true? You mean it always happens?
Yeah, it's always true for God. So the action, like for example, you doing action A, it's always true for God. You're gonna do that action. There is no possibility.
Sorry. You're saying choices. Whatever choice you're going to make, God has knowledge of the truth of whatever choice you're going to make.
Exactly. So that make it determined. But in the case of a human,
I don't agree with that.
Okay. But I'm saying in the case of a human, A is always choice. It's not determined. So according to the human, as a relative truth, A is always choice. That's what make it freedom of free will.
When you say determined, you didn't mean that because God knows my choice is determined. You didn't mean that.
No, I'm putting a relative to it. I'm saying A for God is determined, but A for the human is not determined. That's what creates.
I got you. So someone's gonna have to pick it up. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I get what you were saying, brother, about that. So you're basically saying like with God and with humans is different.
That's what creates, like the knowledge of A is creating freedom of will. This is my insight. For God is always true, for human is possible. So it is relative for human. When it is possible, so it is relatively freedom of will. But for God, it's always true, then it means determinism. It's how you see it.
Muhammad, do you think you can know anything without God revealing it to you?
Yes.
By reveal, I just mean God's communicating information to you. So you think when you ascertain to a fact, you did that independent from God? It was not God that, basically put that in your mind. You put that in your mind. So,
I don't understand what you're trying to say.
do you think when you're using your eyes and you're seeing the world, it's you that's producing the understanding of the world, or do you think it's God that's producing the understanding?
It's a matter of perspective, like I said. God created.
No, it's like this. It's either like this. It's got to be one.
Yeah, I'm saying it could be both cases depending on right. He's saying that everything is revealed by God or created by God. Okay, I accept that.
Do you think that it's possible for God to produce something that's not true? Never.
No.
Okay.
revelation talking about the Quran, Quran is
No. Talk about what they studied during the battle. It's what they, because remember when I asked you, did you see Revelation? You said, yeah, it's God revealing the world to you. So
You kind of broke up. What did you say?
I'm saying he agrees that it's God revealing the world to us, what we're seeing. In Surah 844, was it God revealing the world to the Muslims? Because if so, what he revealed was false. Therefore, God's revelation can be false. And now, if all of your knowledge is from that,
I'm not.
God's revelation,
I really don't understand.
What?
Could you like? I really don't understand. Like, I'm trying to really understand.
You don't understand what?
No, what you were saying.
What? Okay, what do you understand?
No, I'm not understanding the concept of what you're trying to say.
So what are you understanding? So what is it? What? You want to restart the whole thing?
Let's go ahead, Chris. If you wasn't clear, Chef, are you running some attack arguments?
No, I'm just saying it's possible for God to reveal something that's false.
Okay, so
According
Also,
to
you don't believe that God has infallible knowledge, Chef?
I'm saying no. I'm saying it's wrong. I'm not saying God.
okay.
But you mix into them between revelation and what you see. There is different. Like what you see and the revelation are two different things.
Yeah, but when I clarify what I mean by revelation, different things, because all revelation is communication and information from Allah. And I'm pretty sure in the Quran it says that what you see, you're sailing the sea because Allah is making you see. Does it not say something like that?
I don't know. Okay, and God created the world. I understand what saying revelation now you like entering so many factors that doesn't like it's not according to the definition that we have.
Okay, well, I'm saying reveal, and there's information communicated. Okay, do you think when you're seeing the world and there's information that goes from outside to into your mind, that's God told you?
Okay, so yeah, so there's signs. Yeah, we believe
No,
that.
that's
Even
not
though,
No,
no, I'm talking about the world. You said the world, right? You're saying that the fact if you're seeing the world, when you're seeing the world, you're seeing the through God's. Basically, that's what you were saying, right?
I'm saying anytime you see something and there's an understanding of the thing you're seeing in your mind or the experience of that seeing in your mind, I'm saying that information being put in your mind is not put there by the object. It's put by God. And you can say you by object or participated, but it's ultimately put there by God. That's the point.
Yeah, it's ultimately put by God, but it's in your mind, in your eyes.
Okay. So the knowledge in your mind is put there by God. So it's revealed by God. When the world is revealed to you, it's not you that reveals it, it's not the object that reveals it, it's God. So I'm saying, when God is putting the information about the world in your mind, is it possible for him to put information about the world in your mind, which is false? And obviously, according to Surah 844, it is possibly false, because he put something in their minds which was not true.
So listen. When God does certain stuff, right? It doesn't mean that we can do that. So God didn't deceive anybody. And those people that you was talking about,
That's not the point I'm making, bro. You're jumping ahead of me. I'm not saying God deceived. I'm not saying God lied. All I'm saying is, when there's information from God, it's possible. That's all I'm establishing.
Yeah, it can't be false.
Okay, so is it true? Okay, so if it cannot be false, then
Yeah. Okay. So that's what they see. What they look like a smaller group. So
okay, I see. So there was an actual number, but what they saw was less than that. So I was right. Why don't you say I was?
but God didn't reveal that. Anything didn't come.
So I'm gonna read what it said.
good. Well, I can't say it's perfect.
It's authentic paraphrase. So you believers will have certainly faltered and disputed in the matter, but Allah spared you from it. Surely He knows best what is hidden in the heart. And this is the verse I was quoting. Then when your armies met, Allah made them appear as few your opponents, and made you appear as few enemies. So, wait, I thought you said it was Allah making them appear as few or
Okay.
It says Allah's not one that showed us.
Alright, okay, so let me explain that, right? So this is something God showed them, it's something they see, but how did God lie about anything?
I didn't even use that word, but God lied.
No, you said that.
So, I didn't say lie. I didn't say the word lie.
Then what did you say?
I lied. I said it's possible that there's information from God which is false, and you're conceding that. You're saying that when the army. Okay, so you agree that the information from God that they were few in number was false?
The fact that happened?
No, that they were few in number. Is that a false fact? Or it wouldn't be a fact. Is that false that they were few in number?
Whatever God says is correct.
God does. Okay, God says there are many, but the Quraysh not few. So which one is it?
No, the Quraysh, the enemies when they when the Muslims.
Or I meant the Muslims saw the Quraysh. Well, they saw each other as few because there's a hadith that says.
No. When the enemies. Okay.
The point is, the Muslims saw the Quraysh as the world was not true.
Yeah, who said it's not true? Where did you get that from?
The Quran, because it says, verse 43 says that He showed them as few, because if He showed them as many, they wouldn't have gone far. So He's saying.
So what's wrong about that?
This is what He's saying, babe. He's saying if, like Allah is saying, if He did not show them as few, then the actual number is for it to be motivational and encouraging to the believers to make a difference whether or not they're going to fight. And also, if you go to verse 66, the same chapter, it says, the encouragement lighten their burden. How could it lighten their burden if the quantity didn't actually change, or at least apparent to them? So it has to be a different number. The number they saw has to be less than the actual number, which would make it a false number, but that's the number that Allah showed them. So Allah showed them something false.
Okay, so yeah, I get what you're saying.
That is possible for the information that Allah puts in your mind to be false.
Listen, He didn't put nothing in somebody's mind.
Wait a second.
So I thought you said everything in our minds is put in my mind. I thought you said that.
No, I didn't.
Who said that?
You said when we're
Just a
seeing
second.
when we're seeing the world, the revelation of the world is revealed by God. That's what you said.
No, that's what you said. I corrected what I said.
Okay, so let's
Yeah, I corrected it. And I said, God created the world, and we see the world that God created. That's it.
Well, that's true. There's no other propositions that are true about the world.
What do you mean?
There are other things that we can say are true of the world other than those facts, right? So I'm saying that the other things that are also true about the world. I'm not just saying those things are true. Like, okay, when you look at something, this object is being revealed to you, okay, and reflected in your mind. Is that revelation and reflection from God, from yourself? Where's it from?
Yeah, exactly. I said I don't accept the word revelation for the things that you see, mixing two things that aren't. According to the definition of revelation, it's not what you see. Like you can see things and things can deceive you. There is no problem.
Okay, then you know what, Muhammad? I won't use the word revelation.
Okay.
When we say something is true, which is a piece of knowledge, when we say we know something, is that in virtue of receiving that knowledge from God?
Is that in virtue of receiving the knowledge of God? I'm saying
from God.
Yes.
So, wait a second. Can Can you explain that?
I think since you said yes, can you explain what it is?
Go ahead, explain to him so he can answer.
You know, or you would say you know things. When you say you know something, you're referring to the contents of your mind, which
But that knowledge,
okay.
my knowledge is not absolute.
Okay. When you're speaking of that, okay, the knowledge in question, if it is actually knowledge, is it something you got from God?
How do you mean that the knowledge you got from God?
Is it?
There is a.
Okay,
There is a.
you know,
I'm saying. I can repeat it.
What do you mean? I'm going to clarify. Do you know what knowledge is? Do you know what it is?
Knowledge you have. You didn't
That's
receive.
why I asked three different things.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, yes. Yes, I said yes.
What knowledge do you receive out of God?
Yeah, for example, I didn't have direct revelation of math and I studied that.
What do you think it means to get something from God? When I say receive something, what is that?
Direct message from God.
Oh, okay. Do you receive love from God?
Do you receive love from God? I don't know how to say
You
that.
as a person receive love from God?
It could be the case.
Oh, does that contain any propositional content? All right. So receiving things from God doesn't just have to do with words or like declarations or something like that. It's more.
But you need qualifier.
I'll re-ask the question. It's obviously not limited to some kind of proposition around the. Okay. What?
I just give you an example. I didn't have received message from God about math and I study math.
Bro, I just explained to you why that's not what that means. I'm just.
Hey, Chef, bro, what's wrong with you, man?
Good morning. I wanted to have two questions for the stage. How long has the room been running and how far away are we from the title of the topic? Hey, Simon.
I'm on the panel, so pretty far.
I don't know how long it's been, Monica, but we're very far away from Islam right now. Or they're talking about Islam.
Great. I don't want to change the topic.
No, change the topic. What do you want to talk about? Feminism and abortion. So talk about.
Well, I believe that the original feminism, giving women the right to vote, was a good idea. Some of my sisters don't vote correctly, but I forgive them. I'm not a fan of the idea of repealing the 19th Amendment. And I think second wave feminism is where we started getting into trouble, and third and fourth wave feminism.
Isn't that the one that gave you guys rights?
Right. What did you hear me say?
Is that your point? Is that you maybe have to listen to the rest of it?
I said the first wave feminism was a good idea. I think giving the right for women to vote was a good idea. And then we started getting into trouble with the second wave feminism. And
Why do you think women should vote?
Third and fourth wave feminism. That's the topic you want to discuss. Because women pay taxes. Because women pay taxes and we get representation in government. That's why. Anything else?
Monica, what if, do you think women just have a problem? What if women just have
I'd like to hear from Sam, Chef, actually.
What if women just, because of their higher empathy, they tend to, prioritize what feels good as opposed to, long-term strategic interests? Would that be an argument that they shouldn't be able to vote? Or is that just principle of if they have pay taxes, they need representation, regardless of whether or not they make good or bad voting decisions? This is what you should go with.
Well, that's a valid concern, and we've seen it implemented tragically when women lead with their emotions. And, well, actually, all humans lead with their emotions and make decisions with their emotions. However, men seem to have the logic on lock where they're able to substantiate their decisions with more reason and logic. But, Sam, my argument is if we know this about women, why can't men present the ideas that will enable women to get more information to make the decisions as sound and reasonable with logic that they emotionally do. If you like, so in other words, in summary, if the ideas that we support are bad ideas, how come the guys aren't presenting us with better ideas that we can't support?
What if the good ideas just intrinsically sound bad?
Yeah, that's a huge problem. I'm trying to control my crazy sisters, a la Jordan Peterson, and they're crazy. And I'm seeing an increase in not only verbal violence, which women are greatly skilled at, but physical violence too. Some of these women will snatch the hair off your head, and I'm not inclined to engage in that kind of battle.
Well, you see, men can do when in a conversation because they know that violence is on the table, but we don't know how to control.
Yeah, no, that is a valid concern.
Someone just muted me. Who muted me?
Your Jordan Peterson impression has been better in the past.
Not bad.
I think you're out of skill. Yeah, practice. But who is it that you did such a spot-on impression of?
Yeah, I used to do it more Kermit-y. I don't know. Yeah, I guess it's better.
Anyway, it's good to see you, gentlemen. I am pinged for my coffee.
I think the issue, Monica, is not women voting. It's obvious that women should vote. The question is whether stupid people should vote. That's
that's it. No. This is great. No, this is good. Y'all should talk about this because there are some men who are not making good decisions either, but the women get the brunt of it because we're like loud with our dominance.
Right to exercise political power over me if you're too stupid to like fucking know what 3 times 3 is. Like, you do not have the right to exert that kind of power. You just are not competent enough. In the same way you get a fucking driver's license field test or a fucking test for getting a gun. Maybe you have a test vote or not.
What about a poll tax where you have to take the citizenship test before you vote?
Are you saying that there should be some kinds of restrictions for like blindness and dyslexia?
No.
There should be restrictions for if you don't know the 3 branches of government. If you don't know 3.
Oh, you want like a citizenship test?
You just
how many Americans would pass a citizenship test?
You need some mixture of knowledge and intelligence to be able to vote. You have to be competent enough to wield power over people because that's inherently a form of violence. I'm going to use the state to enforce certain mandates on other people.
You're saying like you have that right over the dummies?
Yes. They're basically they're children that need to be controlled. And so like, yeah. Even early theorists of liberalism like John Stuart Mill said things like this, and I don't know why this idea has become so unpopular that like, oh, voting is good because you want people to have representation in their government, but also it's a real big problem when complete fucking morons that don't know anything have lots of political power.
Yeah, that's part of the point. Like, after me comes the flood. Once you like empower the wise, conscientious landowners to all civilly vote on matters of import, everyone else joins.
I just don't think landownership is relevant. Landownership is just not relevant to like making decisions about.
Oh, it used to be.
Why would it be in any way relevant? Whether you
Wait, hold on. He's not finished strawmanning you.
No, I'm just saying the original.
Keep strawmanning.
I'm just saying the original voting rights, it didn't go to everyone. It was to landowners because they envisioned it a bit more like a gated community where everyone is literally a combined cooperative of different land-owning interests of like a similar contractual style, which is why, homeowners associations do it because it's identical to what they were starting. But again, that's what
what I'm saying. They got rid of that. They said, we don't want to limit it to homeowners. Also, not just like the men as representative of that tract of land, the women too. So like, they're also getting a vote. They threw that in. Also, they had to, you're right, their conception of voting was limited towards like their sense of like an enlightened common man of some kind of landowning site type. But like after me comes the flood. Once you let them in, how long do you really think it's going to be before everybody else also has the right to vote?
Yeah, so we removed that. Yeah, just like we gave too many people the right to vote, and now we need to roll it back. You need to know something about like branches of government, something about the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, and then you need to know some basic stuff like a really basic logic question. Is this a fly? Is the Earth a globe? Is evolution true?
Wait a minute. You want to disenfranchise the flat earthers?
Yeah, they keep that out. Yes.
So in the military, if your IQ is lower than 80, they don't take you because they figured out that people with low IQ and handing them weapons is a bad idea. They seem to cause more disruption and harm than they do service and skill. So if Sam's argument is that we shouldn't allow people to have authority over us who are incompetent in life, why is McZed fighting so hard? Why, McZed?
Hey, Monica's doing.
Good morning, Coptic. I was actually looking for you. I have fears that this room is lasting longer than 12 hours. I'd hate for the replay to be deleted, but no one knew when it started. If you could tell Andrew when he starts the room to put the timestamp in the chat, and that way we can have an estimate so no replays are lost.
Yeah. Andrew has that. But maybe I haven't thought to put it in the chat. Mixon, I think Monica's asking you a question. Sorry for the interruption.
Yeah, that's why I was pushing back. I'm not really pushing back on anyone's idea of how to set up voting rights. I'm more saying it's hard to take away voting rights. They lead to more voting rights.
Look, Monica, I wanted to ask, so you believe that you have to have people who have better IQ in the military? Like they prefer better IQ? Because I think all you really need to do is just learn how to shoot. Or, this is the army.
Right. No, and make really cool PTR. I really think that PTR is epic. So there's a cutoff.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, there's a cutoff. Like 81 IQ, great, welcome in. But I think it's 80 or lower, they can't take you. They can't even take you to scrub the pots and pans. Because sadly, along with low IQ, sometimes it is met also with violence, limited verbal, not all, but those are factors when the military, it's a standard, and so those standards have reasons and value and purpose, and I think we forget them to our detriment. Just like, let me think of another example that's a cultural one. We have standards. When we don't have our standards, things go badly pretty quickly. Now, they can get too authoritarian. They could get too stagnant, too dogmatic, too strict. And we should watch out for that too. But I'm of the opinion that we educate people, provide them with as much information as they need to make the best decisions possible, then gatekeep them from ideas.
Yeah, but I don't think that they like. Do you believe that? Say for instance, a person's at war, he's a sniper, and he's the best sniper that's known. What really matters about his IQ?
Well, we already know he has a higher IQ than 80, so there's nothing wrong with him. Thank you for your service, sir. Appreciate your duty and your dedication to your country.
There are very stupid people that are very capable soldiers.
Exactly.
But Zed, are you arguing with the military standards that enlisted have to have a higher IQ than 80? You just want to argue? Oh, you want to argue? I can't argue with you.
Lieutenant just wants to argue, huh? Sorry, I wasn't listening carefully.
Yeah, but I don't think one law says that though. That a person has to have 80 IQ of 80.
That's what I understood. I always stand in correction if I'm wrong. Does anybody know?
Did you still fight them?
Yeah, so yeah, there's no law about that.
Also, if your enemy's IQ is higher than your IQ, are you not allowed to wage war against him?
You know, actually, you can't date people that are too lower IQ than you because there's a power asymmetry. Like, so if you're like, I can't, I have very few people I'm able to date ethically, you know, because the IQ gap.
You're saying you know like some mixed marriages?
Yeah, like, if I date just an average girl, the IQ gap is too high, and then I have a power asymmetry over them. It's a problem, you know?
Are you serious?
Okay, guys, before I leave, and thank you for the mic time and the stage time, the ASVAB is what the military used to determine whether someone is able to be enlisted or not. It has a high corollary to IQ, so while you probably won't find anything that says the IQ cutoff is 80, the ASVAB correlates to it to 0.8, I believe, is in the chat. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I already know about that, but you know, that's
So like, if we have these dumbos in society, why even keep them as citizens? We could just like, below 80, no longer American, right? We're doing that with illegals, and they had jobs.
Yeah, McZed is feisty. I hope you get some breakfast and some coffee, Susan McZed. You sound hangry.
I just want a smarter America.
What?
Then babies, sir. Have a bunch of babies that are as smart as you, and that way America will be smarter.
Like fund education?
Like, now you're beginning to irritate me. All right.
You pull the movement my side.
Yeah.
I'm thinking.
Yeah, Monica.
Oh, that's good, Chris.
And Monica, you was like, you know, I like how you said, I respect you guys, how you let me come here, but guys, that gave me the money. You forcefully look at.
Wait a minute. You didn't give me consent. I forced you. You had no consent. I believe I asked two questions when I joined the stage. How long was the room been running, and how far away were we from the topic? And then Sam said, "Oh, you know, Monica, we are very far away from the topic. Why don't we go back to it?" And then some of you are complaining. Okay.
No, I was just saying, you know, people were having a conversation, you just can't be, it was like,
Actually,
okay, I'm gonna go back to
waited.
the topic. It was like, we're gonna go back to what they said.
There was a lot of
When she put up, so it's fine.
Well, if y'all want to circle back before I leave the room, let's go ahead and talk about Mohammed, Islam, right, Sam? We're talking about religions and the dangers of them and the benefits of them. Have at it.
We can circle back to Islam. There are thousands of religions in the world, so just before you even think about it, it's unlikely that it's true, just because it's unlikely that any religion is true, because there's so many other religions that you have to consider. So the default hypothesis is that it's not true rather than true, because of the thousands of other religions. But then you realize that the Quran says that stars are lamps used to count apples. The Jews think Ezra is the son of God. That mountains are stabilizers to keep the earth from shaking. That you shouldn't go to Muhammad's house early for dinner because he's shy. That's the term of Revelation. And Gog and Magog are
Okay,
It's
so
fucking
listen.
stupid. It was already started off with a low probability because of the thousands of other religions. But then you look at the book and it just has multiple errors in it. Just
Okay,
errors.
only one error.
Oh, that's dumb.
The thing that you're saying, just show me one where is the error. That's what that's more important. But instead of me getting the details about ants communicating, we know humans. They know now that ants communicate.
Not in human concepts. Ants don't know a concept like a king.
Never said
But
they
the Quran says that the ants knew about King Solomon. So that means they have a concept of a king. That's a human concept.
Okay, we had okay, but you believe Christianity?
No, I'm an atheist.
Okay, so this is something that you would never, we would never believe.
Okay, so you do believe atheism then?
Yeah.
I do believe that there's people that don't believe in God.
Oh, opposed to coming from apes, and that's an error. The Quran says that slavery is acceptable. That's unethical. The Quran has a contradiction on when earth and heaven were created and which came first. That's a contradiction that's logically impossible for that to be true. The Quran claims that salt and fresh don't mix. When they do, the existence of brackish water disproves Islam. The Quran has reworked legends like the Dhul Qarnayn story, which comes from Syriac stories about Alexander the Great. What? I'm just trying to let everyone know. I'm not trying to
one by one.
I'm not trying to give the non-believers like a chance.
And thus, feminism
The
is
world
good.
is stupid, and it's completely decisively stupid, and it's not the sort of thing that you just in principle could respond to because you want to use too many idiots.
Okay, can I show you that what you're saying is not right? I can give you a chance to talk.
Just one of them. Just take one and address it.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. Give me one that you want to talk.
Oh, I feel like dealer's choice, just like pick one of them.
Pick anything I'm saying.
I like the sperm comes from the back. Yeah, let's go with sperm from the back.
What about it?
Sperm come from the back. No questions. Next question.
How does sperm come from the back?
That's from the Quran.
The Quran says that sperm comes from between the backbone and the ribs. Like that comes between it comes from the nutsack, not from between the backbone and the ribs.
I mean, that's close.
Also, it's very bizarre that they wouldn't know that sperm comes from the balls, given that like they did castration of slaves. So shouldn't they just fucking already know that's like relevant?
That kind of helps their argument. That's really bad. Because their point is that the Arabic word for back is actually back, and that's like a broader definition. And when you say it like really doesn't make sense given the historical context, then it's like, okay, it's probably stuff.
So it's a translation.
That's what they said.
So did he say spine means nutsack?
They say it means like lower back, so it's close to the back. It's not the nutsack.
Well, lower back and ribs is still not the meat.
I'm trying to tell you where the semen comes from. It's not like the actual ball sex higher, so it's close to the lower back. So if it was like the broader meaning of the word and talking about the lower back, it would technically be correct because where the semen's coming from is kind of close to the lower back.
But it's between the ribs and the lower back, and that's still not going to be where your nuts are.
Yeah, but if it's saying between that area and the lower back is low enough to, it's not from your nuts. As long as the lower back is low enough to reach where the semen is coming from, which is pretty close to the lower back, then it's in between that. I might be remembering it wrong, to be fair, but that, if I remember the verse correctly, that's the verse.
Yeah, I want to know that verse too. Like, I never.
The verse,
You don't know the verse background, you should not talk about it.
is what's it called? Surah Al-Tariq 86.
you expect me to just lie to you?
If you don't know the Quran, you shouldn't be defending it.
I do know the Quran, but I'm saying you gotta tell me about it.
I gotta tell you, bro.
No, I'm talking about what part are you saying about the Quran that says that? That's what I'm trying to understand.
You don't know the verse or what you are.
I don't know what you're saying. I don't see anywhere in the Quran that says that.
So I've been listening the whole time, and I just heard somebody just quoted. I forget what he said. It was probably Sam, I guess, or sorry for whoever that is. But and I am somebody who spends a lot of time on Clubhouse happily listening because I enjoy listening to political, religious, non-frustrating to listen to you guys sometimes when you say Islam, and somebody says sperm comes from the back, and then the other guy says, here's the verse, and then 2 minutes later you say, wait, where's the verse? He just said it.
You said one thing about that, right? Muslims, Islam, the religion is perfect, but we're not perfect.
I'm not trying to shame you or fault you. I'm sure you're a striving, good-hearted man with flaws just like me. But Mr. Please repeat where in the Quran does it say sperm comes from the back? I know you just said it 3 days ago.
Surah 86.
Surah 86.
And then verse 6 and 7.
Verse 6 and 7. So I heard you. I hope everybody else did. I'm going to go back on mute. Thank you. I'm complete.
So technically, he's gonna ask for the verse again. He's gonna ask for the verse again. It's just a tick. They have to ask for the verse 3 times before they actually go to the verse again. Guarantees get the verse again. Yeah.
Yeah, what's the verse? Let's move on to something else. My list of criticisms. You guys don't even know what the backbone thing. Let's just move on to something else.
Y'all don't even know sperm come from the back. You don't even know about the back.
Yeah. So it says that salt water and fresh water have a boundary between them where they don't mix.
That's another good one.
That's a good one. Now, there's a thing called brackish water. You can look at the Wikipedia page of brackish water. That's where salt water and fresh water do mix. So the book claims they don't mix. Brackish water exists, therefore Islam is false. QED. It's just like Christian. No, I'm an atheist.
That's another thing that he already said like 10 minutes ago. Literally 10 minutes ago he said that.
I wasn't like, yo, who's yelling?
Okay, it says you reason with you.
I get you're writing down what everybody's saying.
I'm not. I'm actually in the middle of a field clipping vines.
Oh my god.
Vines with a V. Vines.
Yeah, my phone died over here.
That should be common. You sound way too angry. Alright, you don't want to talk about the brackish water completely falsified. Have you ever seen what a sunset looks like?
Let the 8-year-old girl pick right in. I'm getting rude.
What does sunset have to do with salt water? Yeah.
Well, I just think that's a really.
Salt water. I mean, that also you can apply the same principle to. The Quran is speaking to man, so it wouldn't be unexpected for the Quran to speak from the perspective of man. From the perspective of man, when they look at the grid or whatever you want to call it between the salt and fresh water, when they look at that, it looks like there's none. So, like, how are you going to prove that the intention of the author is to literally say that there's a border rather than imply what is more likely that there's a line? Alright, so here's what the Quran exactly says. It says, and he is the one who merges the 2 bodies of water, one fresh and drinkable, the other salty and bitter, and placing between them a barrier that they cannot cross. It doesn't say it appears like there's a barrier. It doesn't
is a barrier.
From a human perspective,
I know.
there is a barrier.
Did you hear what he just said? He just said there is a barrier. He's now attempting to argue to you that the barrier does exist. I'd like to hear more of that. Are you saying there actually is a barrier and that brackish water is not a thing and that the fish who live in brackish water do not exist and that there is a barrier?
So listen. So there's literally a line that differentiates one side from another, and they do not.
The point is, it's not an actual order stopping them from mixing, which is what he's saying the Quran said.
It is saying that there's a barrier that's stopping them.
Yeah, I'm saying that's not what the Quran's saying.
Just read the Quran.
Which translation did you read?
When you read those words, okay, why is it that your assumption is that Allah is speaking literally rather than speaking in respect to the perception of the people he's speaking to?
Right, it doesn't say the appearance of it. It doesn't say.
I'm not saying it does, but it could still be. Okay, what's the point?
If I say I built a barrier between fucking me and my neighbor, the implied meaning is that I put a fucking barrier there. Not that I fucking made a wall of illusions that seems that way to people if they like understand. I understand.
The brackish water is the barrier.
I get it, and I understand. I think you're
Brother,
I get it.
the barrier. Listen, the barrier.
If I called you a lumberjack, would you be mad at me and say, I don't cut down trees, why you call me a lumberjack? Or would you say, well, oh, Mr. Kind Sir, even though you didn't beforehand or afterwards say I'm speaking metaphorically, not being literal, you assume that because of the nature of what I'm saying, that I'm not being metaphorical. So why can we not apply the same principle to the Word of God? If we know God is speaking to man, there's going to be things that he's going to say so that man can understand in his own perspective. What is crazy about some of his words not being hyper literal, like you're saying, in that when it says there's an order, it's saying it's talking about relative to the perspective of man. It's not saying literally there's an order.
But it's not even relative to our part. It doesn't even look like there's a barrier. It doesn't even look from our perspective like there is a barrier. You could just go to brackish water and you can here's the barrier. So even if you get in from fucking stuff you piece of trash, fucking loser piece of shit, why are you talking over me about me?
Hey, did you call me a subhuman? Am I a subhuman piece of trash?
Shut up. Subhuman shit. Shut the fuck up. It does not even from our perspective look like
Give him a lollipop.
so it is not.
Wait, chef. Can I jump in first real quick?
Hired about that it, from our perspective, doesn't even work for this fucking case because it doesn't look like that.
Beef, wait, chef. Wait. Beef, are you calling me a trash? Are you calling me a piece of trash right now?
Who cares about that? Just tell about the ocean.
Alright, so I'm just saying I am a trash bag. But listen, Beef, I was down in Key West like 3 weeks ago, and you can see the line. It's like water versus like a lighter greenish water, and the darker water is the salt water, and the lighter water is the fresh water, and it looks like there is a line sometimes, but other than that, what Mr. Beef, who just called me a subhuman piece of garbage, what Beef is saying is correct, is that brackish water is a thing. Underneath the water, the shit is mixing. It's not like there's like a steel wall or like a barrier. But, Beef, you gotta give it to him. 1,000 years ago, it looks like there's a line in the water that's like the shit is divided, you know?
Okay, but look, the meaning of a barrier can just mean something that restricts passage or divides.
You can't, if you say that, then you win. Because the whole point is, listen, the only way you get out of this is by saying it's not an actual order. When you say it's an actual order, then there's a contradiction.
No, I didn't say border. I said a barrier.
Can't be the water.
Barrier is like a border.
You can't have a barrier because the water's mixing. Unless the barrier has holes in it.
No, they do not.
That it looks like it's not mixing. On the bottom it's mixing.
No, it's not.
My boy.
So you're saying if I was to go, if I was to go there, the water will become salt water and it won't be drinkable?
Either way, it's not drinkable.
You know what I'm saying? One of them is ocean water.
Can't drink it.
What do you mean, yes, you can? One of is ocean water and the other is
Fresh water?
Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, that wouldn't make sense. I don't believe it touches it, but they cannot. No way. There's a barrier. There's something that's restricting passage where it divides. That's where a barrier.
I could say 2 plus 2 plus 5 is a metaphor for how you can get more from a little. You can get more from
You know what's dumb about
there's
that?
such a thing as synergy, or like
You know what's dumb
you
about
gotta,
that?
you gotta realize that you gotta have discipline with what principles you think are right. Like you can't just say whenever there's an error, it's a metaphor. You need to have some sort of background theory for when metaphors are appropriate to use and
Who
not.
said that?
Yeah, so you can make that point.
Who said anything about metaphor?
It's funny to use the word hyperbole. Hyperbole is a good word. Everything is a hyperbole.
But this is the problem with that. Any given speaker is going to have that distinction in their words, or in some instances, the point is that when someone says something that usually isn't said, we either assume they're confused or they're speaking metaphorically. If we know that God cannot be confused and we're reading the Quran assuming it's the word of God, then if there's something which is out of given, you know God's not going to be confused or say something that's actually not true.
Exactly. So we don't, as if we were reading the Quran, we don't like give our own explanations. We go to the hadith and the tafsir that explain to us that if something's a metaphor or something is this or that.
Like, you gotta fix your smoke detector deeper. It's going off the ears. And
What?
I just put the battery.
Oh my God, that's what I like, right? That's what I like my wife friends. How do you do it?
You just take it off the wall or the ceiling and you put the batteries in. You can
So that's why
There's a battery section at the grocery store. There's a whole section that just says batteries.
dude, I was just fucking with you guys. I calm down, man. Yeah, no, it was a video I seen that was like that. Where the people usually don't change the battery. What?
just if you're not gonna have a working smoking detector, just throw it in the garbage.
Yeah, at least take it off. Just take the shit out and just leave it dangling off the wall, and then it doesn't fucking beep, and it doesn't go off every time you cook, which you probably never do. But if you ever learn to cook, to learn how to cook, then you might sometimes. Never mind, I'm gonna be
Bro, how do you know anything about it? You're getting emotional right now.
Just throw it in the garbage. You're not gonna fix the battery. Just throw it away.
Just get into the garbage, climb into the garbage, and settle in.
Stop doing it with your mouth, though. Because I thought that was what they were complaining about.
No. We're complaining about the actor.
I heard the actual one. Don't do the mouth.
Whose fire alarm was that? And
That's
what
actually
were you?
The other funny stuff in the Quran, it says that every fruit comes in pairs. What does that mean? What does that mean?
There's a female and a male.
You know that most fruits are hermaphrodites? Like most fruits are hermaphrodites. You can just ask it, now, are most fruity plants hermaphrodites?
Like, where's the
what?
Because you're saying there's a male fruit and a female fruit.
Yeah, duh.
Oh, so look, there's a feminine plant, and then there's a male plant, bro.
Yeah, most fruits are hermaphrodites. even know what that word means. You subhuman piece of garbage. What he's saying, what he is saying is that on the same tree there are male flowers and female flowers, and that's what the bees do. The bees take the juice from the male flowers and give it to the female flowers because the bees are eating the juice, and then they drop it around and it makes sex, and then they get an apple.
That's not the same as fruit.
Apple is a type of fruit.
No, but like a bee is like a bee is a different type of fruit.
Yes, a bee is not a type of fruit. A bee is a type of bug.
Yeah, like the queen bee.
Yes, a queen bee is a type of bee.
Yeah, but you don't have a queen fruit like the fruit.
That's true. You don't have a queen fruit. You have male flowers and female flowers on the same tree, and then you got the bees floating around, spreading the juice, and then you get the apple. I can't dumb it down anymore for you.
So my whole point is that what is it? It's separate all fruits with pairs. There's female plants and there's male plants. All fruiting plants, about 90 to 94% of them are hermaphrodites, which means they're not male or female. They're both. So
they come in pairs.
No, they don't come in pairs. I just explained this.
So you're reading one part, bro. Hold on, let me say, yes, no, they do. You got scientists that believe that, yes, there are female and male plants.
Yes, it do, but at the same time, they ain't.
it says every fruit.
What do you mean they ain't? That doesn't make sense.
It do be, but at the same time, ain't nothing ever.
Okay, so this is far out rod. Allah created fruits of every kind in pairs. Okay, that's in every kind. As in all of them are made in pairs, but most of them are not made in pairs because they are hermaphrodites. They don't have a male and a female version. So it's not true that every.
Okay. So listen. So all that means is a pair means something there has to be one thing, another thing that come together and then continue their legacy.
Some plants are asexual. Wait, but there's no pair of anything. But it's talking about the fruits, not the plants. Well, the fruits themselves have no sex whatsoever. It's like saying your hands together. Okay, so
what do you mean? How about it's like weed? There's female weed and then there's male. So what type of
weed is a fruit?
I'm not. It's a plant, bro.
Listen. Understand. This guy is saying that fruits have sexes. Let him explain that real quick, bro. Why y'all not letting him explain it? How do you tell the difference between a fruit with a penis and a fruit with a vagina? Where do you look?
Okay, look. So you gotta.
They do, but the plant has the sex, but the fruit doesn't.
They can have it within like a single plant and have a male and a female.
That's not true.
What?
I'm listening to a bunch of female fruits right now. I'll tell you that.
Listen. All.
It's a simple question. How do you know that a fruit is female and not male? How do you know?
Now listen. Okay, so I seen like let me give you something. I seen for example, the weed plant. But one of them buds don't grow. The other one they do.
Just take that plant and complete it. This is how I'm gonna know.
I just gave it to you, bro. You don't want to believe it.
That's not a fruit. That's not a fruit.
Yeah, there are some plants that work like that, where there's a male one and a female one, and they need to be planted near each other in order to pollinate each other. But the majority. All right, I'm gonna mute up. Never mind.
Exactly. Now go ahead. But you just proved me right though.
mattered though.
No, we didn't.
No, he didn't. Because no one's talking about flags.
But that's what we first was talking about.
No, we're talking about fruits. That's what the verse says.
Yeah, okay.
All right, I know more about plants than anybody in here, but guess what? I'm going to go teach a basket class. So have a good day. Rabana Shalom.
You're gonna get back to the kids.
The kids should have.
Yeah, man. So I don't know why, like, you know, I mean, they always run away when there's proof right in front of their eyes.
Bro, that was the only person that would do it.
What do you mean? So you don't believe there's a female and a male
Female and male what?
fruit?
No, what the fuck is that? I never heard of it.
Fruits don't have any sexuality.
Be next to each other, but only have like one have
Yeah, it says all of them.
pollen.
It says all of them have that.
What? No. Okay, most are hermaphroditic, both male and female flowers. There's one flower, like apples, tomatoes, strawberries. Then you have monotropics, and then you have dioecious, which is more or less common, but entirely separate male and female plant, like kiwi.
Yo,
At
you
least
know,
let them know.
Oh, but then I looked it up and I was like, I guess that's
that actually makes sense because they love eating dates over there. So if dates is one of those fruits, it makes sense that
these are gross.
You're funny, man.
dates are fire, actually.
Yeah, okay, so that verse where you're saying where it said, okay, God created everything as in pairs. So there's your answer.
I don't think it's talking about plants. What's it talking about?
No,
No,
so
it was just saying.
wrong. One part of the Quran says that everything was made in pairs. Another part of the Quran says every fruit was created in pairs. Well, both of those are an error, by the way. They're both not true.
No, where?
What pair though? What does pair mean? The Quran is talking about
Oh, okay. Look,
It's male and female person, something, or you just produce whatever. You can't just
Like
do
the Quran says Allah created fruits of every kind.
wow. You gotta become a teacher over here.
It's but like even if they're hermaphrodite and say like to reproduce, it's still like a male and female person to reproduce and make something. Like you can't just like have only one or have like a third one. Like there's no
Exactly.
no
Wow.
single. And so you need those two parts, like whether it's within one organism or within it's the two organisms.
Actually, yeah.
Is that what we're doing at? That's
Yes, you understand how simple it was for you?
stop adding to the Quran. The Quran was dusty.
no, I was using this not. I was just using
No, I'm saying, hey, we just trying to just acting like you're saying, you know, that the Quran did not say no.
Bro, first of all, I don't believe like she saved me like that. That's what I'm saying. To you, this is just like a brother.
Nah, she didn't know he said
But anyways, look, she's the first person that agreed with me, and she wasn't like you would not agree with a person even if you should.
What about what I said was incorrect that you
Huh?
I mean then the ones that who were disagreeing or saying like, oh, I'm disagreeing with me or whatever. Like, why do they think what I said is wrong?
Well, I don't think the Quran is saying that.
I didn't say about the Quran. You're just coming from a Quran perspective. This is what I'm getting.
I'm saying that the Quran makes many different false claims. One of which is that every fruit comes in pairs. But there's many other pairs in the Quran as well.
Okay, I want to see the part where you're talking about the fruits.
What about where the Quran says God is the
Okay, first of all, we believe God, there's nothing compared to, nothing like him in this world. Nothing.
Nothing like him, so how do you know anything about it?
Okay, so we know the things that we do know about him is from the revelations.
Okay, is the content of the revelation like
Huh?
Is the content of the revelation like
What do you mean?
Is the content, do you know what the word content means?
Content? Like stuff like the thing about him? Like the thing about him?
No. The thing of like when you say revelation, you know, there's
information in it? Is the information like God in any way?
No.
Okay, if it's not, then none of the information is really understanding of God because it's not what God is. Stuff like so you don't know.
Okay, so what do you mean? Like it's not like you what you trying to say? Like they have the same. They have like a.
What do you mean? Well, I mean, that's what you said.
No, I didn't say that. I'm saying like the way you're saying is like they have like the same DNA or something.
What?
Yeah, I'm trying to understand what you're saying.
No. Okay. But do you think that when you talk about a person, the content of your words is similar to the person you're trying to describe? It is, right? Because when you say he has brown hair, something about God, you're saying that because there's an actual description which is reflected in the set of given words. But you're saying no, there is no such description that can possibly be contained in any set of words. Therefore, you can't understand any kind of description because it can't be communicated to these words.
I'm confused. How did you get to that? God. So all I'm saying is that it's just we believe that. Now that's the words of Allah. The Quran is the words of Allah. Okay.
So what was the consistent message throughout the Old and New Testament? Words of Islam. Was it one God?
Worshiping one God.
Okay. So then why is it then you guys have to say worship one God and the messenger? When I thought the message was just one God.
No. You know, look, this is the thing. We never said it was one message. We believe it was 4 books all together that were brought down. And the only one that is not altered through today is that book.
Why is the Quran altered?
Because God is going to protect that. God is
God protect them.
Why would you?
to the Jews. Okay? So
Was he Jewish or was he Muslim?
Muslim, yeah, he did submit his will to God, yes. That's what Muslim
But he was sent to the Jews. How could he be a Muslim?
What do you mean? What's wrong with you being sent to Jews? What do you mean? At that time, there wasn't no Muhammad, peace be upon him. So at that time, I would be believing in Jesus.
Why is Allah preserving the Quran, but Allah didn't want to preserve the ancient Torah?
That's what I'm trying to explain to you. That because that the Jews, not just, but Jesus, he was sent to only the Jews, okay? So I know your question is why do you guys believe that was altered? So I'm trying to so let me learn it though.
No,
so
I'm not. That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking why was the Quran not altered, just like the rest of the books?
Oh, okay. So the Quran wasn't altered because there were.
Why would memorizing it stop you from being?
Okay, so everything that he revealed was written and compiled into book.
So it can't be corrupted.
At that time, so and then it was multiple people at that time that accepted it, that were making books and yeah.
So you're saying?
Yo, chef, let him finish, bro. Let him get the full wire.
So you're saying the reason it's not corrupted is because multiple people wrote it down.
And multiple people remember it, yes.
Okay. So, wait. Why is that not true of the Bible also?
Because the Bible already, from the automatically speaking, it's automatically being transmitted from one to another.
Wait. How do you know the Bible wasn't originally written on this?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that it was.
for something to be corrupted, there's this necessary condition that it was both not memorized and not written down at the same time. I'm saying, why is that not true of the Christians? Why is it true that the Christians were memorized?
That's first of all, that's not what I was trying to say.
You're saying that is what they were doing. I'm saying,
okay, first of all, that's not what I was trying to say. You just put that in my mouth. That's very deep.
we're trying to draw a distinction between how we know a certain book is corrupted and how we know a certain book is not corrupted.
I understand what you're saying.
Right? The certain that the Quran is not corrupted applies to the Bible.
Let me just
Can I finish, bro? Can I say it, bro?
Everyone waits for everything. Yeah, you know, speaking like 10 times more than the person that interviewed you. So just taking up to that.
Thank you, brother Matt. Yeah, so with that being said, the Bible, it came down in one language, Aramaic and Greek, right? So automatically from that being translated, there are already errors and changes in concept. You get what I'm saying? That's just one way.
Why is it Geo a Greek word?
Okay, so
Why is it not? Hold on, chill out, chef. Give me 1 second, chef. Chill. I'm being so chill, man. So if the Geo you're saying is an Aramaic, it's supposed to be an Aramaic. Why use a Greek word? Why not use an Aramaic word for good news? Why use evangelion? Like the Torah is Hebrew. The Quran is Arabic. Why an Aramaic word? Really simple. And you're just gonna say you don't understand what I'm saying.
No, I'm saying, what are you trying to get at? I don't
Are you serious? I'm gonna say it again really slow. Really, really slow. So,
Remember how you said, oh, the Bible has errors. So we know, because it has errors, it wasn't written down or memorized.
What the heck happened? Is that an assassination?
Yeah, assassination. But this is the point, okay? Let's say it's true that we know the Bible has errors. How do we know it's true that the Bible wasn't memorized and written down like the Quran?
So you don't let me finish with that, right? So first of all, you didn't let me finish. I said I only told you one aspect of why there's errors, because it's being translated from one religion to another. And the second thing is, that the Bible was only compiled 50,100 years after Jesus. Okay?
Yeah, 50,000 is a long time.
No, I didn't say 50. I said 50 years to 100 years.
So
That's the second.
This is the point. I'm saying, how do you know that? So let's say the earliest manuscripts we have, you're right, 60 to 100 years, or even 200 years later. How do you know there wasn't originally a manuscript which was written down and was memorized?
I'm saying it's just not available. That's what I'm saying.
It's not corrupted because it's more written down by pushing people into memorized by pushing people. Okay? I'm saying, how do you know those two things are also true of the Bible, the Torah, and the Zabur? And you saying it's corrupted doesn't give me a reason to believe that's not true of all those other books. It only makes me believe that the Quran, like those other books, should also be corrupted.
Okay, so that's what I'm trying to say. The difference, I'm trying to tell you the difference. I already told you, so I don't know how much I'm happy.
Are you saying that because the Quran has no error, that's the difference?
No. There isn't no error. I'm telling you the reason, because it was compiled while he was still alive. So from that time on, there are people literally that are from his lineage that are still alive to this day that believe in him. And that memorize the Quran.
I'm not gonna lie, bro. What do you? Okay, so tell me what you think I'm saying. Where you think that was lost?
No, I'm just saying that the why, basically, the why hasn't been, why can't the Quran be aired, right? Have
No, I'm not saying. I'm not talking about errors, bro. I'm talking about preservation. Because it can have zero errors.
Exactly.
But it can have zero errors and be perfectly preserved. Or it could
Okay.
it could have only errors and not be preserved.
I get what you're saying. That's what I was trying to say. Okay.
So I don't care about errors. I'm just talking about preservation. The way you know your Quran is preserved is because people memorized it and wrote it down. How do you know the same is?
Okay, so like I said, right, it's because there isn't nobody who compiled any books or stuff that Jesus said that was there. They compiled it.
That's what I'm saying.
No, okay, because you know how I know? Because if that was the case, there would literally be people now that would tell you, yeah, I came from Jesus. Jesus is my great.
Wow. That's a very valid reaction.
No, okay, so look, this is what I'm saying. So with Muhammad, right, peace be upon him, right? There are people now that
we don't believe Jesus is our grandfather.
Huh?
That sounds like an adopted person.
No, I didn't say
realize. Like,
yeah, I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything about that. I didn't say anything about that.
No, I didn't. And what you're describing sounds like an adopted person. Okay.
Just give me a second. Going around in circles here, right? So the reason we know that the Bible's corrupted or not preserved exactly is because there's 5,600 old manuscripts and they're all different. That's the Quran. So I'm finished with the little sentence. Right, can I speak? It's the first time saying it. You're cutting me off. You're cutting me off.
Yeah, I'm talking about your point, but let me finish. I told you that you were talking.
Right, hang on, Chris.
I'm just fucking letting.
First time, if you've been speaking all this time, it's the first time I've opened my mouth and you cut me off. Right.
You thought you done with that.
As for the Quran, right, there were loads of different copies of the Quran. They destroyed them all.
Okay, so the copies that were destroyed, right, were like Bibles that were ripped up, certain chapters were ripped up, certain chapters were finished, and stuff like that. It wasn't destroyed because there were errors and stuff like that in it.
What version are you telling us is the correct one?
What? The Quran?
Yes.
All of them.
But there is
What do you mean all of them?
like in the book of Maccabees, it says that the Romans were destroying the Torah and stuff. So the Bible's been destroyed too. Obviously not. Actually, some Christians were destroying it too. But that's not something that's unique to Islam. Christian, Muslims, Jews.
That's what he said.
They are.
So how can you be so confident that one version that you are testing is the correct version?
Because just because the original older manuscripts got destroyed doesn't mean the contents were preserved. So
Yeah, but
because
look
of
up.
something called mass transmission, it's the same principle. The Quran is preserved because
So
of
what is the correct
the materials at the time that were destroyed are destroyed. Doesn't matter because we have copies.
Okay, so there you can find literally Christian scholars that'll tell you that there's certain things about the Bible that they don't even believe in. They do believe that there are errors and misconceptions. Certain things. How? But you gotta understand. Okay, so listen. No. What do you mean? I'm not arguing. I'm just saying, show me the facts. Okay, so you're saying a person that's a scholar in the religion is wrong. Okay, what gives you that based on
If I'm looking at the same world and I'm offered the same facts, why can't I use my brain to come to a different conclusion and be right and then be mistaken?
Okay, because one person was literally studying it for what? I'm talking about.
I gotta be a professor to read books.
Bro, that's all I'm saying to you. It's if a person, it's like if a person, the chemist, right? And you come and he asks you, oh yeah, you have all these tools, do whatever you can. That doesn't mean you're gonna do it the same way or the correct way, like this person who's a physician, a chemist is gonna do it. You get that?
That's all doubt. You gotta
Okay. I was trying to give you an example. If a person is a chemist, right?
Yeah, but what do you what's the example?
About what you were saying, bro.
Forgot what I was saying. You forgot what I was saying too. Yeah. What's that?
Brady was at the end of the day, man. But yeah, but then you know me, bro. I'm gonna keep it real. If I don't know something about the Quran, right, or something, I don't have the right to think. I'm gonna say I don't know because there's parts that I probably can't remember. You know what I mean? I'm not like those people that have an answer for everything. If there's something that I don't understand, I don't know. Then I'll look it up and then I read about it. Okay, but that or maybe I don't remember that. But that
Did you grow up with the Quran, or is it somebody from later in life?
Yeah. But then I was the type of person that I wanted to learn about all the religions.
You did grow up with it, or no?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I grew up in America. I wasn't studying or nothing like that. Like I wanted to find my own way. So this is one thing people don't know. The Quran literally tells you, God literally tells you, go to those the books, those other books, the people of the book, and then go read about it. Go to all these religions. Whatever you think is correct.
Let me finish real quick.
Let me just finish what I'm trying to say.
Would you marry that girl? Yeah, finish in that.
Well, come on. Yeah, fuck it, but go ahead. What you say?
That's the one you marry that girl.
Okay, first of all, I would not marry a 9-year-old. Second of all, listen. You have to understand the concept and at one time, what was the moral norms, right? Because
I thought Muhammad is a role model for all generations. So is it only for some generations? Like no, but there's only a role model also for okay. So when he got jiggy with a little girl, he was a role model for some generations or all generations.
Okay, so listen, right? Okay, if you want to say that, right? How old was Mary in the Bible when she became pregnant?
Why you? It's like you're scared of it. I'll answer though.
She wasn't 9.
I'll answer.
What do you mean? I asked you the same thing. What's wrong with you?
She was at the very minimum at least 15 years old. It's impossible, in my belief, for her to be lower than 15.
No, she was 12 years old.
Okay, prove she was 12 years old. Because I can give you guys, I believe she was definitely over 15. So give me
she was 12
okay,
years
let
old.
us record some more she was. Yeah, you ever heard book chapter verse?
What verse?
Book chapter verse.
It tells, okay, the early Christian tradition, the proto-evangelium of James.
That's not a early Christian tradition.
What do you mean?
That's not a. That's a heretical tradition.
says early Christian traditions, my dude.
Well, I don't care what words someone else put above that text. It's got nothing to do with Jesus.
What do you mean?
It's mother, because it's wrong.
Yeah, so, okay, whatever.
Okay.
You can say whatever. Like, I have facts. I have facts. No, if you're not trying to accept that, I just told you, like, no, can I do?
You're saying it's Christian. I'm saying it's not. Proof is Christian.
What's Christian? What I was just telling you? What do you mean prove to me? It's literally from the Bible.
Bro, you can't even say that name. No, it's not. The Proto Evangelium is not the Bible. If it is,
So what are they using?
bullshit.
So how's it bullshit, my dude? Okay, so how do you know if she's not that age? How do you know she's not that age?
Okay, because there's something called the Dostoevsky devotion. And it's not like an infallible rule of faith or something, but it's the legal code that the church used for 1,000 years. And it's the church established by Christ. And in this book, it says that at minimum for a woman to be married, she must be at least 15. At least if, and that's if she's officially Christian. Okay?
So she was 15, she has to be 15 instead of 16?
Yeah, around there.
How about 14?
No.
Okay, then how about 9?
Bro, if I said no to 14, what do you think I'm saying? You think I'm gonna change my answer when you go lower?
Okay. Okay. Why, how old was Rebecca when she got married?
Bro, she was not 3, bro. Man, okay, look.
Exactly, you are right. It was 3. Perfect.
No, I said she was not 3.
Perfect.
What?
I thought it was
What in the text makes you think she was 3?
You're saying that about your certain
It says an age. What implies that she wasn't mature?
Oh, but that doesn't matter. We're not saying mature or nothing like that. We're talking about age.
Yeah, age, bro. Okay, fine. What implies a young age? Since you don't want to use what?
Bro, so you accept that though, right?
That she's 3? No, I'm saying she's not 3. What implies that she was a young age? Nothing there implies that she was a young age. Actually, everything there would imply she's older.
Huh?
Everything there would imply she's of an older age. Her Hebrew's not broken up. She's speaking proper fluent Hebrew. Okay, she's going and talking to David. Like, she's a woman. She's offering him things. She's getting heavy buckets of water, bringing it to him. Acting as a servant. Like, she's acting like a grown woman. So what?
Just because he was bringing water?
Well, it was pretty heavy, and she was speaking fluent Hebrew. How many 3-year-olds you know that can speak fluent Hebrew and carry 60 kilos of water, bro? And, like, if you read it, like, the way she was carrying after, was it David? No.
Well, who she was married to? Isaac.
It was Isaac. You're right. Yeah, but the way she was taking care of Isaac, I've never heard no 3-year-old talk.
Okay, but this is, this is what they say about what I'm saying about. Some classic.
You know who said that? The fucking Jews, bro.
Okay, it doesn't matter though.
It kind of, okay. If I quoted you what she is saying about your religion, you didn't care. No, you're not.
No, but this is your Bible.
This is your Bible. No, it's not my Bible. My Bible is okay. If it's my Bible, show me where my Bible says it.
Bro, you literally believe that the Jews are the chosen people of the world, right?
No, they're not.
How? It says that in the Bible.
Okay, they're chosen. How are they chosen?
In the Bible, doesn't it say that?
How are they chosen?
You want me to give you a verse in the Bible where it says that?
Fine, they're chosen. How are they chosen?
I'm gonna give you a verse on my 32.
No, you're not understanding.
Okay, yes or no? Does it say?
So when you say someone's chosen, that means there's a reason. You're saying they're chosen for what? For what are they chosen for?
They are called the chosen people of the world.
For what? Chosen for what? What are you chosen?
Man, that's all I know. That's what they say.
I'll tell you. You're chosen by God. Okay? Who's chosen by God? What's the scripture?
We ask him?
You'll ask me who's chosen.
What?
It's those who believe in Jesus. It's those who believe. So, and even in Exodus 12, it says, before Jesus even came, if someone came and practiced the ceremony with the Jews, they too should be treated as things of them. So they too would be treated as chosen.
Okay, it says right here.
So that has nothing to do with our race, is what I'm saying, bro. It has
Okay,
to do
so
with
listen. Yes, it was those people at the time. Specifically.
what? No, I'm saying even before Jesus came, it was people who weren't descended from Jacob being treated like Jews.
No. Okay, how about in Deuteronomy where it says, "For you are a people holy to the Lord your God." The Lord your God has chosen you to be a people for his treasured possession out of all the people who are on the face of the earth. And here it says, "But you, Israel, my servant Jacob, whom I have chosen you and not cast you off." Okay. You.
Yes, so what makes you think over there is talking about like their flesh or their physical lineage instead of the spiritual covenant they have with God? Because keep in mind, if the relevant context is their behavior and their faith, what makes you think is anything other than their relationship with God to be chosen? The covenant with Abraham wasn't established. Keep in mind, he didn't even have a specific race, bro. He was from Chaldea. He was mixed with a bunch of different people. He was chosen not because of his race, not because of anything other than his faith. Chosen because of his works. He was chosen because of his faith. That's why all people are chosen. So if the Jews are faithless people, no, they're not chosen.
Okay, where it says right in Romans, it says Paul lists privileges of Israel. They are Israelites, and to them belong the adoption, the glory, the covenants, the giving of law, the worship, and promises. Okay, so Paul is saying this. They are Israelites, and to them belong the adoption, the glory, the covenant. Huh? He's talking about the Israelites, Jews.
Always about physical Jews.
Yes.
Well, actually, before I say, let's keep it.
Okay, look at Romans 9:4.
So this is not talking about their flesh. You want to tell you why? It is not as though the word of God has failed, for not all those descended from Israel are Israelites, and not all of Abraham's children are his descendants, but it is through Isaac that descendants shall be named for you. So literally right after it tells you the people that are actually Israelites aren't just people who descended from Israel. It's people who are actually part of the covenant. That's what an actual Israelite is.
Exactly, because they became the chosen people because of that covenant.
Okay, so are the Gentiles a part of that covenant?
No.
Do you think that distinction is ethnic or
nations shall stream to it. Many people shall come and say, let us go up to the mountain of the Lord, to the house of the God of Jacob, that he may teach us his ways, and that we may walk in his paths. For out of Zion shall go forth the instruction of the word of the Lord from Jerusalem. So it's saying the word is going to go out from his place, and all the nations through this word coming right back go into the house of Jacob. That was fun though.
I say it again, my bad.
Yeah, I was saying Isaiah 2 verses 2 to 3 says that all the Gentiles of the judgment down the land are going to go to the house of Jacob, into the house. And so this means the Gentiles are going to be in the house of Jacob. You're going to be in that covenant with them. Okay? So that means if the covenant, this means that in Romans 9 is that true Israelite people of the covenant, and Paul is speaking to the Israelites who are the true Israelites. That means he's speaking to also the Gentiles who are part of the covenant. You know what I'm saying, bro? I was trying to do more. Nobody's trying to be. That it. This is as far as y'all go.
You know, I don't understand your case of Mary being 15 when a virgin means a young girl. Why you say she's 15?
I didn't say she's 15.
I said she's over 15 dollars. You said she's no less than 15. How can you say that with such confidence for a virgin?
What are you talking about, Oma?
You said the word virgin.
Yeah, I'm saying it doesn't. I'm saying the word virgin doesn't always mean.
So what does it mean?
I'm not absolute, but I do believe Mary was a young girl. Yeah. So if that's what
You have to have this. It's a young girl. So why do you connect her ankle being older than 15?
because I think. Well, actually, I don't think I'm using her in the sense. I think in the relevant sense she was a woman, but I think that she was young. So still call her a young girl.
Might not have sex, but still able to marry.
Well, not just like she was sufficiently unable to marry children, raise her children, take care of the family.
Yeah, but hold on. When are you sufficiently ready for bearing a child? Any of the ladies on your side back then?
It's not a specific thing.
What is the typical sign of somebody getting ready for a child?
Puberty. There's multiple.
Okay, puberty. Who said puberty? Thank you. Okay, so at what age were people getting puberty? He says later. He says if you make the claim later, give him an opportunity to listen and know. Why? Where does he get his claim from? Let's back it up his claim. Okay. I don't know if that's the case. I'm gonna look that up.
Yeah,
I'm gonna look it. Sounds good. I used to. Some people look up what causes puberty.
I'm gonna pull up the specific.
one where it says psychosocial stress. Family conflict, yeah. Pretend, yeah.
As you get more stressed out, you be more stressed out. 20th century.
Wait, that would make us slower.
You said stress makes it come later. Or at least saying stress makes it come faster.
Yeah, no, it makes you hit puberty faster.
Okay, so that makes it puberty faster. I would say people in ancient times were more stressed out.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
Of course.
It's fucking lie.
No.
Stress does not make you.
So you're trying to say?
So this is what Loughborough University. I'm reading it out.
No.
Stress increases cortisol levels, which inhibits the production of growth hormones, leading to reduced height and slower skeletal growth.
No, but we're talking period.
I just looked up, does it stunt growth? Let me look up periods.
Yeah, that's what we're speaking of.
I just read it to you, man.
Yeah, you're saying that it makes it speed up, right? That
Yeah.
More stress speeds up.
That's bullshit.
So do you think that people back then were more or less stressed than people?
Come on, you're gonna say the same thing again. Yeah, at the end of the day, bro.
Yeah,
it makes sense, bro. You have to understand at a time.
So we're not gonna answer the question. I just heard you sit here with 20, 30 minutes and go mediate with this man, asking all types of stuff. And now it's your turn to go around to the phone. You're not even acknowledging.
Chronic stress does commonly cause early puberty, but it's not like crazy studies. So this is the thing.
Okay, so you just said I was a punk.
Yeah, I didn't think you were lying, but Google illusions you. But this is the thing. It's still true that it's still true that conditions which contribute to earlier puberty are present now. So maybe you can make an argument that it might even be kind of similar, since you have all these things that speed it up and all these things that.
Okay, so look, now you're trying to say similar. So all I'll say is, right, it doesn't look, so at that time, people were going to war. Life wasn't easy. You know what I mean? So they reached puberty faster.
Yeah, but this is not. Now this is the other problem. Okay.
And
even if it's true that they're reaching puberty earlier, it doesn't mean it's sufficient for them to have kids or have a family.
But I'm asking you where you got 15 from. That's more so what I'm asking.
So I got that from a civil code in my church.
So and then you got a civil code in your church that dates back to when?
It's 1100 or something.
1100, and we're talking about something that happened before BC.
Yeah, but I'm saying the church is a source of divine revelation, and so if the church is guiding people by means of the civil process with you, I think if there's nothing that contradicts it within reason, we should.
There's plenty of stuff that contradicts it.
And when they do that, I was talking to
like what?
He just
You're
leave.
talking about other traditions.
I mean, no, not other traditions. Just like people simply taking on young babies on the age of 15.
How does that contradict my position?
Because you're using that something that was said in the 1100s to claim reality was something that happened before BC.
That's what Jesus says. That's what Jesus says.
What does Jesus say? Jesus says you have to be 18 and get married.
In a sense, yeah, you could say
Okay, so
that.
tell me where you say
that, if it's true, that is from Jesus.
Bro, it doesn't say that anywhere, bro. Why are you just like making up things? The Bible, I mean, Jesus never said anywhere in the Bible.
Look, this is like, what is incantation specific?
Is your claim that Mary was 15 or older when she had Jesus?
And you're saying
That's a claim.
You're saying there's evidence that goes against that.
No, I'm asking you for your evidence. I'm attacking your evidence. Right now, your evidence is conclusive.
Okay, so let's see what the Bible says about that. Let's go to John 6.
They just went to your church.
Exactly. You speak like you already have it.
You think I'm not gonna go right because the ruler of this world has been condemned. I still have many things to say to you, but you cannot bear them now. When the Spirit of God is come. So Jesus is saying, other than what he said on earth, he's gonna continue saying things.
What the heck? Where did you get that from, bro?
That's what I just said. Yeah, what is the future he's talking about?
Bro,
It's not the future of whether Mary was 15 or not. That's for sure. When we talk about that,
I know.
You know what's crazy? I actually agree with you. That's the crazy part. I actually definitely agree with you. And I'm against this whole. I actually agree with you. That's the crazy part. But your evidence is so fuzzy.
What do you mean? You haven't even understood what I'm saying.
I have plenty of understood all of that. Listen here for 30 minutes.
That's like, you don't have to bring it back. You don't have to bring it back, bro.
So what am I saying about John 16?
You don't have to repeat it.
Hold on, babe. What am I saying about John 16?
You're trying to use that to get validation.
What am I saying about it?
Okay, so this is what you said.
You're using that to validate your position.
I know I'm using it as an argument, but I'm
in regards to your church. And you're using it as evidence to give credence to the validation of your church saying that another person.
That's obvious. That's
No,
obvious.
the thing he just said.
Hold on, chill, bro. Chill. This is I want to talk to you. Okay, so we can debate, bro. What is the move I'm making with John 16? When I'm pointing to the contents of John 16, what about John 16?
What's the move? What's the move? I've already said that.
Bro, come on, bro.
So you tell me the deeper meaning. Go ahead.
Okay, so
First, say it in the eye.
Bro, you're saying go ahead, but at least let's come on.
I'm getting too late.
I'm telling him to calm down, bro.
What is it you're agreeing with?
Fucking Tower Heart, so nobody argues.
What is it that you're agreeing with? Let's not be just. You don't even know? Okay. I'll be free about just because I'm going to the Lord. You no longer about just because the ruler of this world has been condemned. I still have these things to say to you. So Jesus is saying, other than his earthly ministry, his word is saying, correct?
Listen,
That's not.
all I'm trying to say, that does not make sense.
That's not my point. That's not me. That's not.
I've already answered that.
Yes.
I've already answered that. I said nowhere in there does it entail that what's going to come in the future is what's going to come commentary on what's going on in the past.
Okay. So what is it that comes in the future? That's not.
It would be information about the future.
Okay. So then why does he say he wants to say it now?
Why does he say he wants to lie?
He says he wants to say it now, but they can't.
But he said that people won't understand.
Okay. If it's
So you don't think people will understand. So you don't think people will understand.
only about the future, what is the relevance of him saying it now?
My whole point is he's not speaking about the past. Correction. Not speaking about the past. He's going to make a correction.
How do you know?
Hey, let me say one thing. Let me say one thing real quick.
How do you know when he continues his speech, he will not speak about the past?
How do you know that he will?
Bro, you gotta change the subject, bro. All I know was last time, are you the one that I was talking to?
Continue speaking.
Just talking to you all the time.
Is the speech of the church, or sorry, the speech of the Holy Church. That's the continuous.
Bro, last time, was I talking to you the whole time?
You weren't.
Oh, so that it wasn't you the one that said that, like how the whole concept started about would you marry a 9-year-old?
No, that was Chef.
Oh,
I listened to
so not confused.
Yeah, I listened to when Chef talk, but I actually agree with Chef. I just think the evidence that he had.
Chef was the one that said that, you said?
Yeah.
Bro, I hate word.
No, it wasn't Chef that said that, bro.
It was Chef. I was looking for that.
Hey, Chef, was that you?
Sure, Chef. I was in the booth listening to you.
That was me. That was me saying.
I've been
Okay, so
listening.
you know.
I've been here for like 30 minutes listening to you.
Why, man? I think You're not playing with me, man.
No, I'm serious, bro. I was literally in the booth. I've been listening to you guys.
Whatever.
When I came on, Chef was like, yo, there's nobody that wants to debate. So I brought up the Mary.
The point is, there's a continued speech of Jesus, according to John 16. I don't know where you're getting that. It's not about the past. So we know there's a continued speech. Now the question is, Jesus promised it, so where is it? And then we look. We could, maybe say it's Paul's letters, but then that falls short because Paul's letters also say that there's a tradition given from the scripture. So if what the Holy Spirit is speaking, if what John 16 is speaking of is in fact Paul's letters and what was given to Paul, then that also includes the oral tradition that Paul transmitted.
Bro, how did we get to this concept, man? I want to know.
Because Paul is second Thessalonians 2:15 says that what he gives along with the scripture is an oral tradition. So if it's true that that the content of Christ's words is the letters of Paul, then it also must be true that it's the oral traditions of Paul. And if it's the oral traditions of Paul, then it's the church. If it's the church, then it's what I cited.
Okay, so the verse is we was trying to figure out where whoever said that Mary, Jesus said that only a person that's above the age of 15. A woman can only get married if she's above the age of 15.
Yeah, so look, I explained earlier. It's not an infallible statement or something like that. I'm saying it's a civil ruling that my church used. And because my church used it, I find it reasonable to believe that this is the minimum age for a woman to be mature.
Yeah, okay, we're not following your tradition. You say Jesus went
But I'm justifying it through Christ. I'm showing Christ agrees with my church.
Okay, well, the Christ doesn't say that.
Yes, he does. I quoted it to you.
Okay, but it has nothing to do with women. It doesn't. Okay, so by you just reading it, it just doesn't pop up in your head. Oh, so a woman should get married at the age of 15. Come on, bro.
No, that's
where do you get that specific number from?
The law says 15.
Oh, the law in America, right?
No, the law that I'm quoting from says 15.
Where does it say that?
Don't
read the same thing.
I know. I'm quoting you.
That was the norms at that time, and some of the scholars even say that she was really 17 years old. Yeah, so when people start saying that about your religion, then you kind of what the heck is that?
That's what I've been quoting to you this whole time.
That's not the Bible.
No.
What is it?
It's a civil ruling that my church used a long time ago. For a long time.
So what are you, a Jew?
My boy, if I'm saying church, what makes you think I'm a fucking Jew?
Shit, don't Jews say church too?
Now this is synagogue. Tell me.
Oh, God. Be sweet. This is what your church believes?
No, bro. It's not like a theological thing. That's about how people should behave. So you see, it says law code. That's literally what that's not.
What the heck? So you don't follow the law code of the Bible, but you follow this?
Bro, you're not listening. Listen, there's writings about our beliefs. There's writings about our behaviors. Sometimes when people quote Aquinas,
This is people talking about how we should behave.
The Bible, bro. Take that back to wherever you got.
Okay, but the Bible confirms this.
No. Yeah, take that back to wherever you got from.
I'm showing you how the Bible confirms it.
Take it back to the scraps you got it from. We're talking about the Bible, my dude.
I got it.
The Quran.
You want to take it back to
You're trying to find something. Okay.
I don't think he wants it back.
Next time when I start saying something, stuff, I'm gonna just start bringing stuff up from my history class.
Okay, so now can you tell me if you have sex with a 9-year-old?
Look, you know,
Oh, you already said no.
That's not the norms of the time we are in now.
Okay, so do you think right and wrong depends on what time it is?
Yes. Listen.
Doesn't matter when it was. You just said time doesn't matter, so it doesn't matter when it was. I'm saying
No, time.
you just said it doesn't matter.
No, I mean when it comes to, I said there are stuff that are norms to the public people.
So does good.
So at that time, I probably would if it was normal and everybody was doing it.
Is it good or bad though?
It's not bad if she physically reached full puberty and no.
Okay, so what about the 2-year-old girl in Germany who can get
With me, bro.
that? First unit thumbs up. Oh.
Stop telling me stuff about that. Mechatargash. Whatever that shit said, law code. Mechatargash. Bullshit.
What is wrong with you, bro?
You know what I'm saying? Don't give me that because I don't take any of that as facts. Like to me, man, you want to accept the religion. So, you want to accept my Muslim brothers and sisters to their house, your address. They're going to come.
We're not gonna come and kill me.
Maybe to the religion a little bit more.
If I gave you my address, the Muslims would come and fucking kill me.
Why?
Because I'll be blaspheming, bro. If I went there.
Listen, but they're cool people. Trust me, they're good.
No, they're not. Dude,
You're good. This is my peoples, man.
bro, they have doxed me. They have tried to track me down. If they found out where I live, they'd kill me, bro.
Who was trying to track you down? Muslims?
No, they did.
What?
Yeah, they doxed me. You know my address and shit.
Oh, what? You're in America. It's a free country, man.
Yeah. I mean, it didn't stop me.
You act like, bro, you're in fucking Babylon or some shit.
Now, if I started getting out like that, damn, I actually can't find
Yeah,
it.
but so look, so I'm gonna send some people out that can make it seem like you want to accept Islam. So listen, let's start with this.
Hey, tell us.
Ashhadu. Say Ashhadu.
You ever heard the story of what happened when Muhammad said that? What's that word, bro? When you send someone.
What do you mean send something?
I forgot the word. It's in Civilization 6, bro.
I mean, like, what do you mean? You sent them somewhere?
No, you send someone to another country on your behalf to like, say something for you, like, oh, we're doing
Like a missionary type thing?
kind of something like that. Yeah, you know when Muhammad sent a missionary to Syria, you know what the Roman king did?
What?
Chopped his head off. Yeah, and then he actually got
What?
mad by the Muslims. Maybe I gotta rethink my plan.
You know what happened to the Muslim, the Roman Empire? They literally got crushed by, I'm talking about literally 10 to 1.
Oh, but you know,
Got their asses kicked.
You know what happened to the strongest Muslim empire though? They got their ass kicked.
The what?
Armies were the strongest Muslims and they got raped by Russia. Bro,
They raped the Turks.
Russia did the Turks.
worst that Turkey did wrong. Let's be honest. Are you sure? I would describe it in that manner. Bro, they would describe it in that manner. You see, let's see a movie like that. That was actual. There was a story where one of the companions of Prophet, when he was at war, that it was this man. He got on his knees. He's like, doesn't matter. Anytime a Muslim says, if he's faking it, you gotta leave him alone and spare him, because you don't know his heart. Why tell me this, bro? But I know you want to accept Islam, bro. Just get to the point, okay? You now say that or not. You say that because you know I actually know about Islam. Like I don't know what it is about Islam, but I think it's like it's like a cool religion. And look, man, you just gotta, but there's this. Just look up the story of a guy. His name is Yusuf Estes. Spelled as Yusuf Yusuf. ESTES. No, it's not one story. Yes, it is. ESTES. Okay. Bro, you gotta let a person land, bro. How you gonna know? So he was a Christian priest and he was a missionary. Okay. And he hated Muslims. So there was a time where his dad had a business proposition with this Muslim guy, and his dad sent him to go talk to him, and he just couldn't believe that his dad was even doing business with this like terrorists and stuff like that. So he wanted to go there and debate to teach him Christianity. But when he seen his manner, the way he conducted himself, and then they explained to him that he believed in Jesus and all of that, it opened his mind to it. Just look him up and then Yusuf Estes. Yeah, bro, and they became Muslim. Nah, he became Muslim and inshallah he will go to heaven. Bro, you cooked him, bro. Fuck. You said what? SubhanAllah? I said no, it's not. Bro, yeah, bro, it's over with, bro. I think inshallah you're going into Islam, bro. 100% because you have open. I want you to ready this. I was an atheist and a Satanist and a universalist and an omnist. And you know what I was? I was going to be Muslim. That's certain points, but what happened? Shit, I found out Muhammad 9-year-old. And I'm like, fuck. First of all, he got married and he didn't consummate the marriage until she was old enough. No, he didn't. What are you talking about? You said he fucked him before he got married? No, I'm saying he had sex with a 9-year-old, but 3 years before he had sex with that same 9-year-old. Doesn't make it better. Yeah, but that was like, but then he did it. Listen, first of all, and then the girl that he was marrying was literally his friend's daughter. I don't know. So you gotta understand, that was the norm at that time, right? And she was a very educated. What? Her dad was a pedophile too. Bro, you're intimidating me right now. You're trying to say something. You know what I mean? Now you're talking shit. You're right. Okay, let me ask you. Would you ever let your daughter live? Yes. I'm not gonna let my daughter right now. She's the question. This is the question. Would you let your 9-year-old daughter have her vagina penetrated by a 60-year-old man who, by the way, has had multiple previous sexual partners and likely, given the conditions that they're living in, probably has some kind of disease, sexually transmitted? Would you ever let your 9-year-old daughter have sex with that man? Okay, now you're just insane shit. Okay, first of all, and to be honest with you, yes, the prophet, I would let my daughter marry him and have sex with him. You let the 60-year-old man get married. Yeah, if she was fully
hit puberty and she was mentally capable of getting married, yes, I would. Why not?
Can you fully hit puberty? Like finish puberty, you're saying?
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, basically, like I'm saying, to the point where she knows right or wrong, she has the mind.
What makes you think a 9-year-old could be fully through puberty?
Okay, so let me say one thing to you, right? Right now, if you go to certain places in the Muslim countries, right, you'll see a lot of young kids that are literally 8 years old, man. I swear to God, I'm not saying this to talk shit, that are literally smarter than 14, 15 year old kids. I'm trying to say, bro, that is not, that we do not allow that now. Yes.
Okay. Do you think good and bad is eternal? Or sorry, do you think good is eternal? Let me say that. Do you think goodness is eternal?
Bro, listen, we're not
No,
talking
yes or
about
no. Is goodness eternal?
Yes.
So there's never any point in time where something that is good stops being good. Because goodness is always, right?
Okay.
Okay. So if at that time it's constituted good to have sex with a 9-year-old and goodness is eternal, then that means it doesn't matter if the time changes, it's still good. So at this time, even though it's a different time, it's still good.
What you trying to say?
I'm trying to say, according to you, it's good to have sex with 9-year-olds.
I said, listen, at this time, people were literally going to war.
Okay, then you say good is eternal.
Okay, listen, though, to you, okay, it's relative, though.
No,
Good, it can be bad use.
You can think something good is eternal. You said it, and I agree with you.
What do you, okay, listen. I see as English, but you're saying something that is good is bad. So if you marry,
No, I'm saying if at January 22nd, 680, it's okay to have sex with kids. That means because this is in accordance with goodness, this must always be true. Because goodness is eternal, it doesn't change.
So what are you trying to say is wrong?
If you're saying that having sex with kids is okay at one time, then it's okay at the next time, and it's okay at the next time, and it's okay at the next time.
Bro, listen. In your own Bible, it says that Rebecca was married.
Oh, let's say I'm not Christian. What are you going to do now? You're going to become atheist? We're both going to be atheists. Oh, I gave up your religion, you gave up mine, now we both go to hell. That's what this shit was. Okay, so instead of shifting
That's the facts.
So instead of shifting to my position, answer what I'm saying, bro.
Bro, I'm trying to scrum. It goes both ways, my dude.
No, it does not.
Bro, that's why, like, a lot of young Christians that I see, they don't like me to bring up stuff about their Bible. Oh, why are you bringing up the Bible? But you're bringing up the Quran.
We can talk about the Bible after we're done talking about what we're talking about.
Okay, no, first justify it in the Bible.
You gotta show it. You're the one saying that there's something that's in the Bible, so show it.
No, you're saying something is something wrong. It literally says in the commentaries of the Jewish books about that. Yeah, man, that's one thing about I don't know why. When you start literally dissecting what they're saying, it literally gets to their heart, man. And they don't know how to take it no more. Like, bro, be open-minded about it or whatever. Imbeciles. Alright, guys, man.
here to be like abused by misogynistic men. So, Andrew, could you please tell me about how even if I got raped by a man with a mutant disorder, that I wouldn't be able to get an abortion, and you're okay with that? Please. That's why I came in here. Come on. Hurry up. You know what, Andrew? You're fucking boring me now. I'm gonna go.
Just to let us know that we're on the reach agreement and tried. It's around school. If you know what I mean. That's why. What? Israel, just Iran. So that's it to me, basically. They even came out. And to be real, like, for the US to go to the negotiation table, no matter anything, internationally, that's anything. They know winners. Whoa. I didn't know about the same time. Just have to know that Iran has control of their country. That's the greatest thing. Because Trump keeps saying there's no leader over there. Whether he's not dead, whether this is dead, this or not dead, but the country is still doing what it needs to do. That's not good to me. What do you think, Steve? So, I want to make a comment on what you've been saying. Imagine a scenario where you maybe you beat up somebody, you beat them really bad, and then they pick up the knife and maybe your brother or somebody's truth, and they were threatening you to get back. Will you really say those people are being like the person that is threatening your brother or maybe probably anyone that they're putting the knife on the throat just to get you to back up? So will you say the person is winning? Will you say that because this is the kind of scenario that is going on because the streets is not for it's not really for Iran, even though it's in their region. It is an international waterway. So will you say that scenario that person is winning? Well, I don't know. It's a bit realistic and not realistic, to be honest with you. You have to look at 2003 era where the US went into the Middle East and how
seems it's still 19 too, but because you can directly say you have owns or if you guys owns that area more than
Okay. I can say, I'm saying that January is strength of Iran. As a nation, they're stronger than their fellow Muslim brothers around. Just Europe, no one in the Middle East has more talk than them when it comes to history of women's. I don't believe so. They have more talk, more power, more influence. You own that right now. You're the only person.
Yeah, I understand that. I understand that. Well, the thing now is, I think things that we it was always considered an international word. But I get what you're saying. But the definition, the definite given to that message is it's an international. I mean, no nation can like claim sole ownership of that message. And I get by Iran's action for a while now. It seems this generation, or I don't know, yeah, this generation, like the generations of the Iranians that came to be, they didn't really like it because from time to time they trade certain trades when they have issues with their neighbors, they take certain trades because the streets. I think maybe why they have not done it was because if they had just done it like that, they would have faced this pressure from all over the world. So now it's like an opportunity to just take hold of it. Understand? So
It's definitely right when you say, I just need once who has kicked off, to be honest with you, what you said, and you said just like how Israel is annexing section of Lebanon right now and just discriminating bombing everything, anything they see that looks like a freak of your blood, that's the kind of side they're bombing everything. So right now, they've been breaching international laws for years, not now, not so today, just in general, for Spain, also letting them know like, cool, there's been a cease for 2 weeks. Israel bombing Lebanon when they see that there's a ceasefire in place. And this is saying, so that's basically saying, bro, like internationally, like this is not supposed to be happening, not this way. You get me? We're trying to negotiate to make it a peaceful world for everybody to try and survive and leave. Israel is still bombing stuff regardless. Iran said, cool, you could retaliate for them bombing Lebanon now, even though we have signed a ceasefire deal with the US. Down at Istanbul yesterday in Istanbul, like, and to me, to be honest with you, my name was incredible because Iran had a 10-point plan already that Trump originally agreed on. Trump at 15, but this one doesn't make any sense, or make any sense, so he's agreed to.
Came with the power. See, I'm opening, and I like to search and find the truth. I'm not like you guys that come on stage and just talk out of nowhere just to say something because it sounds good. Because we bad Israel. If you're so worried about Israel and Israel's controlling everything, why aren't you afraid about Israel bombing your fucking house right now? And I have one question I want to ask you. Why do you support Israel every fucking day? No, I'm not angry. I'm not angry, actually. That's weakness what you're doing because you're great. Why do you support Israel every fucking day? Why do you support Israel every day? Can you answer me that? Well, last question. I have a question. Why do you support Israel? You do. Every fucking day you do. Bluntly. Bluntly you do. Bluntly you do. Why do you support child slave labor in China as well? You fucking idiot. You're so angry. What are you lying, man? You're on this app right now using your phone with the security on your phone. You're supporting Israel.
This guy's delusional. Yeah, you're delusional.
No, it's because I'm making sense and I'm right. That's the problem. You're a moron.
Well, you know, the funny thing is to say you're using your phone and supporting Israel as well.
No, I do support Israel.
Okay, just making sure that so if that is the case, why are you understanding?
You're wrong. You're wrong with that. You went to.
Oh, okay. So you're a Canadian Zionist?
I'm an African. I was born in Morocco, actually.
Okay. Well, you sound like you live in the United States. You sound like you live in the United States, at least. Because I'm from the United States. I don't agree with politics in general, and I surely don't agree with Israel or being a Zionist.
You agreed with me. You agreed with me. You said that. Well, why are you supporting Israel too? So you agreed with me, you dumb fuck.
How is that an agreement? I was merely asking you a question. How is asking a question me agreeing with anything? Just out of curiosity. I mean, like,
I believe to be supporting Israel every fucking day.
Well, I mean, apparently to you, everybody who's on their cell phone right now is supporting Israel, whether they know it or not. Am I correct?
Do the fucking research and you'll realize how much you're all supporting Israel, you dumb fucks.
Okay, well, I do. I'm not a dumb fuck. You don't need to talk
talk to me like that, sir. Excuse me, I know exactly how much fucking America fucking gives to Israel every fucking year, okay? I'm not
How much
ignorant
does
of
Israel
this.
get back to Israel, to America?
Nothing, and I know this. I'm not ignorant of this.
You're stupid.
So, how am I stupid when I say Israel gives nothing back to us?
You're fucking dumb.
Israel gives us what? Because Israel owns nothing. Israel is a fucking theoretical state from the Bible. Israel does not exist.
I know. That's fucking.
That is God's story. Well, fuck you. I think you're dumb as fuck. Yeah.
This is going to fuck. He's a real idiot.
Stupid fuck, Steven. Mr. Williams, man. Just doing some extra stuff for no reason. This guy's an extra guy. Hey, man, I was moving out to that song, dude. Whatever the fuck it was, but you know, I mean, but anybody whose only words can be "you're a stupid fuck." I mean, you've got to question their intelligence because those are the only words they can get out of their mouth is "I'm a stupid fuck." You know, can we come up with some more reasons why I'm to you a stupid fuck? Because otherwise it makes no fucking sense that you're just like, you know, too high on something. Maybe yourself. But, you know, here nor there. How's it going, folks? We have a day today. All right.
Explain to me, Stephen. You said that the United States gives Israel money every year. Tell me how that works. I want to hear from you.
They give them free.
Hold on. Your name's not Stephen.
You mean they give them my tax
Tell me how it works. I know.
Every $100.
Okay, tell me how it works. I don't want to hear a monologue. I want to hear how it works.
I understand how it works. They give them $3 billion. No, you want to know all of the ins and outs of how we support fucking Israel, asshole?
Okay, so now I need to mute you, dumb fuck. Again, you're a dumb fuck. And that's why I say dumb fuck, because people like you are ignorant and you only follow a stupid monologue that you learned from some other Abram and you don't actually understand how that works. The money that the United States gives Israel has to spend it back in the United States, which stimulates the economy, you stupid fuck.
Yeah, they buy weapons from us.
Shut the fuck up, you dumb fucking moron. And then they also help with technology.
I don't appreciate you talking to me like that, bitch.
Shut the fuck up, you fucking cunt. You fucking cunt. Appreciate that. He's in your fucking mouth.
Baby's pressed.
Series jets that you guys have in the United States of America, Israel made them better with the technology. What's the fucking intel, the technology that they give, plus the water, what the fuck's it called again? The irrigation systems. The problem is you're so dumb and you're so full of Jew-agent that you don't even see that the life-saving techniques, like when their mother gets checked for fucking breast cancer, who do you think invented that technology, you stupid fuck? When you gotta go because you're fucking getting sticks in your fucking mouth every day, and you gotta go and get a fucking pill put down your throat, and there's a camera connected to it, but the camera's inside a pill, so it's less invasive. Israel invented that too. The security on your phones, on your computers, Israel invented that too. So climb your fucking river, you fucking dumb fucks. If it wasn't for
actually, it wasn't necessarily Israel. It was scientists that were allowed to.
What?
And it wasn't actually Israel or people from Israel.
I can't hear you. You sound like the mouth.
You've got a tick in your ear. Of course you can.
No, you're stupid.
You've got two ticks in your ear.
You're a dumb fuck.
Excuse me. I know fucking scientists and people working in Israel.
Shut the fuck up, you fucking inbred. You don't even understand. Now you're going to say that Israel allows them to use that to make the technology in their country, so that's why it's from Israel. Shut the fuck up. You're so dumb and ignorant. That's the problem every day. Because the real winner is you guys. Because you can't win against a retard. Reality is you can't. Because you guys will never ever submit or admit when you're fucking wrong. You'll never admit ever that you're wrong. And it's okay to say, I'm wrong. I didn't do my proper research. Instead, you want to sit here like a fucking wolf. Excuse me? Johanna, you want to come back up and have a proper conversation and have a proper dialogue? Hey, Sid, good morning. How you doing, brother? I hope you're having a great day.
Hey, good morning. You two, same thing, but it don't look good when you grab the power and shut everybody down. This is a problem that people have, man.
I'm trying to have a Same shit, and I can't have a conversation with somebody.
You're saying
I'm trying to talk with you every night.
it's a
I'm trying
soliloquy,
to talk
not
with you every night, and then this guy gets involved, the other guy gets involved, and there's no two-way dialogue. I'm trying to talk, and they want to interrupt me. So, yeah, I'm going to fucking abuse the power.
Dude, when your talk goes on, and it's just a fucking bunch of insults, that's
Nah, it's not a bunch of insults. You started off also, there's a conversation. I know. Thank you. The problem is, you want to have a couple, let's have a couple. Why don't you actually do research before you open up your mouth on stages?
Why don't you actually know fucking scientists from fucking Norway that go to Israel to do research? Because of Israel fucking... Because of Israel... Because of Israel... You're not even letting me answer. You're a fucking asshole. You're a dick.
I know, thank you. I know, thank you.
God damn. Because Israel is... Well, Israel is not a fucking goddamn... whatever the fuck, all right? That region over there has fucking actually allows their fucking scientists to do scientific research. Unlike here in the United States, where our scientific research is repressed as a motherfucker. You know there's a cure for cancer. You know they're not fucking using it. You know once the fucking goddamn U.S. left the World Health Organization that fucking all these cures for all these fucking diseases are popping up. Why? Because the United States repressed them, you asshole.
So why don't we have cancer treatment in, why would you have a quick cure? It's not suppressed, and in the United States and Europe it is. So I'm asking if there's a
Well, no. Specifically, I come from the cannabis industry. I know scientists that go to Israel specifically to work on cannabis science, because in Israel, you're allowed to work on cannabis science. Not here in the United States. You're not allowed to test it. You're not allowed to have fucking patients for it.
Yeah, but we're not talking about this. We're talking about research.
No. Excuse me, sir, but that's what maybe we're talking about.
We are talking about...
No, actually, we weren't.
We are talking about restoring eyesight for the blind. We are talking about mini cameras that can go into your digestive system. We are not talking about cannabis. Actually, you didn't mention...
We were talking about medical advancements and technology.
No, we are talking about
research.
It's technological, it's green tech, it's agriculture, it's security. He mentioned many things, and the only thing that you're addressing is the one thing he didn't mention, which is cannabis. You want to talk about security, you want to talk about technology,
so because I picked something out of the box of which he was the point that I actually know doctors and scientists that go to fucking Israel to do research. That's my own personal knowledge. How is that?
Relax. Steven, relax. I'm saying that you're missing the point, okay? You went now on a big rant because you missed a word, and you're missing the whole point. He was talking about Israel's innovation in many fields, including medicine, security, green tech.
Sorry, sir. You're acting as though I was offering an antithesis to his freaking statement that freaking a lot of scientific freaking advancements are made in Israel, which I'm not denying that. I have never denied that. And I said the reason why is because Israel has a more open mind to scientific fucking research than the United States has ever fucking had.
Open mind?
Open-mindedness towards research.
So you're saying the world is narrow-minded except for Israel?
No, not the world. I'm talking about the United States in which I live, which I reside. We repress fucking scientific knowledge.
No, you have many. What are you talking about? The United States has many technological advances. What are you talking about?
Oh my God, I'm not saying that we don't fucking have any asshole.
No, it's something else, Stephen, when you're not stupid, brother. Sorry. You should ask Israel for help. They're probably the
I need to ask Israel for some fucking help. My dear Lord.
You should. They might be able to help you.
We are very open-minded, and you are, obviously, as an American, very close-minded. So let me, as an Israeli, which is very open-minded, help you out. How about that?
Sure.
You said yourself that we are way more open-minded than you guys, right?
So
they fucking allow more research that are more research.
And you are being
and I specific knowledge, like I fucking said, we will not allow research on cannabis here in the United States. We